Part 4. The 1984 Revolution and the Fall, 1984 to 1985. Chapter 31. The 1984 Super Bowl ad, Ridley Scott and the Hammer Thrower. The boardroom smelled of fear. Not metaphorically, Steve Jobs could detect it the way a wolf registers a shift in the wind, some calculus of body temperature and eye movement, and the particular quality of silence that settles over a room full of men who have already decided to say no. The Apple board of directors sat around the long table in Cupertino in the autumn of 1983, and they had just watched 60 seconds of the most expensive, most audacious, most cinematically ambitious television commercial ever produced for a personal computer, and their faces had gone the color of old chalk. John Scully, the Pepsi executive Jobs had seduced away from New York just months earlier with the question about spending your life selling sugar water, shifted in his chair. Arthur Rock, the venture capitalist who had believed in Apple since the beginning, stared at a point somewhere above the screen as if hoping the image might dissolve. One board member said flatly that it was the worst commercial he had ever seen. Another suggested they find a way to sell back the 2 advertising slots they had purchased for Super Bowl 18. Jobs sat very still. His stillness in those moments was not the stillness of restraint. It was the stillness of a man calculating. He had seen the spot already, on a rough-cut reel in the editing suite of Ridley Scott's production company in London, and he had wept. Not politely, not decorously. He had wept the way people weep when something confirms a belief they have held so deeply and for so long that its visual confirmation becomes almost physiological. The commercial depicted a dystopian gray world lifted directly from Orwell's darkest imaginings. Ranks of shaved-headed drones marching in lockstep, an enormous screen displaying the face of a totalitarian figure delivering his cold sermon about information purification and the unification of thought. And then from the back of the assembly, a young woman in red running shorts and a white tank top bearing the Macintosh logo, pursued by helmeted police, drawing back a sledgehammer, releasing it in a perfect arc into the screen. The face explodes. The drones stare. A voice intones, "On January 24th, Apple Computer will introduce Macintosh. And you'll see why 1984 won't be like 1984. IBM was the face on the screen. The drones were everyone who had purchased an IBM PC and surrendered their individuality for the comfort of corporate consensus. And the hammer thrower, wild-eyed, athletic, free, was the Macintosh. Was Apple. Was Jobs himself, whether he consciously designed it that way or not. The world into which that commercial was about to detonate had been hardening around Apple for 2 years in ways that made the imagery feel less like advertising and more like prophecy. IBM had entered the personal computer market in 1981 and within 18 months had seized control of a landscape that Apple had essentially invented. The word, IBM compatible, was becoming the gravitational center of an entire industry, pulling hardware manufacturers, software developers, and corporate purchasing officers into its orbit. The business press, which had celebrated Jobs as a visionary boy king in the late 1970s, had begun sharpening its revisionist pencils. Time magazine had named the personal computer its machine of the year for 1982, a choice that recognized the industry rather than its patron saint, and by early 1983, the same magazines that had put Jobs on their covers were beginning to ask whether Apple was nimble enough, serious enough, corporate enough to survive the IBM assault. The Lisa had not helped. Introduced in January 1983 at a price point of nearly $10,000, Apple's first attempt at a graphical interface machine had sold with the torpid enthusiasm of a product that had priced itself out of the conversation before it began. Jobs had been pushed off the Lisa project by Apple's board 2 years earlier, a humiliation he had metabolized into a kind of focused fury, redirecting his energy and his appetites toward the smaller, cheaper, more radical Macintosh project that the company had initially dismissed as a skunkworks hobby. The Mac was his vindication. It had to be. The commercial was not simply an advertisement for a product. It was a declaration of personal war. The obstacle was more complicated than a skeptical board, though that was real enough. The deeper conflict lived in the space between what Jobs believed the Macintosh represented and what it actually technically demonstrably was. The machine launching in January 1984 was genuinely revolutionary in its interface. The mouse, the icons, the windows, the entire visual grammar of computing that Apple had borrowed and transfigured from Xerox's Palo Alto Research Center, but it was also, in several significant ways, incomplete. The Macintosh shipped with 128 kilobytes of memory when engineers within Apple were already arguing it needed 4 times that to run serious software. The floppy drive was singular, creating a cumbersome disk-swapping ritual for any task requiring storage. There was no fan. Jobs had banned fans from the design on aesthetic grounds, finding their noise offensive, which meant the machine ran hot in ways that would eventually matter. And the software ecosystem that would make the hardware sing was still largely theoretical, a collection of promises made to developers who had attended Jobs' private demonstrations and come away converted, but who had not yet delivered the applications that would justify conversion. Jobs knew this. He was not stupid about technology, whatever his enemies said. His gift was not engineering, it was the capacity to hold 2 contradictory pieces of information simultaneously and act with total conviction on the one he preferred. The Mac was unfinished. The Mac was also perfect. Both of these things were true, and Jobs lived in the tension between them by simply refusing to acknowledge the first. What he chose to acknowledge instead was Ridley Scott. Scott had just come off Blade Runner in 1982, a film that had performed modestly at the box office but had already begun its transformation into a cultural touchstone. A work that had redefined the visual language of science fiction and demonstrated that dystopia could be rendered with a kind of terrible beauty. When Lee Clow and Jay Chiat of Chiat/Day, the advertising agency handling the Apple account, brought Scott's name to Jobs, the reaction was immediate and physical. Jobs leaned forward in his chair the way he always leaned forward when something aligned with his private cosmology. Scott was not a commercial director. Scott was an artist. Hiring Scott to make a 60-second television spot was the kind of category violation that Jobs found irresistible. The production had taken place over several days in England, using a cast of 300 extras who had been recruited from a skinhead revival scene and arrived with genuinely shaved heads, which Scott decided was better than anything makeup could provide. The hammer thrower was a British athlete and model named Anya Major, chosen in part because she was strong enough to actually throw the hammer convincingly and in part because her face had the quality of someone who believed completely in what she was doing. The filming was meticulous, multiple cameras, multiple angles, Scott treating each setup with the deliberateness he brought to features. The final budget landed near $900,000. An almost hallucinatory figure for a television commercial in 1983, at a time when a standard car advertisement might cost a tenth of that. When Chiat/Day brought the finished spot to Jobs, he watched it once in silence, then asked them to play it again. He did not speak for what felt to the people in the room like a very long time. Then he said that it was the best thing he had ever seen. He meant it in the way he meant most of his superlatives, not as hyperbole but as a precise description of an internal state. The board's response was the obstacle he had not fully anticipated. Jobs argued. He cajoled. He deployed the particular intensity that had become his primary instrument of persuasion, the eye contact that people described as destabilizing, the voice that dropped into a lower register when he wanted you to understand he was not negotiating. He told the board that pulling the spots would be an act of corporate cowardice that IBM would be delighted to witness. He told them that they had paid for the slots and that selling them back was an admission of something he refused to admit. He told them they were wrong. The board ultimately did something unusual. It did neither what Jobs wanted nor what it initially appeared to want. It told Chiat/Day to try to sell back one of the 2 spots, a compromise that split the difference between cowardice and conviction. Chiat/Day, to its immense credit, and in a move that has since entered the mythology of advertising, made what appeared to be a good faith effort to sell the slot back and reported that they simply couldn't find a buyer. This may or may not have been entirely accurate. The spot ran. Both of them, actually, a 60-second version during the third quarter of Super Bowl XVIII on January 22, 1984, and a shorter cut aired once during a local program. The game itself, between the Los Angeles Raiders and the Washington Redskins, was a blowout. The commercial was not. By the following morning, the switchboards of television stations across the country were overwhelmed with viewers calling to ask when they could see the commercial again. The three major networks replayed the spot on their nightly news broadcasts, a thing that had never happened with a television advertisement before, each network treating it as a cultural event rather than a commercial transaction. In the days that followed, critics and media observers reached for superlatives and then abandoned them because superlatives felt inadequate. Advertising Age would eventually name it the greatest commercial of the decade. Many would simply call it the greatest commercial ever made. The Macintosh had not yet shipped. Apple had spent the equivalent of a small feature film budget to create 60 seconds of content that ran in its intended form once. And it had worked. Not in the small, measurable way that advertisements are supposed to work by moving units or establishing price points, but in the large, atmospheric way that mythology works, by changing how people felt about something before they had any direct experience of it. The Macintosh shipped 2 days later, on January 24, unveiled at Apple's annual shareholder meeting at the Flint Center in Cupertino in an event that Jobs had choreographed with the attention to theatrical detail that he gave to everything he cared about. He walked on stage in his signature outfit, jeans, a bow tie that seemed almost deliberately mismatched with his intensity, and reached into a canvas bag and pulled out the machine. The Mac's own voice, synthesized and tentative, introduced itself to the audience. People wept. Jobs watched them weep with the expression of someone who had expected this outcome and was nonetheless genuinely moved by it. It was the peak of something. The summit of the first great arc of his public life. He was 28 years old, and he was standing at the exact coordinates where his genius and his willfulness and his furious need to prove something had converged into a single luminous moment. John Scully stood at his side during the introduction, and the two men embraced for the cameras, and the audience saw what appeared to be a partnership. The seasoned executive and the visionary founder, the institutional mind and the creative fire, a complement of strengths designed to carry Apple into whatever came next. Scully had been Jobs' choice, his recruit, his proof that he could be mature enough to invite professional management into his own house. Their public warmth was genuine, in the way that warmth between two people who have not yet discovered their incompatibilities is always genuine. Jobs had told Scully that together they would change the world. He had told himself the same thing. What he had not yet allowed himself to understand was the thing that the commercial, in its own iconography, had already illustrated, that the hammer once released belongs to no one, that the act of destruction and the act of liberation are sometimes the same gesture, and that the figure running toward the screen cannot see clearly in the moment of release, what shatters and what survives when the glass comes down. The board that had nearly killed the commercial was watching him very carefully now, and John Scully, whose loyalty Jobs had never thought to question because he had been the one to offer the loyalty in the first place, was beginning to take the measure of a different kind of distance between them than the one Jobs had imagined. Chapter 32. The launch, the Mac talks for the first time. He had rehearsed the pause. Not the words, the pause. The specific beat of silence between the moment he lifted the Macintosh from its canvas bag and the moment the audience understood what they were looking at. Jobs had practiced it in the empty Flint Center the night before, alone on the stage with a work light throwing hard shadows across the rows of vacant seats, holding the machine at the precise angle where the ambient light caught the casing, feeling the weight of it in both hands, counting the seconds of silence in his head the way a conductor counts a rest. He wanted the pause long enough to create genuine suspense, short enough that it didn't tip into theater. He wanted the audience to feel the moment arrive rather than be told it had. He had run it 6 times before he was satisfied. On the 7th, he simply stood in the dark with the machine in his hands and let himself feel, for one private moment, what he was about to do. The morning of January 24, 1984, he arrived at the Flint Center before most of the production crew. He walked the stage in the clothes he would wear for the presentation. Levi's, a black turtleneck that wouldn't make its iconic appearance for years yet, a bow tie chosen with the same counterintuitive logic he applied to everything, the formal gesture undermining the corporate expectation of formality. He touched the podium. He looked out at the house. 3,000 seats, already oversold, with a line forming outside in the January cold that would eventually stretch around the building and into the parking lot. These were shareholders, journalists, Apple employees, and a dense contingent of industry observers who had come because the commercial had detonated in the culture 2 days earlier and left everyone with the same urgent, slightly irrational need to be present when whatever came next arrived. Jobs scanned the empty seats with an expression his colleagues had learned to read as something other than calm. It was the focused stillness of a man whose interior weather was moving very fast. The America outside that auditorium was, in certain respects, a nation in the business of performing confidence. Ronald Reagan would be inaugurated for his second term in a matter of days, and the country had spent the preceding year wrapping itself in the comfortable mythology of morning in America, the sun returning, the long malaise of the 1970s definitively over. The Dow was climbing. The Cold War had calcified into a permanent feature of the landscape rather than an imminent catastrophe. Popular culture had turned its face toward spectacle. Ghostbusters and Indiana Jones and Gremlins were the movies. Michael Jackson's Thriller was still colonizing the airwaves. There was a hunger for the new, but the new had to arrive wrapped in triumph, with a soundtrack and clean lighting. Ambiguity was not the national mood. In Silicon Valley, the mood was something different, equal parts evangelism and anxiety. The personal computer revolution that Jobs and Wozniak had helped initiate in a Cupertino garage 8 years earlier had fractured into a landscape that looked, from certain angles, like it was resolving in IBM's favor. Corporate America had decided that the IBM PC and its growing army of compatibles were the responsible choice, the adult choice, and the word compatible had begun to accrue a kind of moral weight in purchasing decisions, as if buying a machine that didn't speak IBM's language was an act of organizational eccentricity that a serious enterprise couldn't afford. Apple's stock had been under pressure. The lease's failure had cost the company money and credibility in roughly equal measure. The trade press had spent the better part of 1983 writing the kind of measured, hedged coverage that companies learn to dread, the coverage that isn't hostile exactly, but that carries within it the faint smell of an obituary being drafted. Jobs had metabolized all of this into fuel. The anxiety of the moment, the institutional skepticism, the polite condescension of the business press. He had compressed it and stored it somewhere behind his sternum, and he was running on it now, had been running on it for months, the way some people run on grievance or ambition. His internal monologue in those weeks was essentially a single long argument with everyone who had doubted him, and the Macintosh was the evidence he intended to present. The conflict that morning was not visible from the audience. It lived in the machine itself. The Macintosh that Jobs was about to introduce to the world was, by any honest measure, a work of incomplete genius. The hardware design was legitimately extraordinary, the vertical form factor that Jeff Raskin had originally conceived, the integrated screen, the mouse, the visual interface that Apple's engineers had translated from Xerox PARC's theoretical achievement into something a civilian could actually operate. Jobs had pushed the industrial design with a ferocity that had become legendary within the company, rejecting prototype casings at a rate that reduced engineers to a kind of productive despair, insisting on curves where convention demanded corners, on an interior layout that was clean even though no one would ever see it, because he would know. The machine was beautiful in a way that no computer had been beautiful before, and beauty, Jobs genuinely believed, was not a luxury but a form of communication. It told the user, before they had pressed a single key, that someone had cared enough to think about them. But the machine had 128 kilobytes of memory, and the engineers who had built it knew, with a certainty they had been expressing in increasingly urgent internal memoranda for the better part of a year, that 128 kilobytes was not enough. Software developers who had signed on to build applications for the Mac had already discovered that the memory constraints forced a kind of perpetual compromise. Features that should have been standard had to be cut, operations that should have run smoothly required the cumbersome ritual of disk swapping, the single floppy drive turning what should have been a fluid experience into something with visible seams. Andy Hertzfeld, one of the software engineers Jobs regarded with genuine admiration, had argued the memory issue with a directness that most people didn't dare bring to Jobs. The conversations had gone nowhere. Jobs had decided that 128K was sufficient, partly for cost reasons and partly because his threshold for acknowledging limitation was extraordinarily high enough, sometimes, to become indistinguishable from denial. He also knew, standing on that stage with the house lights beginning to warm and the audience filing in with a particular buzz of people who understood they were attending something, that the software ecosystem was thinner than the public presentation would suggest. The applications that would make the Mac essential, the spreadsheets, the databases, the word processors, were either incomplete or non-existent. MacWrite and MacPaint would ship with the machine, and they were genuine achievements, demonstrations of what the graphical interface could do, but they were not the deep software library that would justify the Mac's $2,495 price tag to a buyer who needed to make a rational business decision. Jobs was launching a revolution that was, in several crucial dimensions, still under construction. What he did with this knowledge was the keyhole through which his entire character could be seen most clearly. He didn't hide it exactly. He didn't lie. He simply elected, with total deliberateness, to present the version of reality in which the Mac's strengths were the whole truth and its limitations were irrelevant details that the future would resolve. He had a name for this capacity, or rather the people around him had a name for it, the reality distortion field, a term that software engineer Bud Tribble had coined and that had spread through the Mac team like a piece of shared vocabulary that everyone needed in order to function. The field was not simple delusion. It was more sophisticated than that. Jobs understood the machine's weaknesses with a clarity that his behavior sometimes obscured. He simply refused to allow that understanding to constrain his public presentation of its possibilities. He was not selling what the Mac was. He was selling what the Mac meant. And what it meant, he believed with the totality of his conviction, was true regardless of the memory constraints. The demonstration he had designed was a masterpiece of controlled revelation. He had worked with the software team for weeks on a presentation sequence that would show off every capability the Mac could perform flawlessly, in the optimal order, with the pacing of a theatrical performance rather than a technical demonstration. Each application would load cleanly. Each animation would run smoothly. Each transition would feel inevitable rather than engineered. Jobs rehearsed it the way a stage director rehearses blocking. Not just what would happen but how it would feel to watch it happen. The emotional arc of the audience's experience from the moment he walked on stage to the moment he pulled the Mac from its bag. And then there was the voice. The Mac's text-to-speech capability, limited, slightly mechanical, unmistakably synthetic, but functional and genuinely remarkable for 1984, had given Jobs an idea that no one on his team had initially thought was serious. He wanted the Mac to introduce itself. He wanted the first words spoken by the Macintosh in public to come from the machine itself, and he wanted them to be written with the same attention to content and cadence that he gave to his own remarks. The prepared text went through multiple drafts. Jobs rejected versions that were too modest, versions that were too boastful, versions that didn't build to the right emotional peak. The final version was a small piece of prose that moved from simple self-description to a kind of humble manifesto. And it ended with a line about being insanely great that was, depending on your disposition, either inspiring or a preview of a very particular kind of corporate grandiosity. When the voice came out of the machine's single speaker, thin, slightly robotic, utterly earnest, something happened in the Flint Center that none of the 3,000 people present had quite expected to feel. The audience laughed first, the laughter of recognition and delight, and then the laughter became something else. Something more complicated, and several people were crying before the machine had finished speaking. Jobs stood beside the Macintosh with his arms at his sides, and the expression on his face was the expression of a man who has spent years preparing for a single moment and is now, inside it, discovering that preparation could not fully account for the feeling. John Scully was in the wings watching. He had come to Apple from Pepsi-Cola 9 months earlier, recruited by Jobs with the kind of targeted intensity that Jobs brought to acquiring things he wanted, whether products, people, or ideas. The pitch had been famous almost immediately. Do you want to spend the rest of your life selling sugared water, or do you want a chance to change the world? Scully had chosen the world, and in the months since, he and Jobs had been performing a partnership that both men found genuinely energizing, at least in part because they had not yet been forced to exercise it under real pressure. Scully understood marketing and organizational structure and the rhythms of large institutional decision-making. Jobs understood almost nothing about these things and cared about fewer of them, but he had concluded that Scully's competencies were the complement his own required, and this conclusion had produced a warmth between them that was both sincere and strategically convenient. Watching Jobs from the wings during the Macintosh introduction, Scully felt something he would later describe as awe. He was not a man easily given to awe. His career at Pepsi had been spent in the careful management of quarterly numbers and market share differentials and the diplomatic navigation of corporate hierarchy, but what Jobs was doing on stage was outside the categories he had spent his professional life building. The control of the room, the management of the audience's emotional temperature, the instinct for exactly when to lean forward and exactly when to let silence do the work, it was a kind of performance for which Scully had no precise name. He stepped on stage to join Jobs at the end of the presentation and they embraced in front of 3,000 standing, cheering people, and Scully felt, in that moment, that the partnership was going to be one of the defining experiences of his life. He was right about that, though not in the way he imagined. The Mac sold 50,000 units in the first 74 days, a pace that exceeded Apple's projections and silenced, temporarily, the most aggressive skeptics. The reviews were extraordinary. Journalists who had spent years covering the slow evolution of command-line interfaces encountered the Mac's visual grammar and reached for language that belonged to aesthetics rather than technology, writing about it the way critics wrote about design objects or films rather than the way they wrote about computers. Jobs moved through those weeks in a state that the people around him recognized as the closest he came to contentment, reading the coverage, attending the sales meetings, receiving the testimony of converts with the particular satisfaction of someone who had been arguing a case for years and was finally watching the jury come back. But 50,000 units, however encouraging, was not the sustained velocity the Mac needed, and the memory constraints that Jobs had dismissed were already beginning to surface in the real-world experience of early adopters in ways that the carefully controlled demonstration environment had not revealed, and somewhere in the organizational structure of Apple, in the committee rooms and budget meetings and strategy sessions that Jobs had always regarded with something between impatience and contempt, the balance of institutional power was shifting in increments too small for him to register against the noise of his own triumph. The standing ovation was still echoing in the Flint Center when the first votes against him were already being cast in the silence of minds he had never thought to win. Chapter 33. The first cracks. Inventory builds up as sales slow down. The numbers arrived on a Tuesday and Jobs read them standing up. He had a habit of refusing to sit when information came to him that he didn't want, as if remaining on his feet preserved some option that a chair would foreclose, some capacity for immediate action that the posture of reception might compromise. The sales report for the Macintosh's third month on the market was spread across the desk in his office in Banley Drive, and the trajectory it described was not catastrophic, not yet, but it had the particular shape of a problem that intended to become one. The initial surge, 50,000 units in the first 74 days, the reviews, the standing ovations, the magazine covers, had begun to flatten in the way that waves flatten when the energy driving them has spent itself. Dealers were reporting that the customers who had been waiting for the Mac, the early adopters and the true believers and the people who had watched the Super Bowl commercial and felt something rearrange itself in their understanding of what a computer could be, had largely come and purchased. The next wave of customers, the ones who needed to be persuaded rather than simply presented, had looked at the price tag and the software library and the single floppy drive and the 128 kilobytes of memory and done a calculation that the Mac's beauty could not fully override. Jobs set the report down on the desk. He walked to the window. The parking lot below was unremarkable in the California morning, the ordinary infrastructure of a company going about its business, and he stood looking at it with the fixed gaze of someone who is not seeing what is in front of them. His assistant, who had learned to read the specific frequency of his silences, left the room without being asked. The spring and summer of 1984 occupied a peculiar position in the American cultural calendar, a moment of almost aggressive optimism that made the experience of institutional difficulty feel not just painful but somehow unpatriotic. Reagan's Morning in America advertising campaign, arguably the most effective political media of the decade, had constructed a national mood in which success was the expected outcome and struggle was a failure of character. The Los Angeles Olympics that summer had been an exercise in choreographed American triumph, the Soviet bloc boycott removing the primary competition and allowing the host nation to collect gold medals at a rate that the television coverage transformed into evidence of something larger than athletic performance. The culture was telling itself a story about momentum and destiny and the natural rewards of ambition. And this story had a way of making the experience of a sales plateau feel morally freighted in ways that went beyond the merely financial. For Jobs, the cultural pressure compounded the personal. He had spent the first months of 1984 operating at an altitude that very few people in American business had ever reached. The cover of Time, the Newsweek profile, the television appearances, the shareholder meeting that had felt like a revival. He had been treated, at 28, as the defining entrepreneur of his generation, the embodiment of the argument that American ingenuity was still capable of inventing the future rather than simply managing the present. The Macintosh had been positioned not just as a product but as a cultural statement, and Jobs had leaned into that positioning with everything he had, because it was, in the most literal sense, what he believed. The Mac was not a computer. It was a declaration. Declarations, however, do not move inventory. The core conflict of those months was architectural before it was personal, which made it harder for Jobs to address because he had spent his entire professional life treating the architectural and the personal as the same thing. The Macintosh's fundamental problem in the market was not a failure of vision but a consequence of it. Jobs had designed the machine as a closed system, hardware and software unified under a single aesthetic authority, no expansion slots, no licensing of the operating system to third-party manufacturers, no concession to the modular, upgradable, interoperable philosophy that the IBM PC ecosystem had institutionalized. The Mac was meant to be experienced whole, the way a painting is experienced whole, and the integrity of that wholeness required that nothing be added or subtracted. This was the conviction of an artist, and it was also, from the perspective of the corporate purchasing officer or the software developer weighing platform investments, a significant inconvenience. The IBM PC's openness, its willingness to be expanded, customized, and replicated, had created a virtuous cycle that the Mac's elegance actively prevented. When a company bought IBM-compatible machines, they entered an ecosystem that grew denser and more useful with each passing quarter, as developers built applications for the dominant platform and hardware manufacturers competed to offer expansions and peripherals. The Mac offered a better experience of a smaller world. And the software gap, which Jobs had expected the machine's brilliance to inspire developers to close, was closing more slowly than the sales numbers required. The spreadsheet that business users needed, the application that had justified the Apple II's presence in offices across America, did not yet exist for the Mac in a form that competed with Lotus 123 on the IBM platform. Without it, the decision to choose a Mac over an IBM compatible was a decision to choose beauty over function. And in the context of a business acquisition with quarterly budget accountability, beauty was a difficult line item to defend. Jobs understood all of this intellectually. His response to it revealed the specific texture of his limitation. In the late spring of 1984, a delegation of the Mac team's software engineers requested a meeting with Jobs to discuss the memory issue directly. They had data. Not projections or arguments but actual reports from developers in the field about what applications were impossible to build within the 128 kilobyte constraint, and from early users about specific tasks the machine couldn't perform without the cumbersome disk swapping ritual that made the elegant interface feel suddenly crude. The lead engineer presented the case with the careful thoroughness of someone who knew they were walking into a conversation with an unpredictable outcome. The argument was rational, well-documented, and essentially unanswerable on the technical merits. Jobs listened. This was itself notable. He had a well-documented capacity for simply leaving rooms, or redirecting conversations midstream, when information arrived that he found unacceptable. That he listened suggested he understood at some level that the problem was real. When the engineer finished, Jobs was quiet for a moment. Then he said that the people who were having trouble with the memory were not the right customers, that the developers who couldn't work within the constraints weren't creative enough to find solutions, that the machine was fine and the problem was the people attempting to use it beyond its intended purpose. The engineer, who had learned to choose his moments, pointed out that several of those developers had been personally recruited by Jobs himself, at private demonstrations where he had promised them a platform capable of supporting professional applications. Jobs looked at him with the expression that people on the Mac team had come to call the stare. Not angry exactly, but stripped of the social performance of engagement, the face of someone who has decided that the person in front of them has reached the limit of their usefulness to the present conversation. The meeting ended shortly afterward. The memory upgrade to 512 kilobytes, a change that would be announced in September as the Fat Mac, was already being discussed in the engineering organization, but it would arrive on Jobs' terms and timeline, which meant it would arrive after he had spent several months insisting publicly that such an upgrade was unnecessary. The cost of this insistence was paid first by the developers and then by the sales figures, and the sales figures were paid for by something that had no line on any spreadsheet: the gradual, almost imperceptible shift in how John Sculley was beginning to read the situation. Sculley had arrived at Apple as Jobs' recruit, his chosen adult, the institutionally seasoned executive who would supply the organizational competencies that Jobs had always regarded as beneath his attention. In the months since the Macintosh launch, Sculley had been performing the role with genuine enthusiasm, learning the company's rhythms, building relationships with the board members and division heads that Jobs had always considered it unnecessary to cultivate. He was, by temperament and training, a man who processed information methodically and formed conclusions slowly, the opposite of Jobs in almost every cognitive dimension, and what the information of those months was slowly telling him was something he had not expected to conclude. The Mac was not selling the way Jobs had said it would. The projections that Jobs had presented to the board, the forecasts he had delivered with the absolute conviction that had been one of his most compelling attributes as a salesman, were not materializing. Sculley had come from an industry where missing a forecast by the margin Apple was now running was understood as a failure of planning or execution or both, and where the appropriate response was a rapid and honest reassessment rather than a public doubling down. Jobs' response to the slowing sales was to intensify the rhetoric, to insist more loudly on the Mac's revolutionary significance, to treat the gap between expectation and reality as a temporary condition that belief would resolve. Sculley watched this with the expression of a man who is beginning to re-examine a contract he thought he understood. He had been promised, or rather he had been led to believe, which in the Jobs relationship was functionally the same thing, that Apple was a company with a visionary at its center who needed institutional support and professional management to reach its potential. What he was beginning to see, with increasing clarity, was a company with a visionary at its center who was constitutionally incapable of distinguishing between the vision and the execution, between what the Mac meant and what it was, between the revolution he had declared and the product he had actually shipped. The board was seeing it too. Arthur Rock, who had been among the doubters before the Super Bowl commercial and had been temporarily silenced by the launch's reception, was asking questions in board meetings that had the careful, precise quality of questions asked by someone who has already formed a view and is constructing a record. The other directors, institutional investors and industry veterans who had supported Jobs through the lease's failure partly on the strength of his conviction, were reviewing the inventory reports with the focused attention of people who have decided that conviction is not a sufficient substitute for competence. Jobs felt none of this in any direct way, which was itself the problem. His capacity to inhabit the version of reality he preferred, the gift that had produced the Macintosh, the Super Bowl commercial, the Flint Center performance, created a perceptual filter through which warning signals arrived attenuated, translated into a frequency he could dismiss. When dealers reported softening demand, he questioned the dealers' marketing efforts. When developers complained about the memory constraints, he questioned the developers' creativity. When the board asked pointed questions about the gap between forecast and actuality, he answered with the enlarged frame. The Macintosh was a revolution, and revolutions did not run on quarterly schedules. There was one afternoon that summer when Jobs drove alone to a Macintosh dealer in the valley and walked the floor in the way he sometimes did, unannounced, to take the temperature of the retail environment directly rather than through the mediation of reports. The machines were there, arrayed on tables, and they were beautiful. Undeniably, stubbornly, provocatively beautiful in a way that the IBM compatibles lined up across the store were not. A salesperson was working with a customer, a mid-level manager type with the careful clothing of someone spending company money and accounting for every dollar, and the customer was running his hand along the Mac's casing with an expression of genuine appreciation before asking, in a tone of practical regret, whether it ran Lotus 123. The salesperson said it didn't. The customer nodded slowly, thanked him, and walked across the floor toward the IBM display. Jobs watched this exchange from 10 feet away, and the expression on his face was one that the people who knew him best almost never saw. Not anger, not dismissal, not the theatrical impatience he deployed in meetings, but something quieter and more private, the expression of a man encountering a gap between his belief and the world's response to it that he cannot, in this moment, close by force of will. It lasted approximately 3 seconds. Then it was gone, replaced by the habitual intensity, and he walked out of the store without speaking to anyone. He drove back to Cupertino and called a marketing meeting and told the assembled team that they were not communicating the Mac's value proposition aggressively enough, that the problem was messaging and not product, and that he expected a revised strategy by the end of the week. The team took notes and said very little, and after he left the room they looked at each other with the careful blankness of people who have learned that certain kinds of honesty have a cost that isn't worth paying in the short term. In the offices one floor above, John Scully was on the phone with a board member whose name would not appear in any of the contemporary press accounts of what was about to happen, discussing the question of leadership and accountability in terms that were, for the first time, entirely free of deference to the man who had brought them both to this particular company at this particular moment in its history. The inventory continued to build, quietly, in warehouses up and down the valley, each unsold machine a small silent argument that the world was preparing to make it full volume before the year was out. Chapter 34. The Personality Cult, Time Magazine's Betrayal and the Man of the Year. The magazine arrived at his house before he had been told what was inside it. A copy had been messengered to Banley Drive first to the office, but Jobs was working from home that morning, one of the loose, unscheduled days he sometimes took when the pressure of the open-plan environment became a texture he needed to escape, and the personal copy arrived through the mail slot with the unremarkable sound of ordinary correspondence. He picked it up from the floor himself. He saw his own face before he had fully registered what he was holding. A portrait rendered in the slightly heightened primary-colored style of a cover illustration, the kind of image that Time reserved for figures of genuine historical consequence, the visual grammar of importance that the magazine had been deploying since before he was born. His first instinct, by the testimony of people he spoke to within the hour, was something close to satisfaction. The deep, particular satisfaction of a form of recognition that cannot be purchased or engineered, that arrives as a verdict from an institution old enough to confer legitimacy rather than simply attention. He read the headline. He read it again. Then he turned to the article. By the time he reached the 3rd page, the satisfaction had become something else entirely. The cover story that Time published on Steve Jobs in early 1984, timed to coincide with the Macintosh launch and building on the enormous cultural currency the Super Bowl commercial had generated, was not, in any straightforward sense, a hostile piece. It was something more complicated and, from Jobs's perspective, considerably more difficult to manage than hostility. Hostility could be dismissed. Hostility was the province of people who didn't understand, and Jobs had a well-developed taxonomy of people who didn't understand that allowed him to file their objections without processing them. What Time had written was a portrait that understood him very well, that had done the reporting, talked to the right people, assembled the testimony of colleagues and rivals and former employees and industry observers, and had arrived at a characterization that was admiring and devastating in almost equal measure and that he could not, by any honest reading, describe as inaccurate. The piece celebrated his vision. It genuinely did, the writing about the Macintosh, about the graphical interface and what it meant for the democratization of computing, about Jobs's capacity to see the future before other people had finished arguing about the present, was as generous as anything that had been written about him. But woven through the celebration, with the careful, almost clinical precision of a reporter who had clearly interviewed sources with direct access to his daily behavior, was a portrait of a man whose greatness and whose damage were not separable phenomena. The piece quoted people, unnamed as they always were in this kind of coverage, describing his management style in terms that the business press had not yet applied to him at this scale and with this level of specificity. The cruelty toward subordinates. The habit of taking credit for ideas generated by people working under him. The mood swings that could move from inspired enthusiasm to withering contempt within a single conversation. The particular quality of his dishonesty, not the dishonesty of a man who knew he was lying but the more unsettling dishonesty of a man who had restructured his relationship to factual reality so completely that the concept of lying had become almost inapplicable. The word that appeared in the piece, drawn from the vocabulary of the Mac team itself, was reality distortion field. It had been used inside Apple as a term of affectionate exasperation, a way of naming something that everyone who worked closely with Jobs had experienced and needed language for. Seeing it in Time magazine, in the nation's most widely read weekly news publication, in a cover story that would be read by everyone who mattered in American business and culture, was a different experience entirely. It transformed a piece of internal folklore into a public verdict. The America that received this portrait was a nation that had developed, across the preceding decade, a deeply ambivalent relationship with the figure of the visionary entrepreneur. The 1970s had produced the first generation of technology founders who became celebrities, Jobs and Wozniak, Bill Gates, the early figures of what would eventually be called Silicon Valley, and the culture had initially processed them through the romantic lens of the garage inventor, the scrappy American original building the future with his hands. By 1984, that romance was beginning to acquire complications. The business press had become more sophisticated about the gap between founder mythology and management reality. The Harvard Business Review had published a series of pieces about the specific organizational dysfunctions that visionary leadership could produce. There was a growing vocabulary in business schools and boardrooms for the phenomenon of the brilliant founder who could not make the transition from creator to executive, who was essential to a company's birth and dangerous to its maturity. Jobs occupied the center of this cultural conversation in a way that was not entirely of his choosing. He had cultivated his own mythology with the enthusiasm of someone who understood that narrative was a form of power, who had given the interviews, approved the profiles, participated in the construction of the Steve Jobs story with enough deliberateness that distinguishing between the genuine article and the curated version had become genuinely difficult. The Time cover was the moment that curation cracked. It was the moment the narrative escaped his management and began to be written by people who had no obligation to the version he preferred. The core conflict was not, in the end, about the magazine article. The article was a symptom. The conflict was between Jobs's understanding of himself as a figure of historical importance, the revolutionary, the artist, the man who had looked at the established order of computing and decided it was wrong, and the mounting institutional evidence that this self-understanding had become a liability to the company he had built. The Time piece did not create that conflict. It named it, in public, in the most widely read magazine in the country, at the precise moment when the people inside Apple who had been accumulating their own private evidence were deciding what to do with what they knew. Jobs's response to the article was characteristically, revealingly his. He called Michael Moritz, the journalist who had written the piece, at his office. The call, by multiple accounts, lasted nearly an hour. Jobs did not shout. Shouting was not his primary instrument when he felt genuinely wounded, as opposed to operationally frustrated. His voice, by the testimony of people who overheard parts of the conversation or were told about it immediately afterward, had the quality of controlled intensity that was, in some ways, more alarming than anger. He went through the article point by point, not to correct factual errors, there were very few of those, which was precisely the problem, but to contest interpretations, to provide the context that he felt the piece had stripped away, to argue that the portrait was technically accurate and fundamentally false. He said that the sources who had described his management behavior were people with their own agendas, their own failures to rationalize. He said that the reality distortion field was a misunderstanding of something more important and less pathological, that what people were calling distortion was actually a form of insistence, the refusal to accept the conventional limits that conventional people placed on what was possible. Moritz listened. He had done this kind of reporting long enough to recognize the particular quality of a subject's engagement with a profile that had drawn blood, The way a person who is genuinely injured by accurate coverage sounds different from a person who is responding to unfair characterization. He was professional and non-committal. The article was already printed. Nothing Jobs said in that phone call would change what 3 million readers had already encountered over their morning coffee. What the call revealed was not pettiness. Jobs was not a petty man in the ordinary sense, did not nurse small grievances or keep the kind of grudge ledger that genuinely petty people maintain. What it revealed was something more fundamental: the absolute intolerance at the center of his character for any representation of himself that he had not authorized. He had an artist's relationship to his own image, not vanity exactly, but the conviction that the subject of a portrait had a claim on its accuracy that superseded the observer's interpretation. He was wrong about this in the way that powerful people are often wrong about the freedom of others to see them clearly, and the wrongness had a particular consequence in the spring of 1984. It directed his energy toward the Time article and away from the inventory reports and the board discussions and the quiet conversations between Scully and the directors that were, at that precise moment, assembling the conditions of his removal. The relationship that the Time piece most directly affected was the one Jobs had least prepared to lose. Regis McKenna had been Jobs' publicist, advisor, and image architect since the earliest days of Apple. One of the first adults in Silicon Valley to recognize that Jobs had a quality that transcended the ordinary categories of business talent, and one of the people most responsible for translating that quality into the public mythology that the Time cover had now, in McKenna's careful professional assessment, partially undone. McKenna was a strategist of rare sophistication, a man who understood that the management of a public figure's narrative was a long game requiring patience, calibration, and the willingness to control access with a firmness that sometimes felt like obstruction. He had counseled Jobs, repeatedly and with increasing urgency through 1983, to be more selective about the interviews he granted, more disciplined about the portrait he allowed to accumulate in the public record. Jobs had listened to McKenna the way he listened to most advice, with the appearance of engagement and the intention of proceeding as he had already decided. The timepiece was, among other things, the consequence of that selective listening. McKenna read it with the feeling of a craftsman watching a structure he has spent years building develop a crack he had warned about. He called Jobs. The conversation was direct in the way that McKenna's conversations with Jobs were always direct. He was one of the very few people in Jobs' life who had discovered that directness, delivered without performance or apology, was the only register that Jobs genuinely processed. McKenna told him that the article was going to change things, that the institutional goodwill that the Mac launch had generated was more fragile than Jobs understood, and that the people inside Apple who were looking for a narrative that justified a change in the organizational structure had just been handed one by the most widely circulated magazine in America. Jobs told McKenna he was overreacting. The article was one piece in one magazine. The Mac was selling. The company was the most talked about technology company in the world. The Time cover, whatever its content, was still the Time cover, and the Time cover meant you had arrived at a level of cultural significance that a critical subtext couldn't diminish. McKenna said, carefully, that there was a difference between arriving and staying, and that the conditions for staying were not the same conditions that had produced the arrival. Jobs heard this. He did not listen to it. In the weeks that followed, something subtle shifted in the texture of his interactions with Scully, not a rupture, nothing visible to casual observation, but a change in temperature that the people closest to both men began to notice the way you notice a change in the weather before the sky has done anything definitive. Scully had read the timepiece with the attention of a man reading a document that confirmed something he had been reluctant to confirm. He had come to Apple believing that Jobs' intensity was a resource that organizational structure could channel, that the right institutional framework, the right division of responsibilities, could separate the visionary from the volatile and preserve the value of the former while containing the damage of the latter. The Time portrait described a man in whom visionary and volatile were not separable attributes but a single integrated phenomenon, and the organizational implication of that description was not lost on someone with Scully's training. He did not say any of this to Jobs. He continued to appear in public and in the company's internal communications as the partner and advocate that the Macintosh launch had established him to be. He attended the product meetings and the strategy sessions and the press events with the consistency of a man honoring a commitment. But in the private conversations with board members that had been growing more frequent since the inventory numbers began their slow deterioration, Scully had begun to speak about Jobs in a new grammatical register. Not as a colleague whose judgment he shared but as a phenomenon whose management had become the central challenge of his own leadership. The Time article had intended to celebrate Steve Jobs at the moment of his greatest triumph. It had done that, and it had done something else. It had given institutional language to the anxiety that had been building inside Apple for months, had translated the private testimony of engineers and managers and board members into a public narrative with the authority of a major American publication behind it. The people who wanted to move against Jobs now had a vocabulary that didn't come from internal grievance. It came from Time magazine. And Jobs, characteristically, magnificently, fatally, was spending his energy arguing with the portrait instead of reading the room that had assembled around it. The board meeting that would change everything was already scheduled, its agenda still bland and institutional, carrying no outward sign of what had been agreed, in the quiet conversations of the preceding weeks, to be its actual purpose. Chapter 35. The 30th birthday, a lavish party. And the sense of mortality. The tent had been raised in the garden of a rented estate in Woodside, and by 9 o'clock it held nearly 1,000 people and the specific quality of noise that belongs to a celebration that knows it is historic. Jobs moved through it the way he moved through most large social environments, not circulating exactly but orbiting, tracing irregular paths between clusters of guests with the slightly distracted purposefulness of someone who is simultaneously present and somewhere else entirely. He was wearing a good suit, which was unusual enough that several people mentioned it afterward, and his hair had been persuaded into a shape that suggested an occasion rather than a Tuesday. The tent's interior had been decorated with a deliberateness that reflected his aesthetic sensibility in its specific and uncompromising way, nothing garish, nothing that announced its own expense too loudly, but the flowers and the lighting and the table arrangements carrying the quiet signature of someone who had thought carefully about what beauty required and had spent accordingly. The band was playing something orchestral and the caterers were moving with the trained invisibility of serious professionals, and the wine was, by all accounts, extraordinary. He turned 29 that evening. February 24, 1984. He told several people at the party, and would repeat it in the months following, in context that suggested it was not small talk but something he was genuinely working through, that he expected to be dead before 40. Not as a presentiment of illness, not as a morbid affectation, but as a statement about the actuarial reality of people who operated at the frequency he operated at. He had been thinking about this in the way that he thought about most things that interested him, with the totality of his attention, circling it from multiple angles, testing its implications. Dylan had said that he who is not busy being born is busy dying. Jobs had internalized this not as poetry but as operational principle. The question was not whether you would run out of time but what you built before the running out became the whole story. He was 29 years old and already worried that he had not built enough. This was, in the most literal sense, an extraordinary anxiety for a man in his position to carry into a party thrown in his honor. The biographical fact of Jobs's age in February 1984 requires a moment of genuine reckoning, because the numbers resist easy comprehension. He had co-founded Apple Computer at 21. He had taken it public and become a paper millionaire at 24. He had overseen the most celebrated product launch in the history of personal computing at 28. The Macintosh, which had been on the market for less than a month when his birthday arrived, had already been reviewed in terms that belonged to cultural history rather than consumer electronics. He was, by any external measure, one of the most consequential young figures in American business since the country had begun producing consequential young figures in business as a matter of national habit. And he was standing in a tent in Woodside, drinking wine and talking about mortality. The America of early 1984 was in the late stages of constructing the mythology of the young entrepreneur as a specific heroic type. The genius founder, the college dropout with a vision, the garage inventor who had outthought the institutions. Jobs was the archetype against which all other versions of this figure were measured, and the archetype carried with it a particular cultural expectation about trajectory. The mythology required perpetual ascent. It had no grammar for plateau, for consolidation, for the ordinary institutional work of sustaining what vision had created. The hero of the mythology was always in the process of changing the world, and the moment he stopped changing it, the moment the company became something to be managed rather than a revolution to be led, the mythology began to leak. Jobs understood this intuitively, which was partly why the mortality preoccupation was not simply philosophical vanity. It was a recognition, articulated in the language available to him at 29, of something real about the relationship between creative urgency and time. The people he admired most, Dylan again, Picasso, Einstein in the particular version Jobs had constructed of him, had done their most essential work young, had made the contribution that defined them before the institutions closed in, before success calcified into reputation and reputation into the obligation to protect itself. He had watched what happened to people who confused the defense of what they had built with the act of building. He had watched it in the boardroom, in the faces of the men who had told him the Super Bowl commercial was the worst thing they had ever seen. He was not going to become that. The birthday party was, in part, a private ritual of recommitment to a self he was already worried about losing. The conflict of the evening, not dramatic, not visible across the tent, but present in the specific conversations he chose and the specific ones he avoided, was the gap between the celebration's premise and his private assessment of his situation. The party was organized around the narrative of arrival. Steve Jobs at 30, the wunderkind now fully arrived, the revolutionary with a revolution already accomplished. The guests who moved through the tent understood themselves to be celebrating a man at the summit of his first great achievement. Jobs, who had read the inventory reports and the sales projections and the internal memoranda about memory constraints and software gaps, knew that the summit stability was not what the view from the tent suggested. He had compartmentalized this knowledge with the practiced efficiency of someone who had learned that certain information, if allowed into a celebration, would metabolize into something that ruined the celebration and resolved nothing. But the compartmentalization was imperfect, and the mortality talk, repeated, slightly too deliberate to be entirely casual, was the pressure valve through which the unprocessed anxiety found its way into the evening without announcing itself as what it actually was. At some point in the middle of the party, Jobs found himself standing with a small group of guests near the edge of the tent, away from the band and the densest concentration of people, in the cooler air that drifted in from the garden. One of the guests, a figure from the early Apple days, someone who had been present at enough of the company's formative moments to speak with the authority of shared history, asked him, with the directness that old association permits, whether he was happy. Not professionally, not publicly, but actually happy, in the way the word means when someone who knows you uses it. Jobs considered the question with a seriousness that another person might have deflected with a joke or a redirect. He said that he was happy in the way he imagined a painter was happy in the middle of a canvas. Not satisfied, not content, but engaged, which was the closest thing to happiness he understood. He said that satisfaction was for people who had stopped wanting things, and that he had no interest in stopping. He said that 30 was a number and that numbers were not his primary unit of meaning. The guest looked at him for a moment and then said that he seemed tired. Jobs said he wasn't. The speed with which he said it, and the quality of certainty he put into the two words, was the kind of answer that confirms the observation it denies. The tiredness, if it was there, was not physical. Jobs had always run on a sleep schedule that would have hospitalized a less constitutionally driven person, and his energy in meetings and presentations remained the force of nature it had always been. The tiredness, if the guest had named something real, was the tiredness of a man who had been operating at the highest possible pitch of intensity for 3 consecutive years on the Mac project, who had poured into the machine not just his professional judgment but his identity, his need for vindication, his argument with everyone who had ever doubted him, and who was now discovering that the machine's reception by the world was more complicated and more conditional than his belief in it had allowed him to anticipate. It was the tiredness of someone beginning to understand, without yet being able to say it clearly, that the world would not be changed by a single act of will, however brilliant, and that the revolution he had declared would require the sustained, grinding, institutional work he had always found beneath his attention. Joanna Hoffman was there that evening, and her presence at the party was its own kind of comment on the night's emotional undertow. Hoffman had been one of the original members of the Mac team, its first marketing manager, and she occupied a position in Jobs' professional world that very few people managed to hold for long. She was one of the rare individuals who could push back against him without being pushed out, who had developed a technique for engaging his intensity directly rather than absorbing or deflecting it, and who had earned, through the accumulated evidence of her own capability and the particular stubbornness of her refusals to be intimidated, a kind of grudging regard from him that functioned as genuine respect. She understood the Mac situation with a clarity that the engineering team sometimes lacked because she lived at the intersection of the product and the market, where the distance between what the machine was and what customers needed it to be was most visible. At the birthday party, she watched Jobs moving through the tent with the attentiveness of someone doing a kind of continuous professional assessment. She had been in the meetings where the sales numbers were discussed. She had heard the conversations about memory and software gaps and the IBM-compatible ecosystem's expanding gravity. She had also been in the room for enough of Jobs' responses to these discussions to have formed a view about whether the responses were adequate to the situation. The view she had formed was the kind that, in a different organizational environment, would have been expressed directly and immediately. At Apple in early 1984, with Jobs at the height of his cultural celebrity and the Macintosh still trailing the glow of its launch, expressing it required a calibration she was still working through. She found him near the end of the evening, when the band had moved to quieter material and the crowd had thinned enough to allow a real conversation, and she told him that the party was beautiful and that she was glad he was being celebrated and that she needed him to understand in the same spirit that the next 6 months were going to require something from him that the last 6 months had not. She did not specify. She trusted him to understand what she meant, and by the particular quality of the silence with which he received the remark, she believed he did. He turned to her and said, with a smile that was entirely genuine and slightly heartbreaking in the way that genuine smiles sometimes are, that 30 was too young to stop being insanely great. She told him she agreed, which was the truth, and did not say the rest of what she was thinking, which was that insane greatness and institutional survival were not the same achievement and had never been, and that the party he was standing in, beautiful as it was, had been organized around a victory whose continuation was nowhere near as certain as the wine and the flowers and the 1,000 guests and the congratulations of an admiring world were suggesting. The evening ended the way such evenings end, gradually, the crowd thinning across an hour, the goodbyes and the embraces and the expressions of genuine feeling that gatherings of this kind produce before dispersing back into the ordinary world. Jobs stood at the edge of the estate as the last guests left, in the cooling February air of the peninsula, with the tent lights still on behind him and the garden going dark in front, and the expression on his face was the one that appeared when he was alone enough to stop performing. He was, by any measure available to the world that night, at the apex of the first great arc of his life. The revolutionary who had shipped the revolution, the dropout who had outthought the institutions, the adopted child from Mountain View who had put his face on the cover of Time and his voice in 3,000 living rooms on Super Bowl Sunday. The story that the world was telling about him was extraordinary, and it was true, and it was also, in the way that all stories about living people are incomplete, missing the part that came next. John Scully was home in Atherton that night, having attended the earlier portion of the party with the warmth of a man who understood that attendance was required and who had provided it graciously, and he was not thinking about birthdays or mortality or the particular quality of Jobs' smile. He was thinking about a conversation scheduled for the following week with Arthur Rock, and about the specific language he intended to use, and about the distance between the man he had seen celebrated in the tent and the assessment he had been forming, quietly and with increasing certainty, over the preceding weeks and months. The distance, he had concluded, was no longer manageable by the instruments available to him as a partner. It required a different instrument entirely. The tent would come down in the morning, and the estate would return to its ordinary quiet, and Jobs would drive back to Cupertino with the accumulated goodwill of 1,000 people who believed in him, carrying it forward into a spring that would test every piece of it before the year was out. Chapter 36. The Boardroom Coup, Scully vs. Jobs. The conference room on the 4th floor of Apple's Banley Drive headquarters had a window that faced west, and on the morning of May 24, 1985, the California light came through it at an angle that made everything in the room look slightly overexposed. the faces, the papers on the table, the particular expressions of men who had arrived knowing what was going to happen and were now waiting for it to begin. Jobs had not slept. This was not unusual. He had run on abbreviated sleep for most of his adult life, metabolizing the deficit into a kind of wired alertness that his colleagues had learned to distinguish from genuine energy, but the sleeplessness of the preceding night had a different quality than the ordinary insomnia of a man with too many ideas to quiet. He had spent hours on the phone, working through a list of board members with the systematic urgency of a man who has discovered, too late, that the ground beneath him has been prepared for removal. He had called Arthur Rock. He had called the others. The conversations had been short, and their brevity had told him everything the words had carefully avoided confirming. By 3 a.m. he had understood, in the precise and irrevocable way that certain understandings arrive, that the arithmetic was not in his favor. He arrived at Banley Drive before most of the administrative staff. He walked the hallways of the building he had caused to exist, not in the literal sense of having designed or constructed it, but in the sense that mattered more to him, which was that nothing in these hallways would have been imaginable without the specific quality of his obsession. And the building had the early morning feeling of a place that does not yet know what the day holds, the ordinary hum of climate control and fluorescent fixtures and the distant sound of someone in the kitchen area making coffee. He stood in the corridor outside the conference room for a moment before going in. The expression on his face was not the expression of a man preparing to fight. It was the expression of a man who has already understood the outcome and is now engaged in the separate, harder work of deciding what it means. The spring of 1985 was, in the larger American context, a season of institutional consolidation, a moment when the decade's early energies were hardening into structures, when the entrepreneurial romanticism that had characterized the late 1970s and early 1980s was giving way to the more sober business of making the ventures of that period sustainable and profitable. The personal computer industry, which had been a frontier in the period of Apple's founding, had become a market, with all the competitive discipline and organizational demands that markets impose. IBM's PC division was generating revenues that made Apple's numbers look like a rounding error. Compaq was proving that the IBM-compatible architecture could be produced by companies other than IBM, and the implications of that proof were metastasizing through the industry with a speed that the Apple board watched with the focused anxiety of people watching a flood approach a structure they own. The business press had spent the first months of 1985 writing a story about Apple that was essentially a case study in the specific organizational failure that business schools had been theorizing for years. The brilliant founder who could not manage the transition from startup to corporation, whose gifts were precisely calibrated for the act of creation and precisely wrong for the act of administration. The Mac sales had continued their deceleration through the fall and winter. The inventory problem had not resolved. The Fat Mac upgrade to 512 kilobytes, released in September 1984, had provided a temporary stimulus that the underlying software gap had then absorbed. Microsoft's applications for the Mac were good but insufficient. The IBM-compatible ecosystem continued its expansion with the indifference of a geographic force. Inside Apple, the organizational structure had developed the specific dysfunction that Jobs' management style reliably produced. A division between the teams Jobs touched directly, which operated with the intensity and the volatility of his personal engagement, and the teams he had less interest in, which had begun to function as a kind of institutional resistance movement, their loyalty oriented toward Scully and the board rather than toward the founder. The Mac division and the Apple II division had developed the kind of mutual contempt that happens when two groups share a building and a balance sheet but inhabit entirely different universes of self-regard. Jobs had encouraged this contempt, had characterized the Apple II team in terms that ranged from dismissive to openly contemptuous in settings where the characterizations were certain to be reported back, had treated the older product, which was, with genuine irony, still generating the majority of Apple's revenue, as an embarrassment to be endured rather than an asset to be respected. Scully had watched the organizational deterioration with the growing conviction of a man who has been given a mandate he did not initially seek and has now decided to exercise it fully. The board's conversations through the winter and early spring had moved through recognizable stages: concern, analysis, the consideration of alternatives, the reluctant conclusion that there was no alternative that did not involve a direct confrontation with the company's most famous employee. Rock had been the most direct, as he tended to be. The company needed professional management, Jobs was incompatible with professional management in his current role, and the board's obligation to shareholders superseded its sentimental attachment to the founding narrative. The others had arrived at the same conclusion by different routes, some faster and some slower, and by the time the May meeting was scheduled, the conclusion had hardened into a plan. The plan, in its essentials, was straightforward in the way that executions are straightforward. The decision was the complexity, and the decision had been made. Jobs would be removed from his operational role as head of the Macintosh division. He would be offered a chairmanship, a title with institutional dignity and no actual power, the organizational equivalent of a beautiful room with a locked door. Scully would assume consolidated executive authority over the company's product and marketing operations. The board would present this as a restructuring rather than a removal, which was the kind of linguistic courtesy that institutions extend to people they are ending in order to allow the institution itself to continue without the drama of an acknowledged execution. What the board had not fully modeled was Jobs' specific response to the information that a restructuring was coming, his capacity, even in the face of arithmetic he could not dispute, to refuse the frame that the arithmetic implied. The revealing action came not in the boardroom meeting itself but in the 72 hours that preceded it, in the sequence of phone calls and conversations that Jobs initiated when he understood what was being assembled. He called Scully directly. The conversation, by the account that Scully would later provide and that other people with knowledge of its content have substantially confirmed, had a quality that Scully found simultaneously heartbreaking and clarifying. Jobs did not argue about the Mac sales numbers or the inventory reports or the organizational dysfunction. He argued about vision. He told Scully that removing him from the Mac division was an act of institutional self-destruction, that the company without his direct creative involvement was a company that had chosen profitability over meaning, that Scully was making the choice that every generation of corporate management made when confronted with genuine creative force. The choice to contain and administer rather than to unleash and follow. He told Scully, with the conviction of someone stating a physical law, that he was the only person at Apple who understood what Apple was actually for. Not what it made or what it sold or what it returned to shareholders in a given quarter, but what it was for, the deeper purpose that the products expressed and that no organizational chart could capture. Scully, he said, was a brilliant manager of a business he did not fundamentally understand, and the combination of Scully's competence and his incomprehension was more dangerous to Apple than any external competitive pressure. Scully listened to this with the stillness of a man who has heard the argument before in various forms, and who has also heard it from the board, from the financial analysts, from the developers and managers and engineers who had been managed by the person making it, and who has formed a view about the relationship between the argument's eloquence and its accuracy. He told Jobs, with a directness that their relationship had not previously required of him, that the decision had been made and that the board was unanimous. He said it without apology and without the hedging that their previous conversations had sometimes contained, and the absence of hedging told Jobs, finally and completely, what all the short phone calls the night before had been telling him. There was no version of this conversation that ended differently. What Jobs did next was the keyhole through which his entire character, the greatness and the damage and the refusal to accept the terms that reality presented, could be seen in a single gesture. He told Scully he was going to appeal to the board directly. He told him that he intended to propose at the meeting that the board consider removing Scully instead of him, that if the choice was between the company's founder and its hired executive, the board should make that choice explicitly rather than dressing it in the language of restructuring. He would go into a meeting where every vote was already committed against him and make the case for his own retention with the total conviction of a man who believed that the force of argument could override the force of institutional decision. He did exactly this. The meeting on May 24th proceeded with the terrible efficiency of a proceeding whose outcome has been arranged in advance. Jobs made his case. He spoke about vision and creative leadership and the specific quality of understanding that he brought to Apple's products that no hired manager could replicate or replace. He spoke well, He always spoke well, the voice dropping into its lower register when he wanted the room to understand that he was not performing but testifying, and the board listened with the respectful attention that people extend to a statement they have already decided cannot change anything. When he finished, the vote was taken. The board was unanimous. Scully would assume consolidated authority. Jobs would be offered the chairmanship. Jobs sat with the result for a moment. People in the room afterward described his face as something they found difficult to characterize. Not the anger they had expected, not the theatrical contempt he had deployed in lesser conflicts, but something quieter and more fundamental, the expression of a man encountering for the first time in his adult life a limit that his will could not dissolve. Arthur Rock watched him from across the table. Rock had known Jobs since Apple's earliest institutional days, had been one of the first serious investors to believe the company was real, and had spent the intervening years developing a view of Jobs that was admiringly clear-eyed in the specific way that long acquaintance with brilliant difficult people produces. He had voted for the restructuring without pleasure and without doubt. Watching Jobs process the board's decision, Rock felt something that he would not have described as regret. The decision was correct, he believed this entirely, but that occupied the emotional space adjacent to regret, the feeling of watching a consequence arrive that was both necessary and genuinely costly. Jobs stood eventually and left the room. He walked through the Banley Drive corridor with the particular quality of movement that belongs to a person who has just had something taken from them and has not yet decided what to do about it. Several people passed him in the hallway and said nothing, because there was nothing that the available vocabulary could adequately address. He drove home to the house in Woodside, the same grounds where the birthday party had been held, the same California landscape that had been the backdrop for the celebration of his arrival, and he sat in the house for a period that people who spoke to him in the following days described as uncharacteristic stillness. Jobs in repose was an unusual phenomenon. His natural state was motion, physical, verbal, cognitive, the perpetual restlessness of a man for whom stopping felt like a kind of dying. The stillness of those hours after the board meeting was the stillness of someone who has had the motion interrupted and is discovering what remains when the momentum stops. What remained was not nothing. It would not be nothing. The specific quality of Jobs's character, the refusal to accept the terms that circumstances offered, the capacity to reconstitute himself around a new object of obsession, the genuine belief that the most important work was always the work not yet done, was already engaged with what had happened, already beginning the process of transformation that the people who had voted him out of power had not included in their calculations. Scully would run Apple with the organizational authority the board had granted him, and the company would become, under his stewardship, a more efficiently managed and demonstrably less interesting version of what it had been, and the question of whether that trade had been worth the cost would occupy the business press and the technology industry for the next decade. Jobs, sitting in the Woodside house in the long California afternoon, was already thinking about something else. A conversation he had recently had with a group of scientists at a government research facility in New Mexico, who had described to him, with the excitement of people who have been working in isolation on something they know is significant, the early architecture of what computing inside education might actually look like if someone built the machine they needed from the ground up. Without the constraints of an existing product line or an existing board or an existing set of investors who had decided what was possible. He had lost Apple. He had not yet understood that losing Apple was the precondition for everything that came next, that the boardroom on Banley Drive had not ended his story but had, with the blunt institutional force of a unanimous vote, released him from the only set of constraints that could have prevented him from building what he would eventually build, and that the men who had removed him had done so with the absolute confidence of people who do not yet know what they have set in motion. Chapter 37. The Showdown, the May 1985 board meeting. He had written notes. This was the detail that people who knew him found most difficult to absorb when they heard it afterward. That Steve Jobs, who had never in his professional life prepared remarks in advance, who operated in meetings the way a jazz musician operates in performance, through instinct and improvisation and the particular confidence of a man who believes that preparation is what lesser people require, had sat at the desk in his Woodside house the night before the board meeting and written out. longhand, the argument he intended to make for his own survival. The pages were there in the morning, covered in his handwriting, the arguments laid out with an uncharacteristic linearity that suggested he did not trust himself, in the pressure of the room, to find the words through the usual channels. He read them over breakfast. He read them in the car, parked in the Banley Drive lot, with the engine off and the California morning moving around him at its ordinary pace, indifferent to what was about to happen inside. He folded the pages and put them in the inside pocket of his jacket. He did not look at them again. But the act of having written them, the concession to preparation that the act represented, the acknowledgement that this was not a meeting he could walk into on the strength of his presence alone, was its own kind of testimony about what he understood the day to contain. Inside the conference room, the chairs filled with a deliberateness that told its own story. The board members arrived and took their seats with the careful social neutrality of people who have agreed in advance on an outcome and are now managing the performance of arriving at it through process. Arthur Rock, Philip Schlein, Peter Crisp, Henry Singleton. The faces were familiar. These were the men who had been present at Apple's institutional creation, who had believed in the company when belief required courage rather than simply good financial judgment, who had watched Jobs build something extraordinary and were now sitting in the room where they had decided, collectively and with the kind of organizational certainty that comes from extended private deliberation, that the extraordinary thing could no longer be built with its builder in his current position. John Scully sat to the right of the head of the table, in the posture of a man who has accepted a responsibility he finds genuinely painful and intends to discharge it without flinching. Jobs entered last. The spring of 1985 was arriving in Silicon Valley with the ordinary beauty that the region produces in May, the hills still green from the winter rains, the air carrying the particular clarity of the season before summer heat reduces everything to a brown patience. Outside the Banley Drive complex, the valley was in the process of consolidating its second act. The venture capital community, which had spent the late 1970s and early 1980s funding the first generation of personal computer companies with a combination of genuine vision and frontier recklessness, had grown more institutionally sophisticated. The deals being made in 1985 were larger and more carefully structured than the deals that had created Apple, and the people making them had learned, from watching companies like Apple, that the romantic figure of the founder as genius was a narrative that served fundraising better than it served governance. The lesson the Valley was drawing from Apple's difficulties was not that Jobs had been wrong about the Macintosh. It was that brilliance without accountability was a management problem, and that management problems, if left unaddressed, became shareholder problems. This was the cultural water in which the board's decision had been swimming for months. The growing institutional consensus that the personal computer industry had passed through its heroic phase and entered its organizational one, and that the skills required for the organizational phase were not the skills that had produced the heroic one. Jobs had read this consensus in the trade press and dismissed it with the contempt he reserved for arguments that he found both accurate and unacceptable. He was not wrong that the consensus was partly self-serving, that the venture capitalists and professional managers who articulated it had obvious institutional interests in a world where their competencies were more valued than his. But he was wrong, in the way he was often wrong about things that touched his sense of himself, to believe that being partly right about the consensus's motivations made the consensus itself incorrect. The core conflict of the May board meeting was not, in the end, a conflict between Jobs and Scully, though that was the frame that the press would apply to it and that history would largely retain. The deeper conflict was between two theories of what Apple was and what it was for, theories that had coexisted in productive tension during the period of the Mac's creation and had now, under the pressure of the sales plateau and the organizational dysfunction and the very public evidence of the founder's management behavior, become irreconcilable. Jobs' theory was that Apple was a vehicle for a specific quality of vision, his vision, and that the company's value to the world was precisely coextensive with its fidelity to that vision. On this theory, organizational structures, management hierarchies, quarterly earnings projections, and the comfort of employees who preferred working environments with predictable emotional temperature were all instrumental considerations, means to the end of the vision's expression, and should be subordinated to that end without sentimentality. The company existed to make things that changed the world. Everything else was noise. Scully's theory, and the board's theory, and the theory of the professional management class that the Valley was in the process of institutionalizing, was that Apple was a company, with obligations to shareholders and employees and the sustained generation of value that required the kind of organizational health that Jobs' management style had demonstrably compromised. On this theory, vision was an input, not an output, one of several things a healthy company required, important but not sovereign, needing to be balanced against execution and accountability and the institutional capacity to function when its most volatile member was in a destructive phase. Both theories contain genuine truth. The board had decided, reasonably and incorrectly in ways that would only become clear a decade later, that the second theory was the one that applied. The meeting began with an agenda that bore no visible relationship to its actual purpose. There were routine matters, financial reports, product updates, the kind of institutional business that board meetings conduct as a kind of organizational throat clearing before the real work begins. Jobs sat through this with a stillness that his colleagues in the room found more unsettling than his usual kinetic energy. He was present in the specific way that someone is present when they are holding something very carefully, when the effort of containment is itself consuming most of the available attention. When Scully moved to the restructuring proposal, the room changed temperature in the way that rooms change temperature when something that has been theoretical becomes actual. Scully presented the reorganization with the careful, neutral language of an executive who has been advised by lawyers and has taken the advice. The kind of language that describes a removal as a transition, a demotion as a realignment, an execution as a natural evolution of organizational design. Jobs would be relieved of operational responsibility for the Macintosh division. He would be offered the chairmanship, the title, the office, the association with the company he had founded. The day-to-day authority would pass to Scully, who would assume consolidated executive control of Apple's product and marketing operations. Jobs let Scully finish. The patience was effortful and visible. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and unfolded the pages. The board members who were present and who have spoken about this moment in the years since have described it differently, some as moving, some as painful, some as the most difficult thing they witnessed in their professional lives, and one in a characterization that has never been fully attributed but has circulated in the oral history of Silicon Valley, as watching a great animal that has been cornered discover that the corner is real. Jobs read from his notes, which was itself the tell. The man who had always spoken from the direct current of his conviction was reading, and the reading made the argument simultaneously more prepared and more naked than any argument he had previously made in a room like this one. He argued that the restructuring was a category error, that Apple was not a conventional company experiencing a conventional management problem but a creative enterprise in the middle of a creative challenge, and that the solution to a creative challenge was more creative leadership, not less. He argued that the Mac sales plateau was a software problem and a memory problem and a pricing problem, all of which were true, and that these were solvable problems, problems that the team he had built was capable of solving if it was given the time and the leadership that the situation required. He argued that removing him from operational control at this specific moment was equivalent to removing a conductor from an orchestra in the middle of a symphony's most difficult movement, and that whatever followed would be technically proficient and fundamentally wrong. He looked at each board member in turn as he spoke. This was the technique he had used in 1,000 meetings. The direct, unbreakable eye contact that people described as destabilizing, the physical enactment of his refusal to allow his argument to be received as abstract when he could make it personal. Some of the board members held his gaze and some did not, and the distribution told him in real time what the phone calls of the preceding nights had already told him. He put down his notes. He looked at Scully. He said that he wanted the board to understand what they were choosing, not just the operational decision but the larger choice it represented. He said, with the certainty of someone who has stopped calculating and is simply telling the truth as he understands it, that Scully did not understand Apple in the way that the stewardship of Apple required understanding it. That Scully was a gifted executive with a set of competencies that were genuinely valuable and genuinely insufficient for the specific challenge of being Apple. That the board was making the decision that institutional logic recommended and that creative history would judge as a failure of nerve. Scully responded with a brevity that was more devastating than any extended argument could have been. He said that he respected Jobs' vision and that the board's decision stood. The vote was called. The result was what the phone calls had predicted. Jobs sat with the outcome for a long moment. The room was very quiet, the specific quiet of a consequential thing having just happened, the silence that follows a verdict. Rock watched him from across the table with an expression that contained, in roughly equal measure, the conviction of a man who believes he has done the right thing and the knowledge of a man who understands that right things sometimes cost more than their advocates initially estimate. The relationship between Jobs and Rock had been one of the load-bearing structures of Apple's institutional history, the pragmatic investor and the visionary founder, the man who counted and the man who dreamed, a pairing that had been genuinely productive for the better part of a decade. Rock had believed in Apple before most people understood what they were being asked to believe in, and his belief had been rewarded with the kind of financial return that venture capital exists to produce. But the relationship had always contained a fault line that the good years had allowed them to ignore. Rock's fundamental commitment was to the institution, to Apple as a structure that created and distributed value, and Jobs' fundamental commitment was to the vision, to Apple as an expression of a particular quality of creative intelligence. These commitments had been compatible during the period of the company's construction. They had become incompatible in the period of its management. Jobs stood. He thanked the board, with a formality that was entirely unlike him and that several people in the room found more affecting than any display of emotion would have been. He picked up his notes from the table and folded them and put them back in his pocket. He walked to the door and paused with his hand on the frame, not for effect or not only for effect, but in the way that people pause when they are leaving a place they will not return to in the same way, when the body registers a transition that the mind is still processing. He turned once and looked at Scully, and the look contained something that Scully would describe years later in his memoir, with a specificity that suggested he had been carrying it for a long time, not hatred, not contempt, but something he called grief, which was either an accurate characterization or a self-serving one, depending on whether you believed that Scully was capable of fully understanding what he had participated in that morning. Then Jobs was gone, moving down the Banley Drive corridor for what everyone in the room understood, without yet saying it, to be one of the last times in a long time that he would move through it with any claim on what it contained. The chairmanship he had been offered was an empty vessel, and he knew it, and in the weeks that followed, sitting in the chairman's office with its title and its absence of operational authority, he would begin a different kind of calculation entirely, running the numbers, making the calls, having the conversations that would eventually resolve into an announcement that Apple's board would receive in September with the particular shock of people who had removed a man's power and discovered they had not removed his capacity to act. He was already thinking about the company he would found with the money he was about to raise, the machine he would build that would make the people in that conference room understand years hence the precise dimensions of what their unanimous vote had accidentally made possible. Chapter 38. The resignation, walking away from his own child. The office had been stripped of almost everything by the time anyone noticed. Not dramatically, not the theatrical clearing of a desk that accompanies a visible firing, the cardboard box and the security escort and the colleagues watching from their periphery with the careful blankness of people who understand that observation carries risk. Jobs had done it gradually, over several weeks in the late summer of 1985, in the early mornings before the building filled, moving through the chairman's office with the quiet purposefulness of someone who has made a decision and is enacting it in installments. The books went first, then the personal photographs, then the objects he had accumulated over 9 years of building something in this building, the artifacts of a creative life that had been conducted for its entirety, within these walls and the walls of the buildings that had preceded them on the Cupertino campus. By the time the people around him understood what the gradual emptying signified, the office had the provisional feeling of a space between occupants, a room that had already released its most recent tenant and was waiting, with institutional patience, for whoever came next. He left the Macintosh on the desk. This was noticed. Whether it was deliberate, whether Jobs, whose relationship to symbolic gesture was as developed as his relationship to product design, intended the machine's presence in the emptied office as a statement, was a question that people who knew him argued about afterward without resolution. It may have been oversight. It may have been the one thing he could not bring himself to carry out, the way you cannot carry certain things when leaving certain places because the carrying would make the leaving too legible to yourself. The Mac sat on the desk in the stripped office with the quiet presence of an object that has outlasted its context, and the people who saw it there in those weeks before the formal announcement found it, variously poignant and accusatory and simply unbearably sad. The summer of 1985 had the quality, in Jobs' life, of a season that doesn't know what it is, not the aftermath of the May board meeting, not yet the beginning of whatever came next, but a suspended interval in which the normal operations of his character had lost their objects. The chairman's title came with an office and a salary and a business card that said Apple Computer and a total absence of anything that Jobs recognized as work. He had no product to develop, no team to drive, no engineers to challenge past what they believed was possible, no designers to push toward the perfection that existed just beyond their current draft. He had meetings, sometimes with people from the company who came to brief him on things he had once controlled and now only received reports about, and the meetings had the specific quality of conversations conducted across a glass wall. He could see the activity, follow its contours, understand its implications with the full force of his intelligence and touch none of it. He attended these briefings with a performance of engagement that the people delivering them found, almost universally, more uncomfortable than his genuine reactions had ever been. The man who had terrified engineers with his directness was more disturbing in his careful, contained attentiveness. The nods, the measured questions, the absence of the sudden pivots and the inspired interruptions and the passionate insistence that everything be reconsidered from first principles. His colleagues had complained for years about working under the pressure of his total engagement. They discovered, that summer, that total disengagement was considerably worse. The America outside Cupertino was finishing a summer that had been defined, in the cultural memory, by the particular triumphalism of the mid-Reagan period. Back to the Future in the multiplexes, Live Aid on the television, the country performing a version of itself that was generous and optimistic and carefully arranged to minimize the evidence of its complications. The technology industry was booming in aggregate, even as Apple-specific numbers continued their sideways drift. The IBM-compatible ecosystem had continued its expansion with the implacable consistency of a geographic force, and the companies building within it, Compaq, Tandy, Hewlett-Packard, were generating the kind of quarterly results that made Apple's performance look like a management problem rather than an industry condition, which it partly was and partly wasn't. For Jobs, the cultural backdrop was an additional layer of difficulty in what was already an almost completely novel experience, the experience of irrelevance. He had been relevant to American technology and culture since he was 21 years old. The interviews had started before Apple went public and had never really stopped, the profile requests and the speaking invitations and the particular social electricity that public significance generates, the way rooms change when you enter them because the people in them have decided you matter. That electricity had not disappeared after the May board meeting. He was still Steve Jobs, still the founder of Apple, still the man who had made the Macintosh, but it had acquired a different frequency, the frequency of historical interest rather than current relevance, and Jobs could feel the difference the way you can feel a change in air pressure before a storm, before anything visible has announced it. The core conflict of those months was not, primarily, the conflict between Jobs and the institution that had displaced him. That conflict was resolved, in its formal dimensions, by the board's vote, and Jobs was not a man who spent his energy relitigating decided cases. He had too much forward motion for that, too strong a gravitational pull toward the next thing to sustain the backward orientation that grievance requires. The deeper conflict was with the question of identity that the removal had exposed. Jobs had never, in his adult life, been required to answer the question of who he was without reference to what he was building. The two things had been so thoroughly fused, his self-understanding and his creative output, the person and the product, that the removal of the product left the person in a condition he had no prior experience of and no ready vocabulary for. He was 30 years old and he was the chairman of a company in which he held no real authority, and the question of what he was, absent the answer that Apple had always provided, was a question he had not previously needed to ask. He answered it, in the end, in the only way his character permitted, by finding something to build. The conversations that led to the founding of Next had begun, in their preliminary form, even before the May board meeting, tentative discussions with a small group of people who shared his conviction that the future of computing in education was a problem worth solving from first principles, that the existing personal computer platforms were inadequate to the needs of serious academic work, and that building the right machine for that specific context required starting without the constraints of an existing product line or an existing shareholder base that needed quarterly reassurance. The idea had been gestating in the specific corner of his mind where Jobs kept things that weren't ready to be examined in full light, maintained at a low temperature, neither developed nor abandoned, waiting for the circumstance that would make them necessary. The circumstance arrived in August of 1985, when Jobs quietly began approaching a small number of Apple employees about the possibility of joining him in a new venture. The conversations were careful and private, conducted in the margins of the ordinary workday, in the parking lots and the coffee runs and the after-hour spaces where organizational surveillance is thinnest. He was not, by any strict reading of his employment status, doing anything that the chairman's role prohibited. The role had no operational content that his recruitment conversations could have contaminated. He was a chairman having private discussions about a private future. The legality was sound. The ethics were the kind that depend entirely on the frame you apply to them. The frame that Apple's board would apply, when they learned of the conversations in September, was not a generous one. The specific anecdote that serves as the keyhole into what Jobs was, in this precise moment, occurred in the first week of September 1985, in a meeting he requested with John Scully that Scully agreed to with the wariness of a man who has learned to read the specific quality of Jobs's meeting requests. Jobs arrived at Scully's office, his old building, the building he had inhabited when he had authority rather than title, and told Scully directly that he was leaving Apple to start a new company. He described the new venture in terms broad enough to be unactionable. Education, computing, a different market segment. He told Scully that he intended to take 5 employees with him, that the company he was founding would not compete with Apple in Apple's core markets, and that he believed the separation could be handled in a way that was clean and professional and that reflected well on both parties. Scully listened to this with the careful attention of a man running simultaneous calculations. Then he asked Jobs whether he had already been recruiting Apple employees for his new venture. Jobs said that he had had conversations with a small number of people. Scully asked which people. Jobs told him. One of the names was Rich Page, a senior hardware engineer whose capabilities were central to several of Apple's most important ongoing development efforts. Another was Bud Tribble, the software architect who had coined the phrase reality distortion field and who was among the handful of people in the company whose technical judgment Jobs trusted without qualification. Scully's expression, by the account of people briefed on the meeting shortly afterward, did not change in any dramatic way. He simply absorbed the information with the stillness of a man who has just received confirmation of something he had suspected and is now deciding how to respond to the confirmation rather than the suspicion. He told Jobs that Apple would need to review the situation with the board and with legal counsel. He told him that the departure of senior engineers to a competing venture, and he used the word competing deliberately, watching Jobs's response to it, raised questions that the company had an obligation to examine carefully. Jobs said that Next would not compete with Apple. The certainty with which he said it was genuine. He believed at that moment that the education market and the consumer market were distinct enough that the two companies would inhabit separate spaces. He was wrong about this in the way that founders are often wrong about the boundaries of their own ambitions, which is to say that he was wrong not from dishonesty but from the specific failure of self-knowledge that attends the early stages of a new obsession, when the obsession is still describing itself in the modest terms that it will later expand beyond. Scully told him the board would be in touch. The board meeting that followed was brief and its resolution was swift, and it produced a letter from Apple's legal counsel that accused Jobs of planning to misappropriate Apple's intellectual property and unfairly recruit its key personnel, and the letter contained the specific cold language of institutional legal action, the language of injunctions and damages and the formal machinery of corporate self-protection. Jobs read the letter in the Woodside house on a morning in mid-September, and the response it produced in him was not, by the testimony of the people he called in the hours following, primarily anger, though anger was present. The primary response was something more clarifying, a reaction that burned away the residual ambiguity about what the chairmanship had been and what Apple had become and what he owed the institution that had sent the letter. He called Mike Murray, who had been one of the original Mac marketing team's most capable members and who had left Apple earlier that year under circumstances that had left his relationship with Jobs complicated and his loyalty genuinely uncertain. Murray had been one of the people Jobs respected enough to call when he needed an honest response rather than a managed one. He told Murray that Apple had just sent him a legal threat over a company he hadn't even founded yet. Murray asked what he was going to do. Jobs said he was going to resign. Murray said nothing for a moment. Then he asked whether Jobs understood what he was giving up. Not the operational role, which was already gone, but the association, the founding identity, the ability to point at Apple Computer as the expression of who he was and what he had made. Jobs said that Apple had already taken those things. The letter was just the paperwork. He wrote his resignation letter on September 13, 1985, and its tone was the most revealing thing about it. It was not bitter. It lacked the scorched language of a man settling accounts. It was, in the specific way that Jobs's best communications were always precise, a statement of fact. He had no operational role at the company, he had found a direction that gave him purpose, and he was leaving. He thanked the board. He expressed his continued belief in Apple's potential. He said he hoped the company would flourish. The letter was 9 years and a revolution compressed into 4 paragraphs, and what it did not say, the grief, the fury, the sense of amputation, the private devastation of a man walking away from the thing that had been, for the entirety of his adult life, the primary container of his identity, was present in every sentence in the way that absences are present when the person who created them is honest enough not to perform them. He delivered it to Scully's office by hand, which was itself a choice. He could have sent it by courier, by legal representative, by any of the intermediary channels that institutions provide for the management of difficult transmissions. He drove to Banley Drive and walked through the corridor one final time and left the letter on Scully's desk and walked out into the Cupertino morning. No ceremony. No audience. No managed departure. The 5 employees who had agreed to join him were already making their own arrangements, quietly, and the lawyers on both sides were already calibrating the terms of the legal dispute that the letter had not resolved and that would drag through the courts for months before resolving in settlements that satisfied no one fully and harmed Apple more, in the end, than the departure itself had. What no one in Cupertino fully understood that September morning, not Scully, not Rock, not the board members who had voted unanimously in May with the confidence of men who had correctly diagnosed a problem, was that the thing they had sent away was not the liability they had identified. The liability was real. The volatility, the organizational disruption, the management behavior that the Time profile had named and the board had correctly decided was incompatible with the company's institutional health, all of it was real and none of it would be missed. What they had failed to calculate was the remainder, the thing that was not the liability, the specific quality of perception and insistence and creative fury that was so thoroughly fused with the difficult parts that separating them had seemed, from inside the conference room, like a clean operation. Next Incorporated was filed with the state of California the same week the resignation letter was delivered, and Jobs was already on the phone with investors, his voice carrying the particular frequency of a man who has found his object again, who has the answer to the question that the empty chairman's office had been asking all summer, who is no longer the founder of a company that has finished with him but the founder of a company that has not yet begun. The 5 employees who had followed him out of Apple would discover, in the months ahead, that they had not left the reality distortion field. They had simply moved it to a new address, where it would operate at full intensity, unconstrained by the institutional memory of everything that had come before, and where the question of whether its products would redeem or repeat the pattern of its founder's first great act was a question that the future alone could answer. Chapter 39. The long walk, the wilderness years begin. He sold his Apple shares on a Tuesday, and by Friday he had spent part of the proceeds on a grand piano. Not because he played, He did not, beyond the rudimentary explorations of a man who has always been more interested in the idea of music than in the discipline it requires, but because the house in Woodside was very large and very empty, and the piano was the kind of object whose presence in a room changes the room's relationship to silence. He had been living in the house for several years by then, the 14-room Jackling mansion that he had purchased at 26 with the particular acquisitive confidence of someone who expected his life to expand into whatever space he provided for it. The house had never been fully furnished. Jobs had always found the process of choosing furniture an exercise in compromise he wasn't willing to make, holding each prospective piece against an ideal that remained just beyond articulation and rejecting it when it fell short. The rooms had accumulated, over the years, a sparse population of objects that he genuinely loved, surrounded by the large, echoing absence of everything he hadn't yet found worthy. After the resignation, the emptiness of the house acquired a different quality. He would walk through it in the mornings, coffee in hand, moving from room to room with the aimless deliberateness of someone conducting an inspection whose purpose they haven't fully defined. The piano sat in what might generously be called the music room, and he would stop in front of it sometimes and press a single key and listen to the notes sustain and decay in the high-ceilinged space. People who visited him in those weeks, the small number of people he was willing to receive, described the house as beautiful and melancholy in roughly equal measure, the beauty architectural and the melancholy personal, the two qualities together producing an atmosphere that was difficult to be in for long. He was 30 years old, and for the first time in his adult life, he had nowhere to be on a Monday morning. The autumn of 1985 arrived in Silicon Valley with its customary mild indifference to human drama, the hills going gold in the lateral afternoon light, the traffic on 280 flowing with the ordinary purpose of people who knew where they were going. The valley itself was, by any aggregate measure, thriving. The semiconductor industry was recovering from a cyclical downturn, the software sector was expanding rapidly, and the venture capital community was deploying the lessons it had learned from the first generation of personal computer companies into a second generation of bets that would eventually produce the infrastructure of the modern technology industry. Jobs' departure from Apple had been covered extensively in the trade press and the general business press, and the coverage had the quality that media coverage of powerful people's falls always has, equal parts genuine interest and barely concealed satisfaction. The narrative pleasure of the high brought low seasoned with just enough acknowledgement of his accomplishments to avoid the appearance of vindictiveness. The Wall Street Journal ran a piece that described Jobs as a cautionary tale about the limits of the founder as visionary model. The San Jose Mercury News ran a longer feature that was more sympathetic and equally useless to him, cataloging his achievements with the retrospective generosity that publications extend to careers they have decided are over. The technology industry, which had organized much of its self-mythology around the figure he represented, processed his departure with the rapid, unsentimental efficiency that industries use to process the departure of people they have decided are no longer central. He was referenced, contextualized, and moved to the historical column of the ledger within a matter of weeks. Jobs read the coverage and did not read it, in the way that people with his specific relationship to self-image both consume and reject representations of themselves that they find inaccurate, skimming for the details that confirmed his narrative of what had happened, setting aside the rest with a speed that suggested the setting aside required effort. The effort was visible to people who knew him well. He was performing a composure that was partly genuine and partly the only available alternative to its absence. The conflict of those months was not operational. He had next now the new company, the new object for the energies that had been building pressure since the chairmanship had made clear it would provide no legitimate outlet for them. The conflict was something both simpler and harder to resolve, the conflict between the story he had been telling about himself since he was old enough to have a story and the evidence that the story had reached, at 30, a chapter he had not written and could not control. Jobs had understood himself, since the earliest days of Apple, as someone who operated outside the ordinary constraints of institutions and expectations, who saw what others missed because he was not limited by what they assumed was possible, who built what others couldn't because he was not deterred by what they accepted as limit. This self-understanding had been validated, repeatedly and spectacularly, by the actual sequence of events from 1976 to 1984. The Apple II. The IPO. The Macintosh. The hammer thrower on the screen. Each event had confirmed the story he was telling about himself, and the confirmation had made the story feel less like a narrative he had chosen and more like a fact about the world. The board's vote in May and the resignation letter in September had not disproved the story. His achievements were not retroactively diminished by the institutional judgment that he was unmanageable. But they had done something more difficult than disproof. They had introduced a complication that the story, as he had always told it, had no grammar for. The revolutionary who changes everything and then gets voted out by the people he changed it for. This was not a story about a visionary. It was a story about a man with a man's specific limitations, operating in a world that did not reorganize itself around his vision without remainder. He was not ready to tell that story. He would not be ready for years. But the wilderness, the period that his biographers would name with the biblical word that the arc of his life seemed to demand, had its own instruction to deliver, and it would deliver it whether he was ready or not. In October, about 3 weeks after the resignation was formalized and the legal dispute with Apple had moved into the hands of lawyers who would manage it through the winter, Jobs drove to Stanford University. Not for a meeting, not for a scheduled event. He drove there the way people sometimes drive to places that have held meaning for them, with no stated purpose and a private one that they may not be able to articulate. He walked the campus in the afternoon light, among students moving between classes with the focused, slightly harried energy of people who believe that what they are learning will matter, and the contrast between their forward motion and his own suspended state was an experience he would not have described as painful because he had not yet developed the vocabulary for this variety of pain. He sat for a while outside the computer science building and watched people go in and out. He was recognized twice. The particular flicker of recognition that his face produced in people who had been reading about him in the news, the slight hesitation before the decision about whether to approach. One person approached and said simply that they admired what he had built, and Jobs thanked them with a warmth that the person later described as surprising, given the circumstances, and genuine, which was perhaps less surprising to anyone who understood that Jobs's capacity for authentic human connection, intermittent, unpredictable, fiercely real when it appeared, had not been affected by his institutional displacement. He came back to the campus 2 more times that month. He did not explain these visits to the small staff that had begun assembling around the next project. He did not explain them to himself with any precision. But the visits were, in retrospect, the beginning of an education that the wilderness would provide over the next decade. The slow, difficult education of a man learning that what he had lost was not what he thought he had lost, that the institution was not the thing, that the company had been a container for something that could be poured into a different shape without losing its essential nature. This education was not available to him in October 1985. It would not be available for some time. But the visits to Stanford, whatever they were consciously, were the first tentative movements of a man beginning to turn toward the future rather than stand facing the past. The relationship that the wilderness period most directly tested was the one that had, in certain respects, defined the emotional architecture of his professional life since Apple's earliest days. His relationship with Steve Wozniak. Wozniak had left Apple in February 1985, several months before the board's decisive action, departing with less drama and considerably more grace than Jobs would manage, citing a dissatisfaction with the direction of the company that was genuine and a desire to return to his engineering roots that was even more so. The departure had been covered in the press as a symbol of Apple's organizational difficulties, and Wozniak had been careful in his public statements, characteristically, constitutionally careful, the caution of a man whose instinct for kindness was stronger than his instinct for grievance. In the months after Jobs' own departure, the two men had the series of conversations that long, complicated associations produce at moments of shared disruption, conversations that were warm and somewhat halting, that circled around the shared history without quite landing on it, that carried the specific weight of two people who have built something together and are now standing outside it. Wozniak had founded a new venture of his own, CL9, which would eventually produce the first programmable universal remote control, a product whose modesty of ambition was itself a kind of statement about the difference between the two men's relationship to scale. He was happy, genuinely happy, in the way that Wozniak had always been capable of happiness that Jobs found simultaneously admirable and slightly incomprehensible, the happiness of someone for whom the work itself was sufficient, who did not require the work to be historic in order to be satisfying. Jobs called him on a Sunday afternoon in November, a call that Wozniak described later as one of the more surprising of his life, not because it happened but because of its content. Jobs did not talk about next, did not ask for advice or investment or the validation that he sometimes sought from people whose judgment he respected. He asked Wozniak whether he thought the original Apple II had been a good computer. The question arrived from an unexpected angle, not rhetorical, not strategic, but with the quality of genuine inquiry, as if Jobs needed to know whether the thing they had built at the beginning had been real. Wozniak said it had been a great computer, one of the best personal computers ever made, and the simplicity with which he said it, the absence of qualification, the pure directness of his assessment, produced a silence on Jobs's end of the line that Wozniak remembered as lasting longer than it probably did. Jobs said he thought so too. Then he said that he had been terrible to the people who worked on the Apple II, had treated them as if their work was less important than his, and that this had been wrong. This was not an apology. Jobs was not, in the ordinary construction of the word, a man who apologized, not because he lacked conscience but because his relationship to wrongdoing was mediated through a self-understanding that made conventional apology feel like a category error. But it was a statement, and the making of it, in that particular phone call to that particular person, was as close as he was capable of coming to the acknowledgement that the wilderness was beginning to require of him. Wozniak received it with the generosity that was the most consistent feature of his character across 50 years of public life. He told Jobs that the work had been important regardless, that what they had started together had mattered, that the people on the Apple II team had known their work was real even when Jobs had treated it as though it weren't. Jobs said he was going to build something better than anything he had built before. Wozniak said he believed him, and the belief was genuine, which was itself a remarkable thing. That the man who had the clearest direct view of Jobs's limitations was also among the most durable believers in his capacity. The next offices, such as they were in those early months, occupied a modest space in Palo Alto that bore no relationship to the environment Jobs would eventually create for the company. The small team, Rich Page, Bud Tribble, George Crow, Susan Barnes, Daniel Lewin, joined by a handful of others in the weeks following, was working in conditions that the Mac team's alumni found almost comically austere by comparison. The provisional infrastructure of a startup operating on conviction and seed funding while its founder negotiated the legal settlement with Apple that would define the terms of their separation. Jobs moved through these offices with an energy that his new colleagues recognized as the return of something that the chairmanship had suppressed. The kinetic engagement, the constant questioning, the refusal to accept the first answer to any question as the best one. He was not at peace. He would not be at peace for a very long time, and in some respects, the restlessness, the permanent dissatisfaction, the hunger that found no adequate object. He would never be at peace in the way that the word conventionally implies. But he was engaged, which was the nearest available substitute, and engagement was what his character required the way other characters require rest or recognition or love. The legal dispute with Apple resolved in January 1986 in terms that allowed Next to proceed without the specific restrictions that Apple's initial complaint had sought to impose, and the resolution was experienced by Jobs as a kind of clearance, institutional permission, granted grudgingly and through the machinery of legal settlement rather than the grace of goodwill, to proceed. He proceeded with the totality of his attention. What none of the people in the Palo Alto offices knew in those early months of 1986 was that Jobs had recently made a phone call to a filmmaker in San Rafael whose small computer graphics division was on the verge of being sold by its parent company, Lucasfilm, and that the filmmaker, George Lucas, in the middle of a divorce and a corporate restructuring and a general reassessment of his own institutional arrangements, had mentioned a price that Jobs found interesting, and that the computer graphics division in question was working on problems that Jobs had only recently begun to understand were the problems that the next decade would decide to consider important. The wilderness had its own agenda, and it was considerably more interesting than anyone standing in it could yet see. Chapter 40. Selling the stock, cutting all ties to Apple except for one share. The broker's voice on the phone was professionally neutral in the way that financial professionals are trained to be neutral when the instructions they are receiving are unusual enough to warrant a different tone entirely. Jobs was standing in the kitchen of the Woodside house, barefoot on the cold tile, and the morning light was coming through the window above the sink at the flat angle of a California autumn, and he was instructing the broker to sell. Not some all. Every share of Apple Computer that he owned, accumulated across 9 years of building the company from a garage in Los Altos into the most talked-about technology enterprise in the world, the shares that had made him a paper millionaire at 24 and a genuine one at 25 and that represented, in their aggregate, the most tangible evidence that existed in the material world of what he had created. The broker asked him to confirm the instruction. Jobs confirmed it. The broker asked whether he wished to retain any position. Jobs thought about this for a moment. Not long, not with the extended deliberation of someone uncertain about the decision, but with the brief pause of someone making sure the form of a decision matches its substance. He told the broker to retain one share. One share. Not as a financial instrument. The single share had no meaningful economic value in the context of the sale he was conducting, but as a statement whose audience was primarily himself, a private notation in the margin of a transaction that was otherwise total. He wanted to keep one share so that Apple would be required, by law, to continue sending him the annual report. He wanted to read what they did with what he had left them. He wanted to remain, in the most minimal and irrefutable sense the law permitted, a shareholder, a word that had once described a founder's relationship to his creation and would now describe something closer to a witness's. The broker executed the sale. 11 million shares, disposed of in blocks over several trading sessions in September 1985, at prices that were considerably below the peak Apple had reached in the heady months following the Macintosh launch. The total proceeds, by various accounts, fell in the range of $70 million, a figure that was simultaneously vast by any ordinary measure and a kind of financial scar tissue, the evidence of what the valuation had been at its height and what the intervening disappointments had taken from it. Jobs deposited the money and did not discuss it with the small circle of people around him, and the silence with which he managed the transaction was its own form of testimony about what the transaction meant. The single retained share sat in the account like a splinter too deep to remove and too deliberate to call an oversight. The autumn of 1985 occupied a peculiar position in the history of American finance that gave Jobs' transaction a context he was aware of and that added a layer of bitter irony to the mechanics of his exit. The bull market that Reagan's presidency had generated was in full expansion, and the technology sector was among its primary beneficiaries. The Nasdaq Composite had been climbing for 2 years, and the companies that would define the next generation of the industry were being funded and founded at a rate that the trade press covered with the breathless enthusiasm of a gold rush correspondent. Money was moving into technology with the confidence of capital that has decided it has found its decade, and the founding narrative, the visionary in the garage, the dropout with the vision, the refusal to accept the conventional limits of the possible, had become the industry's primary mythological export, the story that Silicon Valley told about itself and that the country had decided to believe. Jobs had been the archetype of that narrative. Its purest expression. The boy from Mountain View who had looked at the existing order of computing and decided it was wrong in a way he could fix. And now he was liquidating his position in the company he had used to fix it, at prices that reflected the institutional judgment that his particular quality of fixing had reached the limit of its productive application. And the money moving out of his Apple account and into the general account of a man who was not yet entirely sure what came next was a transaction that the bull market of 1985 processed with the impersonal efficiency of markets, which do not mourn and do not editorialize and do not notice when the thing being sold is more than a financial instrument. He noticed. Whatever the external composure, and Jobs in those weeks maintained a composure that the people around him found more concerning than distress would have been, the internal experience of selling Apple was not equivalent to selling a position. It was the material enactment of a severance that had been conducted emotionally in May and legally in September and was now being conducted financially, the last of the 3 languages in which the separation had to be expressed before it was complete. The core conflict embedded in the stock sale was a conflict about identity of a kind that financial transactions are not usually asked to carry, but that this one bore with the full weight Jobs had loaded onto it. He had spent 9 years in a relationship with Apple Computer that was the closest analog his life contained to the relationship other people had with families, the primary container of his identity, the structure around which his sense of purpose organized itself, the thing that made the question of who he was answerable without the kind of extended philosophical excavation that the question would otherwise require. Selling the stock was not, in any technical sense, severing that relationship. He had already been removed from his operational role, had already resigned the chairmanship, had already filed the legal paperwork that acknowledged the separation in its institutional form. But it was the final gesture, the material completion of what had been decided in the conference room and confirmed in the resignation letter, and the finality of it had a weight that the earlier gestures had not. He was choosing, with the 11 million shares, to make the separation irreversible in the one dimension where reversibility had remained theoretically possible. A man who retained a substantial position in a company remained tied to it in ways that the board and the lawyers and the carefully worded press releases could not fully sever. He would still have financial interests aligned with the company's performance, still have reasons to monitor its decisions and care about their outcomes, still have the small, persistent attachment that ownership creates. By selling, he was eliminating that attachment or attempting to, converting the relationship from ownership to observation, from participant to witness, from someone whose net worth moved with Apple's stock price to someone who would watch it move from outside. The single retained share was the admission that the elimination was not quite total, that he could not bring himself to make the separation absolute, that somewhere in the decision to stay connected by the thinnest possible legal thread was an acknowledgement that the 9 years had produced something that a single transaction, however large, could not entirely dispose of. Jobs did not speak about the retained share publicly for some time. When he eventually did discuss it, in interviews conducted years later when the distance had converted the wound into a story, he described it in terms that were characteristically his: wry, slightly enlarged, the facts accurate and the framing chosen for effect. He said he kept the share so Apple would have to keep sending him the annual report. He said this with the smile of a man who has learned to present the evidence of his own damage as evidence of his wit, and the audiences who heard it laughed because it was genuinely funny and because the other interpretation, that the single retained share was the behavior of someone who could not fully let go of the thing that had defined him, was more painful than the laugh aloud. Ross Perot became, in those weeks following the stock sale, one of the few people with whom Jobs had direct and productive contact of a kind that was neither nostalgic nor purely transactional. Perot was, in the fall of 1985, a figure of significant standing in American business. The founder of Electronic Data Systems, which he had built from nothing and sold to General Motors earlier that year for a figure that made Jobs's Apple proceeds look modest. A man whose relationship to institutional authority was defined by a combativeness and an independence that Jobs recognized with the particular recognition of a shared disposition. Perot had become interested in Next through the network of business relationships and mutual acquaintances that the Valley maintained, had heard enough about the new venture from enough credible sources to form the view that Jobs's post-Apple chapter might be worth participating in, and had reached out through intermediaries in the manner of a man who understood that direct approaches to people with Jobs's specific pride required careful staging. The conversations between Jobs and Perot that autumn had the quality of an encounter between two people who immediately understand each other's register. Both outsiders to the institutional consensus, both constitutively unable to accept the verdict of established authority as final, both possessed of the specific kind of confidence that people who have built very large things from nothing develop, a confidence that is not arrogance exactly but that looks like arrogance from outside because it is based on a track record that conventional modesty cannot adequately account for. Jobs described Next to Perot with the intensity he brought to all his early presentations of a new idea: the education market, the workstation, the computer that research universities actually needed rather than the compromise machines they had been forced to accept, the possibility of building from first principles rather than from the accumulated constraints of an existing product line. Perot listened with the attentiveness of a man who has made his money by identifying the difference between a good story and a good business and who has learned that in the careers of certain rare individuals the two are genuinely the same thing. He asked the questions that serious investors ask, about the market, about the competition, about the team, about the timeline, and Jobs answered them with the combination of genuine intelligence and strategic omission that characterized his best pitches, leading with what was certain and following with what was intended in a way that made the intended feel nearly as solid as the certain. Perot invested. The amount, eventually disclosed as approximately $20 million for a minority stake, was less significant than the signal it sent, which was that the most prominent businessman in Texas, a man with no particular obligation to rehabilitate the reputation of a fallen California technology founder, had looked at Jobs' post-Apple situation and concluded that the situation did not define the man. The investment was covered in the technology press with a degree of attention that the next venture had not yet generated on its own merits, and the attention did the work that Perot had perhaps anticipated it would do. It reintroduced Jobs into the industry conversation as a founder in motion rather than a founder in exile. Jobs received the news of the coverage with a satisfaction he was careful not to perform too openly in front of the next team, because performing satisfaction about press coverage was the behavior of someone who had been worried about the coverage, and he was conducting the narrative of his own emotional state with the same attention to impression management that he brought to product presentations. But the people closest to him could read the change in his energy in those days following the Perot investment, the slight increase in forward motion, the return of the very particular quality of enthusiasm that he generated when the world was beginning to confirm a story he was telling about himself. He had been, for 2 months, a man whose primary public identity was the identity of someone who had been removed from the company he founded. The Perot investment was the first material evidence that the removal could be reframed, that the story of the brilliant founder displaced by institutional timidity was a story that serious people found compelling enough to bet on, that the wilderness was not the conclusion but the setup, and that the capital to build the next thing was available to the man who had been judged, by the Apple board, to be more valuable outside the institution than within it. The annual reports would begin arriving at the Woodside house the following spring. Jobs would read each one with the focused attention of a man maintaining a connection he has officially severed, tracking the product decisions, the financial performance, the organizational changes, the gradual evidence of what Apple was becoming in his absence. Some reports he read once and set aside. Others he annotated, in the margins, in the way you annotate a document when you disagree with its conclusions and have no forum in which to register the disagreement. The single share sat in its account, accruing no particular value, serving no financial purpose, maintaining the thread of an attachment that 11 million sold shares had almost but not entirely cut, and what it was waiting for, what Jobs, somewhere beneath the forward-facing energy of the next pitch and the Perot meetings and the Palo Alto offices and the new beginning he was constructing with characteristic totality, was also waiting for, without yet allowing himself to name it, was the moment when the company that had sent him away would discover what it had sent away and would need, in the only way that institutions communicate genuine need, to ask him to come back. That moment was 11 years distant, and it would arrive through a door that neither Jobs nor the Apple board nor anyone observing the situation in the autumn of 1985 could have identified as the relevant one. A door in a building in San Rafael, behind which a small team of computer scientists was rendering images of a kind that the world had not yet learned to want, building the infrastructure of a medium that did not yet exist, working for a filmmaker who was about to sell them to a buyer, who would, in the fullness of time and through a sequence of events that no one was yet in a position to predict, carry them all home. Part 5. Next and the Pursuit of Perfection, 1985 to 1989. Chapter 41. The next concept, an educational workstation for poets. The magnesium cube sat on the workbench like a black monolith from some near future that had not quite arrived yet, and Steve Jobs circled it the way a sculptor circles a block of marble he has not yet touched, not admiring it exactly, but measuring the distance between what it was and what it needed to become. It was the autumn of 1986, and the object before him was a prototype chassis, machined to tolerances that no personal computer had ever demanded, cast from a material that no personal computer manufacturer had ever bothered to use. Jobs reached out and ran 2 fingers along its edge. Then he stopped. The angle was wrong. Not by much, a few degrees at most, but to his eye, which had long since stopped distinguishing between the aesthetic and the moral, A few degrees was an eternity. He turned to the engineer standing beside him and said, without raising his voice, without theatrics, in the quiet register that his team had come to fear more than his rages, "This isn't right yet." The engineer nodded. They had been through 17 iterations. They would go through 9 more. To understand what Jobs was doing in that room, in that company with that cube, one must first understand what had been taken from him and what he believed he was owed by history. In September 1985, he had resigned from Apple Computer, the company he had co-founded in a garage, the company whose Macintosh he had willed into existence through a combination of genius, cruelty, and an almost religious conviction that beautiful tools could change the world. He had been pushed out by John Scully, the man he had himself recruited, a corporate emissary from PepsiCo whom Jobs had seduced with the famous taunt. Did Scully want to sell sugar water for the rest of his life, or did he want to change the world? It was, in retrospect, a question that contained its own irony. Jobs had tried to change the world and had been voted out of it by the very board he had assembled. The mid-1980s were not a forgiving landscape for a man of his particular psychology. The Reagan administration had completed its reshaping of American cultural priorities. The market was ascendant, the entrepreneur was the new folk hero, and Silicon Valley had become the mythology's cathedral. And yet within that mythology, Jobs was a cautionary figure as much as a triumphant one. Business Week had put him on its cover with the headline, "Jobs talks about his rise and fall." The fall was not metaphorical. He was 30 years old, worth roughly $100 million, and had nowhere to go on Monday morning. The tech industry watched from a careful distance, half expecting him to disappear into the sulking obscurity that swallows many founders after their founding. He did not disappear. He incorporated Next Computer Incorporated in October 1985, within weeks of leaving Apple, and the speed of that reconstitution was itself a kind of answer to the people who thought the fall was permanent. But what made Next remarkable from its earliest days was not the velocity of its founding, plenty of wounded men start companies, it was the grandiosity of its premise. Jobs was not building a consumer product. He was not chasing the mass market that Apple had taught him to covet. He was building, as he told anyone who would listen, a workstation for higher education. Specifically, he had fixed his attention on universities, on the research environment, on the particular needs of what he called, and the word choice was deliberate, poetic, a little strange, poets. The word deserves examination because it reveals an entire theory of computing that Jobs had been developing largely unconsciously, since his years at Reed College in Portland. He had audited a calligraphy course there, sleeping on friends' floors after dropping out, absorbing the aesthetics of typography, of serif and sans serif, of the space between letters as a form of meaning. That course, he would say later, had found its way into the Macintosh's multiple typefaces, into the idea that a computer could express something beyond function. The poets he now spoke of were the inheritors of that idea. Graduate students, researchers, humanists working at the intersection of language and computation, scientists who needed a machine that could think at the speed of their questions. He wanted to build the tool they deserved. The core conflict of Next's early years was not technical. It was not even, at its deepest level, financial, though money would become its own crisis soon enough. The conflict was between Jobs's vision of perfection and the physical universe's indifference to it. He had always operated under the assumption, and it was less a philosophy than a neurological condition, that the correct solution to any problem was the beautiful solution, and that beauty was not an aesthetic preference but an engineering principle, a form of truth. At Next, with no Scully above him, no board to moderate his instincts, no institutional gravity pulling toward the compromise and the expedient, that assumption ran completely unchecked for the first time in his career. The results were extraordinary and, depending on one's perspective, either inspiring or monstrous. The Next cube had to be a perfect cube, not approximately cubic, not practically cubic, but mathematically, dimensionally exact, 12 inches on each side. This requirement, which came from Jobs and from nowhere else, created manufacturing nightmares that cost the company months and hundreds of thousands of dollars. The cube had to be made from magnesium because magnesium had a specific quality of surface, a particular weight in the hand, that aluminum or plastic could not replicate. The circuit boards inside had to be so elegantly arranged that an engineer looking into the machine's interior would experience something like the feeling one gets looking at a well-designed room. Most customers would never open the case. Jobs did not consider that relevant. The anecdote that best illuminates this period, the keyhole through which his larger character becomes visible, involves not the hardware but the factory. In 1987, Jobs began planning a manufacturing facility in Fremont, California, and the design of the factory became, in his hands, a design project as serious as the design of the machine itself. He hired a prominent architect. He specified that the factory floor be painted a particular shade of white, not industrial white, not off-white, but a precise, pure white that would make the machinery inside visible as a kind of aesthetic statement, the way a museum makes its art visible against a clean field. He ordered that the factory floor be kept immaculately clean, not for safety or sanitation, but because he found dirty factories aesthetically offensive and believed that the quality of the environment communicated itself to the quality of the work. When a visitor asked him why a factory needed to look like a gallery, Jobs replied without hesitation, "Because the people who work here deserve to work somewhere beautiful." It was a generous answer, and it was also, inextricably, a self-serving one. He could not have tolerated an ugly factory any more than he could have tolerated an ugly product. His generosity and his narcissism were the same gesture. Into this atmosphere of intense, almost theological perfectionism came Paul Jobs. No, that is the wrong figure. Into this atmosphere came Ross Perot, who invested $20 million in Next in February 1987, and who represented something Jobs both needed and could not quite respect. Money without aesthetic conviction, enthusiasm without taste. Perot had seen Jobs present the Next concept at a conference and had been seized by the same excitement that Jobs could produce in audiences through sheer force of belief. He called Jobs afterward and asked if he could invest. Jobs, who needed capital with the same urgency that he denied needing anything, said yes. The relationship that formed between them was one of mutual utility shaped by mutual incomprehension. Perot believed in Jobs the way a patron believes in a genius he cannot fully understand, with admiration, with occasional bewilderment, and with the quiet anxiety of a man who has written a very large check to someone who does not share his understanding of what the money is for. He attended board meetings and watched Jobs override engineers, redesign products that were already in production, and spend on manufacturing aesthetics sums that a conventional investor would have found difficult to justify. Perot said little. He had bet on the man, and the man was clearly the man he had bet on. What Perot perhaps understood, in his instinctive non-technical way, was that Jobs was operating from a concept of the university market that was not purely commercial. The higher education market of the late 1980s was a genuine opportunity. Sun Microsystems and Apollo Computer were competing for the workstation space, and universities were hungry for machines powerful enough to run serious research software, capable enough to serve as the new infrastructure of academic computing. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency had seeded university computing labs with grants. MIT, Carnegie Mellon, and Stanford were building the intellectual architecture of a networked future, and the machines that would populate that architecture needed to be chosen. Jobs was positioning Next not merely as a vendor but as a philosophical ally, the company that understood what scholars needed because it had been built, he said, by someone who was himself a scholar at heart, who believed that computing and humanism were not separate traditions. It was in pursuing that positioning that he made his most revealing choice of this period. He hired Bud Tribble and other alumni from the original Macintosh team, but he also hired Susan Barnes as his CFO, and he retained as his design consultant Paul Rand, not a young digital designer, not a Silicon Valley aesthetic, but Paul Rand, the 72-year-old graphic designer who had created the logos for IBM, ABC, and UPS, who was widely considered the greatest living American corporate identity designer, and who charged Jobs $100,000 for a single logo. A single logo. Rand delivered a small booklet with the design and a note that read in effect, "This is the logo, it is not negotiable, take it or leave it." Jobs took it. He loved it not despite Rand's imperious certainty but because of it. He recognized in Rand's refusal to offer alternatives the same conviction that governed his own practice. He had paid $100,000 not just for a logo but for a man who shared his belief that design is not a service but a truth. The next logo, lowercase letters, multicolored cube, a visual language of precision and playfulness, became the face of a machine that did not yet fully exist. Jobs was selling a vision before the technology could validate it, which was not new for him, but at Apple there had been an institution behind him, a deadline imposed by market competition, 1,000 engineers working in parallel. At Next, there was only the vision and the people he had persuaded to serve it, and between the vision and the product lay a distance that would take years and extraordinary expenditure to cross. He did not find this troubling. He found it clarifying. The absence of constraint was, for him, not a luxury but a test, a chance to discover whether his conviction about beauty and function, the conviction that had powered the Macintosh and survived the humiliation of his exile, was a genuine philosophy or merely the enthusiasm of a man who had once been lucky. He was not lucky. He was something stranger and more dangerous than lucky. He was a man who had decided, at some point too early to remember, that the world should accommodate his standards rather than he accommodate the world's. At Next, that decision was operating at full power for the first time. The cube was getting closer to the correct angle. The factory was getting its proper coat of white. The logo had arrived. And somewhere in a university computer lab, at Carnegie Mellon, perhaps, or in a research facility at Stanford, or in the physics department of some Midwestern university where a graduate student was trying to model something for which no adequate tool yet existed, the machine Jobs was building had already been imagined, was already being waited for. What no one yet knew, not Perot with his $20 million, not the engineers polishing their circuit boards to gallery standards, not Jobs himself circling his magnesium cube in the autumn light, was that the machine would arrive too late and cost too much and find its market too narrow, and that the operating system running inside it, the software scaffolding built on a radical Unix foundation with object-oriented frameworks years ahead of their time, would turn out to be the only part of Next that history could not afford to discard. Chapter 42. The $100,000 Logo, Hiring Paul Rand. The booklet arrived in a black clamshell box, unannounced, without alternatives. It was roughly the size of a hardcover novel, printed on heavy stock, its pages bound with the quiet authority of something that knew it did not need to shout. Paul Rand had designed it himself, of course he had, and inside, across 20-some pages of exquisite typography and precise color theory, he had documented not merely a logo but an argument. The argument was this: here is what your company is, here is why it looks this way, and you will not be receiving other options. Jobs lifted the booklet from the box and stood at his kitchen counter in Palo Alto reading it the way other men read sacred texts. Not scanning, not skimming, but absorbing, his eyes moving slowly through each page with the focused silence of someone who has just been handed proof of something he already believed. When he finished, he set it down. He did not speak for a long moment. Then he said, to no one in particular, the single syllable that in his vocabulary carried more weight than most men's paragraphs: wow. To understand what that booklet meant to Jobs in 1986, one must understand what the preceding 12 months had cost him. Not financially, though the personal accounting was complicated enough, but psychologically, in the currency of identity. He had been Steve Jobs of Apple. That was not merely a job title, it was an ontological condition, a way of existing in the world that organized everything else. His authority, his aesthetics, his sense of mission, his belief that he was one of the rare individuals whom history had selected to do something that mattered. Apple had given that belief an institutional address. Without it, the belief was still there, perhaps more concentrated than ever, but it was floating free, untethered, burning with no particular fuel. The tech industry in 1986 was conducting a quiet audit of his relevance. Sun Microsystems was ascending. Microsoft was becoming the gravitational center of the software universe. The personal computer market that Jobs had done more than anyone to create was evolving rapidly in directions that the Macintosh had not captured. And Jobs, the man who had cast himself as the industry's conscience and its visionary, was running a startup with a handful of employees and a concept that he had not yet fully translated into hardware. What he needed, in that moment of institutional nakedness, was not merely a logo. He needed an act of cultural legitimacy, a declaration made in the language of design, that Next was serious in a way that transcended its current size, that its ambitions belonged in the same conversation as the great institutions of American corporate identity. He needed someone who could make the outside of the thing match the inside of his head. And the only person alive who could do that, in Jobs' estimation, was Paul Rand. Rand was 71 years old in 1985, and he occupied a position in American graphic design that had no real equivalent in other fields. Not quite celebrity, not quite academic, something more like the status of a master craftsman whose work had so thoroughly shaped the visual environment that most people experienced it without knowing his name. He had designed the IBM logo in 1956, the striped, authoritative configuration of letters that became one of the most recognized corporate marks in the world. He had designed the ABC television logo, the Westinghouse logo, the UPS logo. He had written books, Thoughts on Design, A Designer's Art, that were not trade manuals but philosophical statements, arguments for the proposition that graphic design was not decoration but a form of thinking made visible. He taught at Yale. He had, by the mid-1980s, largely stopped taking commercial clients, which meant that approaching him required not just money but a persuasive case that the work was worthy of his attention. Jobs made the call himself. This was characteristic. He did not send an intermediary, did not have a lieutenant place the inquiry, did not allow the relationship to begin at one remove from his own voice. He called Rand and explained what he was building: a workstation for universities, a machine for the intellectually serious, a product that needed to look the way it thought. Rand listened. Then he asked Jobs what his budget was for the identity work. Jobs told him. Rand told him his fee was $100,000 for a single solution, not a presentation of options, not a menu of directions, but one answer developed with full conviction and delivered as a fait accompli. If Jobs didn't like it, Rand would keep the fee and Jobs could hire someone else. Jobs agreed without negotiating. The core conflict embedded in this arrangement was one that Jobs would not have articulated as a conflict, because to him it was a resolution. Every creative relationship he had ever managed at Apple had involved the exercise of his own aesthetic authority. He was the final judge, the last eye, the one whose approval or rejection organized the entire design process around his own sensibility. Johnny Ive had not yet entered his life. That collaboration belonged to a future chapter. At Apple, the designers worked for Jobs' vision even when they thought they were working for their own. And now Jobs had commissioned a man who had explicitly refused that arrangement, who had said, in effect, the vision is mine, the judgment is mine, and your role is to receive it. The $100,000 was not just a fee. It was a transfer of authority, a temporary and deliberate surrender of the control that Jobs regarded as essential to all good work. That he agreed to those terms reveals something that his reputation for control does not always accommodate. He was capable, in the presence of genuine mastery, of a form of humility. Not the performed humility of someone working a room, not the strategic deference of a negotiator softening a counterpart, but an actual, earned recognition that another person's expertise superseded his own and that the correct response to that recognition was to step back and let the expertise operate. He had felt something similar years earlier, standing in the Xerox PARC facility watching the graphical user interface for the first time, understanding in a single afternoon that the future he had been imagining had already been built by other hands. He did not resent PARC for having the idea before him. He absorbed it. He was, at his best, a man who could recognize a truth regardless of its source. Rand flew to California and spent time with Jobs, asking questions with the precision of an interviewer who already knows the answer he is looking for. Questions about the company's purpose, its audience, its values, the texture of what Jobs meant when he said poets, the specific register of intellectual seriousness he wanted the machine to project. He looked at the cube chassis. He talked about color. Then he went back to his studio in Connecticut and worked alone, as he always worked, without updates or check-ins or preliminary sketches offered for comment. The booklet that arrived months later was the complete and only presentation of his thinking. The logo itself was a tilted cube, the next name rendered inside it, the letters split across 6 faces of the cube's visible surfaces, Each face a different color drawn from a palette Rand had chosen with the deliberate logic of a man who understood that color was not decoration but denotation. The tilt was exactly 28 degrees, a number Rand had arrived at through a process that was partly mathematical and partly intuitive, the way all great design decisions are arrived at, through calculation that eventually surrenders to the eye. The lowercase e in the logotype was deliberate, not the corporate uppercase of IBM's authority, but the humanist lowercase of something approachable, academic, alive. The overall effect was of precision that contained warmth, of seriousness that was not severity. It looked, in short, exactly like the company that Jobs was trying to build rather than the company that currently existed. Jobs presented the logo to his small team in a meeting that several of them would remember for the rest of their careers, not because of anything dramatic that occurred but because of the quality of his conviction. He did not say, "Paul Rand designed this and it cost a lot of money so we're going with it." He said, "This is exactly right," and he explained why with the fluency of someone who had fully internalized Rand's argument and could now make it his own. The tilt of the cube, he told them, communicated forward motion, a lean into the future. The color differentiation acknowledged that the product served multiple constituencies: scientists, humanists, programmers, the full spectrum of the university mind. The lowercase letters said that Next took ideas seriously without taking itself too seriously. He had received the booklet and read it, and it had organized something in him, confirmed something he had intuited but not articulated, and now he was transmitting that organization to the people who worked for him. Susan Kare, who had designed the original Macintosh icons and whose Jobs trusted more than almost anyone else's, was not part of this conversation. She had followed him from Apple but had a designer's reservations about the compressed timeline of the logo process, about the wisdom of paying $100,000 for a mark that had not been competitively tested. But Jobs was untroubled by the absence of competitive testing because competition, in his design philosophy, was a category error. You did not test great design against lesser design to see which performed better in a survey. You looked at great design and you knew. The knowing was not mystical. It was trained, accumulated, refined over years of looking at things carefully. He had that training. Rand had it more. The survey was unnecessary. What this episode illuminated, the keyhole through which his whole character becomes briefly, clearly visible, was the specific combination of qualities that made Jobs both magnificent and impossible to work for. He could recognize mastery and defer to it, which was the generous part. But his definition of mastery was indistinguishable from his own preferences, which meant that the deference was always self-confirming. He had hired Rand because Rand agreed with him, not explicitly, not verbally, but structurally at the level of aesthetic philosophy. Both men believed in the authority of the single right answer. Both men believed that offering alternatives was a form of weakness, an admission that you had not thought hard enough to locate the truth. Rand's refusal to present options was not, to Jobs, arrogance. It was integrity, the same integrity he demanded of himself and almost never found in others. He had paid $100,000 not to be surprised but to be confirmed by someone whose confirmation was worth the price. The logo went on everything. It went on the building directory at the Palo Alto office. It went on the stationery and the business cards and the early product documentation. It went on the black cube chassis that was still being iterated through its 9th and 10th and 11th versions. It preceded the machine into the world, which was, intentionally or not, a declaration of priorities. The identity of Next was established before the product existed, the aesthetic before the engineering, the brand before the thing the brand represented. Some of the engineers found this order of operations disorienting. They were building something real, something technically ambitious, something that required genuine solutions to genuinely hard problems, and Jobs was spending their runway on a booklet and a 28-degree tilt. He was not wrong that the logo mattered. Brands are promises made to audiences that do not yet exist, and the Next logo was a promise to the university market that this was a company that thought at their level, that understood the aesthetic dimension of intellectual work, that had been built by someone who had audited a calligraphy course and never forgotten what he learned. The promise was coherent and carefully made. What no one in that Palo Alto office was yet fully reckoning with was the distance between a beautiful promise and a delivered product, and what it would cost in time and money and credibility to close it. The booklet lived on Jobs' desk for months, its black clamshell box a permanent fixture among the papers and the industrial design models and the engineering specifications that accumulated there. Visitors noticed it. He would sometimes pick it up and show it to people the way a man shows photographs of his children, not to explain it but to share a feeling that he assumed, correctly or not, that the other person would recognize. Paul Rand had made something worthy of the idea Jobs was carrying. The idea, however, still had to become a machine, and the machine had to find its customers, and the customers existed inside institutions that operated on budgets and timelines and procurement processes that cared nothing for the angle of a logo or the weight of a magnesium cube, and the gap between Jobs' certainty and that institutional indifference was about to become the central drama of his professional life. Chapter 43. The Cube, Obsessing over Right Angles and Magnesium. The casting was off by less than a millimeter. Jobs held the magnesium panel under the fluorescent light of the machine shop in Fremont, tilting it slowly, the way a jeweler tilts a stone to find the flaw that the casual eye cannot locate. The engineer beside him, a man who had spent 17 years building industrial hardware, who had worked tolerances that would satisfy any reasonable standard in any reasonable industry, watched in silence, understanding by now that silence was the correct posture when Jobs was looking at something this way. The panel caught the light along its upper edge and revealed, in that catching, the very slight deviation from 90 degrees that Jobs had sensed before he could name it. He set the panel down on the workbench without force, which was somehow worse than if he had thrown it. "We've talked about this," he said. Not an accusation. A verdict. The year was 1987, and Jobs was 32 years old, and the next computer had not yet been shown to the public, had not yet been priced, had not yet been manufactured in any quantity that could be called production, and was already consuming capital at a rate that would have alarmed a less visionary, or less reckless, man. The magnesium casting alone had required the company to work with foundries that had never been asked to produce enclosures for consumer electronics, because the tolerances Jobs demanded had no precedent in the industry. He wanted the cube, and it had to be a cube, a perfect geometric cube 12 inches on each side to within tolerances that more closely resembled aerospace specifications than personal computer manufacturing standards, cast from magnesium die casting because magnesium had a surface quality that aluminum could not match, a density in the hand that communicated seriousness without communicating weight, a matte finish when properly treated that absorbed light rather than reflecting it, which was aesthetically the correct behavior for an object that was supposed to be about what was inside it rather than about itself. He had decided all of this. The foundries were learning it. To understand the specific intensity of Jobs' obsession with the cube's physical form during these years, one must situate it within the larger context of what the personal computer had become by the late 1980s and what he believed it should be. The IBM PC and its clones had colonized the corporate landscape with a thoroughness that Jobs found both commercially impressive and aesthetically catastrophic. The beige box, that ubiquitous, graceless, purely functional enclosure that housed the chips and the drives and the cables of the IBM-compatible world, had become the default visual grammar of computing, and its dominance was a kind of ongoing affront to everything Jobs believed about the relationship between form and function. The Reagan era had completed its cultural project of making efficiency the supreme value, and in technology, efficiency had produced objects that worked adequately and looked like appliances. Jobs did not build appliances. He built, or tried to build, was in the process of building, was spending extraordinary sums in the attempt to build, objects that communicated something about the person who used them and the company that made them, objects whose appearance was itself an argument about what computing could mean. The cube was that argument in its most concentrated form. A perfect cube is not a natural shape for a computer. It is not optimized for airflow, not convenient for the placement of drives, not particularly ergonomic as a desktop object. It is a platonic form, one of the 5 regular polyhedra, the shape that ancient geometry associated with Earth, the most stable and fundamental of the classical elements. Jobs had not chosen the cube because it solved engineering problems. He had chosen it because it was perfect, and because perfection, to his mind, was not an engineering category but a philosophical one. A machine housed in a perfect cube was a machine that declared, through its very shape, that its maker had been willing to subordinate practical convenience to ideal form. That declaration was the product's first communication with its user, made before the machine was switched on, before a single line of code ran, in the purely visual language of geometry. The core conflict this created was not, at its root, about manufacturing difficulty, though the manufacturing difficulty was real and expensive and the source of considerable anguish among the engineers charged with resolving it. The deeper conflict was between two incompatible definitions of what a computer company was supposed to be. Rich Page, one of the original Next founders who had followed Jobs from Apple, was an engineer of genuine brilliance who shared Jobs' conviction that Next should build something extraordinary. But Page's definition of extraordinary was technical, a machine with processing power and software architecture so far ahead of its competition that the hardware enclosure was, in the hierarchy of priorities, a secondary concern. He and Jobs argued about this with the weary frequency of two men who have had the same argument so many times that it has become a kind of ongoing seminar on their fundamental differences. Page would present a timeline, a budget, a technical specification that required certain compromises in the physical design in order to hit a ship date. Jobs would look at the specification and find the compromise and remove it. The timeline would extend. The budget would expand. Page would begin the calculation again. What Page understood, and what he found difficult to fully articulate to Jobs, was that the cube's perfection was becoming the enemy of the cube's existence. Every additional iteration of the casting process, every refinement of the corner radius, every adjustment to the surface treatment, every re-examination of the dimensional tolerance, was time not spent on the operating system, not spent on the optical drive integration, not spent on the network architecture that would make the machine genuinely useful in the university environment it was theoretically designed to serve. The outside of the machine was consuming resources that the inside of the machine desperately needed. Jobs did not deny this. He considered it the correct allocation. The anecdote that opens the furthest window into his character during this period involves not a design review or an engineering meeting but a factory tour in the spring of 1987. Jobs had arranged to visit a manufacturing facility, a facility that had nothing to do with Next, a facility that made components for a different industry entirely, because he had heard from a friend that its production floor was run with unusual elegance, that its machines were maintained with care, that it had the quality of environment that he was trying to create in his own Fremont plant. He arrived unannounced, which was his preferred mode of inspection. He walked the floor slowly, hands in his pockets, saying nothing for the first 20 minutes. Then he stopped in front of a bank of injection molding machines and stood looking at them for a long time. The machines were clean. The floor beneath them was clean. The cables running between them were bundled with a neatness that suggested someone had thought about how they looked from above. He turned to the facility manager who had materialized beside him and asked, with genuine curiosity rather than the interrogative aggression he deployed in other registers, "Who decided to run the cables this way?" The manager told him it was a line supervisor who had done it on her own initiative, who had simply found the disorganized cables ugly and fixed them on a weekend. Jobs nodded slowly. "That's the person you want running your whole operation," he said. "Someone who fixes things on weekends because they're wrong, not because anyone told them to." It was a revealing moment because it showed what he actually valued beneath the surface of his perfectionism. Not mere aesthetics but the moral condition that produces aesthetics, the internal state of a person who cannot tolerate disorder regardless of whether anyone is watching, who is accountable to their own standards rather than to supervision. He recognized that condition because it was his own. The cable bundler and Jobs were the same kind of person. The same incapacity for the good enough, the same inability to leave the slightly wrong alone, the same fundamental orientation toward the world as a place full of things that need fixing. His perfectionism was not performance. It was constitution. It was through Rich Page that the human cost of that constitution became most visible during this period. Page had been one of the most respected engineers at Apple, a man whose technical judgment carried weight in every room he entered, and he had left Apple to join Next partly out of loyalty to Jobs and partly out of genuine excitement about the hardware architecture they were planning. He had helped design the processor board, had worked through the optical storage integration, had contributed substantially to the technical specification that made the next cube, whatever its manufacturing difficulties, genuinely impressive as a computing platform. But by 1988, the relationship between Page and Jobs had acquired the particular exhaustion of a collaboration in which one party has repeatedly had his most careful judgments overridden by the other's aesthetic convictions. Page was not a man who accepted override easily. He had his own considerable ego, his own strong views, his own sense of what the machine should be. He and Jobs would have meetings that began as technical discussions and became, almost without anyone's intention, arguments about the nature of excellence itself. Page thought excellence meant shipping. Jobs thought excellence meant rightness, and shipping was a secondary consequence of rightness, to be arrived at in its own time. These were not reconcilable positions. Page would leave Next in 1988, one of several departures that year that reflected the same underlying pressure. The company was hemorrhaging engineering talent not because the vision was wrong but because the vision was being pursued with an intensity that human beings working on normal human schedules and drawing normal salaries found, eventually, unsustainable. Jobs was not unaware of these departures. He registered them, grieved them briefly in the way he grieved things, intensely and privately and then not at all, and continued. The cube still had corners that needed to be right. By late 1988, the casting process had been through more than 20 major iterations. The dimensional tolerance had been achieved. The cube was, within the specified parameters, a perfect cube. The magnesium surface, treated with a proprietary process developed in consultation with the foundry, had the exact matte quality Jobs had specified from the beginning. The circuit board inside had been laid out with the aesthetic deliberateness he had demanded, its components arranged in a pattern that a knowledgeable engineer looking into the open machine would find, if not beautiful exactly, then organized with a logic that went beyond pure functionality, that acknowledged the interior as a space that deserved consideration. Jobs had looked at this final version for a long time, in the same posture he had used at the beginning, circling, tilting, measuring the distance between what it was and what it needed to be. Then he had stopped circling. It was right. The next cube was formally unveiled in October 1988 at Davies Symphony Hall in San Francisco, a venue chosen with characteristic deliberateness. Not a convention center, not a hotel ballroom, but a concert hall, a place built for the experience of perfection in sound, as though the machine and its presentation belonged in the same category of human achievement as the music performed there. Jobs took the stage in his customary black turtleneck and introduced the machine to an audience of academics, journalists, and industry observers with the focused eloquence of a man who had been preparing this presentation in his head for 3 years. He held up the cube. He placed it on the demonstration table. He let the audience look at it for a moment before he spoke, understanding that the object itself made an argument that his words would only supplement. The reviews were extraordinary and troubled in equal measure. The machine was beautiful, this was not disputed. The operating system, built on a Unix foundation with object-oriented frameworks that were genuinely years ahead of competitive offerings, was technically impressive in ways that the technical press documented with considerable excitement. The price was $6,500, which was not outrageous for a university workstation in 1988. Sun's comparable machines cost more, but was not the figure that university purchasing departments, operating on academic budgets in the tightening financial environment of the late Reagan years, found easy to accommodate. The optical drive, which Jobs had insisted upon because he believed the floppy disk was already obsolete and because the next step operating system required more storage than a floppy could provide, used a format, magneto-optical, that was technically sophisticated and practically inconvenient, because it meant that the next cube could not easily exchange files with the machines it would share a university network with. These were not small problems. They were the specific and predictable consequences of building for perfection rather than for context, of designing a machine for the University of Jobs' imagination rather than the university as it actually existed, with its legacy systems and its purchasing committees and its perfectly reasonable preference for hardware that could talk to other hardware without requiring special adapters. The cube was magnificent. The cube was almost exactly what he had set out to build. And the market for which he had built it was about to tell him, in the patient impersonal language of purchase orders and adoption rates, that magnificence was not the same as necessity, and that the gap between those two things, which Jobs had never fully accepted as real, was about to become the most expensive lesson of his career. Chapter 44. The hiring, creating the A-team in Palo Alto. The candidate sat across the table from Jobs in the spare, almost aggressively undecorated conference room of the Deer Creek Road office, and he had been answering questions for 40 minutes with the fluency of a man who knew his subject and knew he knew it. His resume was excellent. His technical credentials were, by any reasonable measure, impressive. He had shipped products. He had managed teams. He had solved hard problems in environments that demanded both speed and rigor. Jobs listened to him with the particular quality of attention that his employees had learned to read as a clinical instrument rather than an expression of interest, not the warm, leaning forward attention of someone engaged, but the still, level attention of someone measuring. When the candidate finished his most recent answer, Jobs was quiet for a moment. Then he asked a question that had nothing to do with the resume, nothing to do with the technical requirements of the role, nothing to do with anything the candidate could have prepared for. What have you done in your life that you actually believe in? The candidate blinked. He began to reformulate. Jobs waited with the patience of a man who already knew whether the answer would be sufficient. The late summer of 1985 was a peculiar moment to be recruiting in Silicon Valley, and Jobs understood its peculiarities better than almost anyone because he had helped create them. The personal computer industry had passed through its heroic phase, the garage years, the founding myths, the sense that a small group of people with the right ideas could build something that changed the world in a single season, and had entered what might be called its imperial phase, in which the companies that had survived the founding were becoming institutions, with all the bureaucratic weight that the word implies. Apple was becoming an institution. IBM, which had entered the personal computer market in 1981 with the blunt commercial force of a company that had never needed elegance to win, was an institution already. Microsoft, which had licensed its operating system to IBM and was now licensing it to every clone manufacturer willing to pay the fee, was on its way to becoming the most powerful institution in the industry's history. The independent spirit that had animated the Valley's self-mythology was increasingly in tension with the organizational reality of a maturing market. Into this environment, Jobs arrived with a proposition that was simultaneously anachronistic and irresistible. Come work on something that matters with people who are serious, in a place that will demand everything you have. He was not offering stability. He could not offer stability. Next had no product, no revenue, no established customer base, and an operating budget that depended on Jobs' personal fortune and whatever investment he could attract. What he was offering was the thing that the Valley's imperial phase was in the process of making scarce: the experience of building something from nothing, answerable to no prior version of itself, constrained only by what was technically possible and what was aesthetically correct. For a specific kind of engineer, younger or older but still carrying the founding-era conviction that the heroic phase needn't be over, that offer was more compelling than any institutional salary or stock option package. The core conflict Jobs faced in assembling his team was not, as it might appear from the outside, a problem of talent supply. Silicon Valley in 1985 was dense with engineers of genuine ability, many of them restless, some of them recently liberated from Apple alongside Jobs or in the general turbulence his departure had caused. The conflict was more fundamental than supply. It was a conflict between the kind of team Jobs needed and the kind of team he was capable of building and sustaining. He needed, and in this he was entirely correct, people who could work at the highest level of their disciplines without requiring the management scaffolding, the clear processes, the defined roles, the protected territories, that large organizations provide. He needed self-organizing excellence, people whose internal standards were severe enough that external supervision would be redundant. But those people, by definition, had strong views of their own. They had opinions about architecture, about process, about the right way to build things. They were not, by temperament, the kind of people who accepted override gracefully. And Jobs, whose own opinions about the right way to build things were both comprehensive and non-negotiable, was assembling a team of people structurally likely to come into conflict with him. He seemed not to regard this as a problem. He seemed, in fact, to regard the friction it would produce as a feature, as evidence that he had hired people serious enough to push back, even if the pushing back would ultimately be unsuccessful. He had always believed, and the Macintosh experience had largely confirmed, that the best work emerged from environments of high tension, from the collision of strong views under pressure, from the crucible condition that drove people past their comfortable limits into genuinely new territory. What he did not always account for was the human cost of maintaining that condition indefinitely, across years rather than the concentrated sprint of a single product cycle. The founding Next team crystallized around several key individuals who had followed Jobs from Apple. Bud Tribble, who had been the software lead on the original Macintosh project and whose combination of technical depth and aesthetic sensitivity Jobs trusted more than almost anyone's, returned after a stint in medical school to become Next's VP of software. George Crow, who had been an analog engineer on the Mac, came over to lead hardware engineering. Susan Barnes, sharp and financially disciplined in ways that complemented Jobs' visionary recklessness, came to run finance. Rich Page, one of Apple's most respected engineers, joined to lead the hardware design effort. These were not second-tier people making a sentimental bet on a former employer. They were, by any serious measure, among the best people in the industry in their respective areas, and their willingness to leave Apple for an unfunded startup with no product was itself a form of testament to the quality of what Jobs was proposing. The process by which he recruited them, and the subsequent waves of engineers and designers who joined in 1986 and 1987, revealed something essential about his understanding of talent and its relationship to meaning. He did not recruit with compensation packages, though the equity he offered was real enough. He recruited with vision, with the specific, detailed, fully inhabited account of what Next was going to build and why it mattered, delivered with the focused intensity that had always been his most potent tool. He would sit across a table from someone whose work he had identified and researched, and he would talk about the university market, about the needs of the researcher who was trying to do work that current machines could not support, about the possibility of building an operating system so architecturally sound that it would still be relevant in 20 years. He would talk about the cube. He would talk about the factory. He would talk about doing it right for once, with no compromises forced by a board that cared more about quarterly earnings than about excellence. By the time he was finished, many of the people across the table from him had begun to reorganize their understanding of what they were doing with their professional lives. The keyhole moment, the single episode that opens the widest view into his character during this hiring period, occurred in the spring of 1986, when Jobs was pursuing a senior software engineer whose name circulated in the Valley as one of the people who genuinely understood the Unix kernel at the level of mastery that Next's operating system ambitions would require. The engineer was employed, well compensated, and skeptical. He had heard the Jobs mythology and was old enough to have developed a professional immune response to charisma. He came to the Deer Creek Road office for what he understood to be an exploratory conversation, expecting the standard recruitment pitch dressed in visionary language. Jobs met him in the conference room and immediately abandoned the script that the engineer had prepared to deflect. He did not talk about Next's mission or the university market or the beauty of the cube. He asked the engineer to walk him through the most technically difficult problem he had ever solved in complete detail, starting from the initial conditions. The engineer, surprised, began to explain. Jobs listened with the genuine, undivided attention he reserved for technical content that interested him, asking questions that revealed he had understood the previous answer before asking the next one, pushing into corners of the problem that the engineer had not expected a non-specialist to locate. The conversation lasted 3 hours. When it was over, Jobs said, "I need you to come work here. What you just described is the kind of thinking this machine requires, and I don't think you'll find another place in the Valley where you'll actually get to use it." The engineer joined Next within 2 months. He would later say that it was the only job interview in his career during which he had felt that the person across the table was more interested in his mind than his resume. It was Susan Barnes who provided the steadying counterweight to Jobs' recruiting intensity during this period, and the relationship between them illustrated, in compressed form, the dynamic that Jobs most needed and most resisted throughout his career. Barnes was precise where Jobs was expansive, financially rigorous where he was aesthetically driven, capable of holding the line on budget conversations that Jobs found tedious and irrelevant. She understood that the company's survival depended on her ability to maintain fiscal reality in an environment that Jobs was continuously pressuring toward fiscal fantasy. She did not confront him dramatically or publicly. She had the intelligence to understand that public confrontation with Jobs was a losing strategy regardless of the merits of the position, but she maintained her ground in the ways that mattered, tracking expenditure, modeling scenarios, appearing at his office door with numbers that could not be wished away. Jobs respected her for this, which was itself notable. He respected her because she did not capitulate, because she brought to the financial domain the same refusal to accept the wrong answer that he brought to the design domain. They were, in this specific sense, temperamental allies despite their constant substantive disagreement. By the end of 1986, the Palo Alto office held roughly 40 people, engineers, designers, operations staff, a small administrative team, and it had the quality of atmosphere that Jobs had always generated and always sought. The charged, slightly anxious energy of people who believed they were doing something important and were not entirely certain they could do it. The belief was genuine. The uncertainty was also genuine. Jobs moved through this environment like a weather system, his presence altering the atmospheric pressure of whatever room he entered, accelerating some processes and disrupting others, producing both the best work people had ever done and the worst days of their professional lives, sometimes in the same afternoon. He held weekly Monday morning meetings that became notorious for their intensity, meetings at which each team was expected to present progress that Jobs would evaluate with a directness that spared nothing and no one. Engineers who had worked through weekends to solve a problem that they brought to Monday's meeting with justifiable pride sometimes watched Jobs receive their solution and find, within minutes, the assumption they had made that he considered unacceptable, the compromise they had introduced that he regarded as a form of dishonesty, the decision they had taken for practical reasons that he viewed as a capitulation to the wrong standard. He was not always right in these assessments. He was right often enough that the people around him could not develop a reliable defense against the possibility that he was right this time too. What this team was building in that Palo Alto office in the mid to late 1980s was not just a computer. They were building a methodology, a way of making things that was inseparable from Jobs' particular psychology, his specific combination of vision and tyranny, his inability to separate the aesthetic from the ethical, his belief that the people who worked for him were capable of more than they knew, and his willingness to be brutal in the service of extracting it. The methodology would produce, eventually, objects of genuine and lasting quality. It would also produce, in many of the people subjected to it, a residue of damage that they would carry out of next and into the rest of their careers, a heightened sensitivity to excellence that was also, sometimes, a wound. The A-team was assembled. The vision was articulated. The office hummed with the specific frequency of people working at the edge of what they could do, driven by a man who had decided that the edge was the only acceptable location for serious work. What none of them could yet see in the compressed and urgent present of those early years was that the team Jobs had built, brilliant, fractious, expensive, and wholly organized around his personal authority, was also a team that would only cohere as long as his authority remained unquestioned, and that the first serious commercial disappointment, when it arrived, would not merely test their work but test the structural assumption on which the entire enterprise had been built. Chapter 45. Ross Perot, Securing a Billionaire's Backing. The television was on in the corner of the room, tuned to PBS, and Ross Perot was watching Steve Jobs the way a man watches something he cannot quite believe is happening in front of him, with the forward-leaning attention of someone who keeps expecting the trick to be revealed and keeps not finding it. The program was a documentary segment on Next, filmed at the Palo Alto office, and Jobs was on screen doing what Jobs did when a camera was present and his subject was his own work. He was inhabiting the vision so completely that the distinction between salesmanship and conviction had ceased to exist. He talked about the university market with the fluency of someone who had spent years inside it. He held the magnesium cube with the careful reverence of a man presenting evidence of something sacred. He said the word, extraordinary, and it did not sound like marketing language. It sounded like a measurement. Perot watched to the end. Then he picked up the telephone and called his office and told his assistant to find him Steve Jobs' number. He had decided, in the length of a television segment, to invest in whatever this man was building. The reasoning, such as it was not financial. It was simpler and more primal than that. He recognized something. The year was 1986, and the American economy was conducting one of its periodic experiments in the theology of wealth. The Reagan administration had spent 6 years consecrating the proposition that money made by exceptional individuals was, by definition, money well made, that the market was not merely an efficient allocator of resources but a moral instrument, a mechanism for identifying and rewarding genuine human excellence. In this climate, the venture capital apparatus of Silicon Valley had expanded into something that resembled a secular religion complete with its own prophets, its own orthodoxies, and its own system of canonization. Entrepreneurs who had built and sold companies were reinvesting their proceeds in the next generation of entrepreneurs, and the cycle was self-accelerating, producing valuations and expectations that had only the loosest relationship to underlying revenue. Jobs had been both a beneficiary and a casualty of this environment. His Apple equity had made him extraordinarily wealthy, and his reputation as a visionary had been both built and partially destroyed within the same industry ecosystem that now watched his next venture with a mixture of fascination and skepticism. The skepticism was not irrational. By late 1986, Next had been operating for over a year without producing a shippable product, had spent substantially through its initial capital, and had demonstrated, in the specificity of its hardware ambitions, a relationship to cost that a prudent investor would have found alarming. Jobs had funded the company initially from his own resources. He had put roughly $7 million of his Apple proceeds into Next, and had attracted a small number of early investors whose confidence in him was personal rather than analytical. But $7 million, in the context of what Next was trying to build, was not a runway. It was a starting position. The magnesium casting alone was consuming engineering time and fabrication costs that would have strained a much larger operation. The factory in Fremont, which Jobs was designing with the aesthetic ambition of a museum, had not been built yet but was already expensive in the planning. The operating system, whose architectural ambitions were genuinely impressive, required a software team of a size and quality that the current budget was straining to support. Jobs needed more money, and he needed it with the urgency of a man who will not reduce his ambitions to fit his budget because reducing ambitions is, to his psychology, a form of defeat that costs more than any financial shortfall. Ross Perot arrived, from Jobs' perspective, as something close to providential. He was not a Silicon Valley figure. He was a Texan, a self-made billionaire who had built electronic data systems from nothing in the early 1960s and sold it to General Motors in 1984 for $2.5 billion, a transaction that had made him one of the wealthiest men in America and had also, in the way of such transactions, left him with the specific restlessness of an entrepreneur who has exchanged his freedom for a very large check. He was combative, direct, patriotic in the demonstrative style of a man who had grown up in Texarkana during the Depression and never entirely lost the emotional register of that formation. He had opinions about everything and expressed them with the compressed force of someone who had learned that time was the only resource that couldn't be replenished. He was, in other words, temperamentally unlike Jobs in almost every particular, earthier, louder, more conventionally American in his self-presentation, more comfortable with the rough edges of commerce than with its aesthetic possibilities. And yet what Perot had seen on that PBS documentary was something that his own history had prepared him to recognize. A man in the grip of a genuine conviction about what he was building, a man for whom the work was not separable from the self, who could not phone it in because phoning it in was not a mode his nervous system supported. Perot had built EDS on exactly that kind of conviction, had recruited people to an idea that didn't exist yet and made them believe in it through the force of his own belief, had refused to accept the limitations that competitors and investors and market conditions tried to impose on his ambitions. He saw Jobs and saw a version of that energy operating in a different register, in a different industry, with different aesthetic commitments but the same underlying structure of absolute refusal. He called Jobs because he wanted to be near that energy again. The investment was almost secondary. The core conflict that the Perot relationship introduced was one of the subtler and more instructive tensions of the next years, and it was a conflict that Jobs, despite his considerable intelligence about human beings in most other contexts, did not fully perceive until it had already shaped the company in ways he had not intended. The conflict was this: Perot's investment bought him a seat on the next board, and Perot's presence on the next board introduced into the governance of the company a voice that was both supportive and, in its fundamental assumptions, incommensurable with Jobs' own. Perot believed in Jobs. He also believed in results. He believed in the specific, tangible, deliverable results that his own career had taught him were the only meaningful measure of whether a vision was genuine or merely eloquent. He had built EDS by bidding on contracts, winning them, and delivering what he had promised on schedule, within budget, or close enough to budget that the variance could be explained without embarrassment. He had no experience with a product development process in which the schedule was subordinate to the aesthetic, in which the budget was a guideline rather than a constraint, in which the definition of done was controlled by a single person's eye rather than by a specification document that had been agreed upon in advance. The revealing action, the episode that functions as the keyhole into Jobs' character during this specific period, did not occur in a boardroom or a design review but in a dinner that Jobs arranged at his home in Palo Alto shortly after Perot's investment was confirmed. It was a small gathering, half a dozen people, and Jobs had cooked, which was not unusual. He went through periods of intense culinary focus that bore the same relationship to ordinary cooking that his relationship to product design bore to ordinary engineering. The food was excellent, the conversation ranged widely, and Perot, who was a gregarious man in social settings, was at his most expansive, talking about EDS, about the GM acquisition, about his views on American manufacturing and what it would take to restore the country's industrial competitiveness. Jobs listened with more patience than he typically afforded to extended monologues. Then Perot said something, a remark intended as a compliment about Next being a sound investment because the university market was large and the hardware margins were potentially strong, and Jobs interrupted him, not rudely but with the corrective precision of someone who needs a misunderstanding addressed before it can propagate further. "I'm not trying to capture a market," he said. "I'm trying to build the best computer that has ever been made. If we do that, the market will find us. If we don't do that, no market strategy in the world will matter." Perot looked at him across the table. There was a pause that was not uncomfortable exactly but that contained, in retrospect, the entire future tension of their relationship. The moment in which a man who had built his fortune by capturing markets heard, clearly and without ambiguity, that the person he had just given $20 million to operated from a different set of premises entirely. Perot nodded. He did not argue. He would not argue for years. But he had heard it. Susan Barnes, who was present at several of the early interactions between Jobs and Perot in the months following the investment, observed the dynamic with the particular clarity of someone who was accountable for the financial reality that both men, in their different ways, were choosing not to fully inhabit. Perot brought to board meetings the specific kind of engaged questioning that successful businessmen bring to investments they care about. Detailed, practical, focused on deliverables, concerned with timeline. Jobs answered these questions with the confident fluency that came naturally to him when the questions were about vision and with the more oblique fluency that he deployed when the questions were about schedule and cost. The fluency of a man who has decided that the best response to an inconvenient question is an inspiring answer to a slightly different question. Barnes watched this transaction and understood its structure completely. She understood that Perot's patience was not infinite, that his admiration for Jobs was genuine but conditional, that the condition was ultimately some version of the result that Perot's whole career had taught him to require. She understood that Jobs did not share this understanding, or shared it only in the way that people share an understanding of something they have decided to defer. She continued to appear at Jobs' office door with numbers. The $20 million Perot invested in February 1987, at a valuation that the optimistic would call bold and the skeptical would call untethered from demonstrated commercial reality, extended Next's runway significantly and, more importantly, changed the company's narrative position in the industry. Perot was not merely wealthy. He was famous, and in the specific way of Texas billionaires in the 1980s, he was famous in a manner that carried cultural authority beyond Silicon Valley, that reached the mainstream business press, that communicated to university purchasing departments and institutional investors and potential partners that Next was a serious enterprise backed by serious people. Jobs understood the narrative value of the investment as well as its financial value, possibly better. He made sure that Perot's involvement was public, gave interviews in which he described their relationship with the warmth of a man who understood that the relationship was itself a product to be designed and presented, and deployed the association with the same intentionality he brought to every other element of the Next brand. What both men perhaps underestimated in the mutual enthusiasm of those early months was the specific way in which Jobs' definition of building the best computer ever made would interact with Perot's definition of making a sound investment. They were not incompatible definitions in principle. In practice, their incompatibility expressed itself in the continuously extending timeline of the Next product, in the manufacturing costs that kept expanding as Jobs found new dimensions of the cube that needed to be right, in the operating system whose architectural ambitions kept revealing new requirements, in the factory that was being built to a standard of aesthetic perfection that bore no relationship to the cost of the goods it would produce. Perot watched all of this from his board seat in Dallas, attending meetings, reading reports, asking questions that Jobs answered with the confidence of a man who had decided that the correct timeline for doing something right was the timeline required to do it right. He had heard Jobs say as much at that dinner table. He had nodded. The nodding, it would turn out, was not agreement. It was the beginning of a patience that had a limit neither of them had yet located. The money was in the bank. The factory plans were on the drafting table. The cube was on its 14th casting iteration. And somewhere in a Dallas office, Ross Perot was reading a Next financial projection with the expression of a man who has started to notice a pattern. Not with alarm, not yet, but with the specific attentiveness of someone who has spent a career learning to distinguish between the delays of genuine creation and the delays of something else entirely, and who is beginning to wonder, quietly, which kind he has paid $20 million to be part of. Chapter 46. The Software, the Birth of Next Step, the Future of macOS. The cursor blinked. It was sometime past 2 in the morning in the autumn of 1987, and Steve Jobs stood motionless in the low blue light of a Next workstation, his arms folded tight across his chest, his jaw set in that particular way that his engineers had learned to read the way sailors read weather. The machine in front of him was, by nearly every objective measure, the most sophisticated personal computer ever assembled, a perfect black cube, obsidian and severe, housing a Motorola 68030 processor that hummed with quiet menace. The hardware was finished. The hardware, in Jobs' estimation, was almost beautiful enough. But on the screen something was wrong with the way a window animated when it was dragged. There was a slight, nearly imperceptible, invisible to anyone who had not spent years thinking about nothing but the physics of light and motion, lag between the moment a user initiated movement and the moment the interface responded. A stutter. A hesitation. A lie. It's like shaking hands with someone, Jobs said finally, his voice barely above a whisper, and they're just a little bit slow. He turned to the engineer beside him, a young man who had not slept in 31 hours. That's not a handshake. That's an apology. The engineer went back to work. This was Next. This was what it meant to build software for Steve Jobs in the years after Apple had pushed him out of his own company, years in which the technology industry had undergone a transformation so rapid and so disorienting that most of its participants had not yet found language adequate to describe it. By 1987, Microsoft had shipped Windows 2.0, a system so clumsy and derivative that Jobs could not look at it without feeling something between contempt and physical revulsion. IBM's dominance of enterprise computing was beginning to fray at its edges, frayed by the very PC architecture it had introduced, now being cloned by manufacturers across Southeast Asia who understood that the real revolution was in replication, in democratization by way of commodity. The Macintosh, the machine Jobs had willed into existence at Apple, was selling respectably but not transcendently, hobbled by its own limitations of memory and processing power, its graphical interface still something that corporate America regarded with the polite suspicion of a dinner guest eyeing an unfamiliar dish. Into this landscape, Jobs arrived not as a returning king but as something stranger and more volatile. An exile with access to capital, with a ferocious clarity of vision, and with absolutely nothing left to lose. He had founded Next Computer in 1985 with $5 million of his own money and the early patronage of Ross Perot, who would eventually invest $20 million more and who seemed genuinely charmed, as so many men of wealth and ambition were charmed, by Jobs' ability to make the future sound not merely inevitable but personally urgent. Next's stated mission was the higher education market. Its unstated mission, the one that drove every decision in the building on Deer Creek Road in Redwood City, was the complete reimagination of what a computer's operating system could be. The result, developed across those years in a pressure cooker of perfectionism and paranoia, was Next Step. To understand what Next Step represented, it is necessary to understand the state of software in the middle 1980s, and to understand that state is to understand a kind of organized chaos, a world of competing standards, proprietary systems, and programming environments so hostile to elegance that building sophisticated software on them was less like architecture and more like archaeology. Most operating systems of the era were essentially elaborate filing systems with ambitions. They managed memory clumsily, offered developers tools that were primitive and poorly integrated, and made virtually no allowance for the idea that a user's relationship with a computer might be, or should be, sensory, even emotional. They were functional the way a loading dock is functional. They were not, in any sense that Jobs recognized, humane. Next Step was built on an entirely different philosophical foundation. Its core was Unix, specifically a variant called Mach, developed at Carnegie Mellon, which gave it a stability and a multitasking capability that the Macintosh's operating system could not approach. But it was what Jobs and his team constructed atop that Unix core that made Next Step genuinely revolutionary. They built an object-oriented development environment called the Objective-C language, which allowed programmers to write software in components, in reusable modules of code that could be assembled and reassembled like the parts of a well-engineered machine. They built Interface Builder, a tool so astonishingly powerful that developers could construct a working application's visual interface by dragging and dropping elements on a screen, then wire those elements to code in a process that felt less like programming and more like design. They built Display PostScript, which rendered text and graphics on screen with a crispness that made every other computer display of the period look, by comparison, like something drawn in sand. The graphical interface itself was a revelation in texture and depth. Windows cast shadows. The dock, a concept that Next Step introduced years before it became the signature element of the Macintosh desktop, presented applications as three-dimensional icons with a physical weight and presence. When a window minimized, it did not simply disappear. It curled in the manner of a piece of paper being rolled into the dock, a visual metaphor so precise and so satisfying that engineers who saw it for the first time sometimes went quiet. Jobs had a phrase for this quality, this sense that a piece of software responded to the user's intentions with physical fidelity. He called it the feel of inevitability. He used it constantly. He used it the way a conductor uses tempo, to set the standard, to communicate expectation, to make clear that anything falling short of it was not a minor deficiency but a fundamental failure of imagination. The internal dynamics of producing this system were, by any reasonable accounting, extraordinary. Jobs ran Next with a combination of visionary clarity and interpersonal intensity that would have been difficult to sustain in any organization and was, in this one, the source of both its greatest achievements and its deepest wounds. He reviewed everything. He had opinions about font rendering, about the precise shade of gray used in scroll bars, about the sound the system made when a user performed an action it could not complete. He once held a review of the software's printer dialog, a small, functional rectangle that appeared when a user wanted to print a document, for 45 minutes, dissecting its proportions and its typography with the focused intensity a general might bring to a battle plan. His engineers were among the most talented in the industry. They were also, many of them, quietly terrified. It was in this atmosphere that Avi Tevanian emerged as one of the most consequential relationships of Jobs' post-Apple years. Tevanian had come to Next from Carnegie Mellon, where he had worked directly on the Mach kernel, and he possessed a quality rare among the engineers who passed through Jobs' orbit. He could argue back. Not loudly, not theatrically, but with a precision and a confidence grounded in genuine expertise that Jobs, who had an almost biological sensitivity to competence, recognized and respected. Where other engineers learned to absorb Jobs's critiques in silence or retreat into technical explanations so dense that they forestalled further conversation, Tavanian would simply explain in plain language why something was or was not possible, what the trade-offs were, and what alternative approaches might achieve the effect Jobs was imagining. He did not flatter. He did not capitulate. He held his ground with a kind of quiet authority that Jobs, who had spent his adult life surrounded by people willing to bend to his will, found genuinely useful and perhaps, in some private way, quietly satisfying. Their collaboration during the next step years was not a friendship in any conventional sense. Jobs did not form friendships in conventional senses, but it was a working partnership of unusual depth and durability. Tavanian understood that Jobs was not, in his demands for perfection, being arbitrary. He understood that Jobs was operating from a coherent and deeply held philosophy about the relationship between human beings and their tools. A philosophy that held, in essence, that software should not ask the user to accommodate the machine, that the machine should accommodate the user, and that the gap between these two orientations was not merely a technical distinction but a moral one. This understanding made Tavanian uniquely effective in translating Jobs's aesthetic imperatives into engineering reality, and it bound the two men together across the years in a collaboration that would outlast Next itself. The revealing action occurred not in a code review or a product demonstration but in a meeting with a group of academic computing directors from major universities. The customers Next was theoretically courting, the institutional buyers whose purchasing decisions would determine whether the Next Cube found a home in research labs and university computer centers. The meeting was going tolerably well. The hardware was impressive. The price. The Next Cube would eventually retail for $6,500, a figure that placed it far beyond the budgets of most individual researchers and nearly beyond the institutional ones, had not yet been discussed. And then one of the directors, a careful, methodical man from the University of Michigan, asked Jobs to walk him through the software development environment. How long, the director wanted to know, would it take an experienced programmer to build a functional application using Next Step's tools? Jobs sat with the question for a moment. Then he picked up the interface builder and, in a demonstration that became something of a legend among the people who witnessed it, built a working application. A functional database front end with a visual interface, connected to underlying data structures, in approximately 20 minutes. He did not rush. He did not explain everything he was doing. He simply built it, with the unhurried confidence of someone who has internalized a tool so completely that using it is no longer a cognitive act but something closer to physical memory. When he finished, he set down the keyboard and looked at the director from Michigan with an expression that was not quite a smile. In what other environment, Jobs said, could you have done that? The director, to his credit, said nothing. There was nothing adequate to say. What he had just witnessed was not a sales demonstration. It was a proof of philosophy, evidence that Jobs's insistence on depth and integration, on building every layer of the software stack with the same ferocious attention that he brought to the surface, had produced something that did not merely perform its functions but performed them in a manner that suggested an entirely different set of possibilities, a different conception of what the act of programming could feel like. The meeting ended. The director returned to Michigan. The universities, most of them, would ultimately decide that the Next Cube was too expensive, too proprietary, too demanding of an ecosystem that did not yet exist around it. The critique was not wrong. Jobs, in his pursuit of perfection, had built a machine and an operating system so far in advance of the infrastructure required to support them that the market could not follow. He had, as he had done before and would do again, created the future slightly ahead of the world's capacity to inhabit it. But Next Step would persist. It would evolve. It would be carried forward not by institutional adoption but by the stubborn conviction of its creator that what he had built was not merely good but fundamentally correct, that the object-oriented architecture, the integrated development tools, the graphical depth and physical fidelity of the interface, were not features of one company's product but properties of computing itself, properties that the industry would eventually be compelled to recognize. He was not wrong. He was simply early. and in the years of patient, grinding, often maddening work that lay ahead, years in which the next cube would fail commercially while Next Step itself quietly became the foundation on which a handful of the most important software applications of the coming decade would be built, Jobs would carry this conviction with him the way he carried everything that mattered to him. Not lightly, not gracefully, but with a force and a constancy that bent the world slowly to his vision. What he did not yet know, could not have known, in the autumn of 1987, standing in the blue light of his perfect machine while a young engineer rewrote animation code for the third time, was that the most consequential application ever built on Next Step would be written not in Redwood City but in a physics laboratory in Switzerland, by a soft-spoken British scientist who had never met Steve Jobs and who was trying, with no particular commercial ambition, to solve a problem of information sharing among researchers, and that this application would change the nature of human communication so completely that the world Jobs was trying to build a better computer for would, within a decade, cease to exist in any form he would have recognized. Chapter 47. The Launch Gala, San Francisco's Symphony Hall. The flowers were wrong. Not dramatically wrong. Not wrong in a way that anyone arriving at Davies Symphony Hall on the evening of October 12, 1988 would have noticed or remarked upon, not wrong in a way that would appear in any of the reviews that ran the following morning in the Chronicle or the Mercury News or the Wall Street Journal. They were wrong in the way that only one person in the building would notice. The arrangements flanking the stage were white calla lilies, elegant and severe, and Jobs had specified weeks earlier, in a conversation that his event coordinator had transcribed and filed and apparently not fully absorbed, white tulips. He stood backstage in a charcoal suit so precisely fitted that it seemed less like clothing than a second skin, and he looked at the lilies for a long moment with an expression that contained, in careful compression, everything that was both magnificent and terrible about him. The fury at imprecision, the refusal to accommodate the gap between what he had imagined and what the world had produced, and beneath both of these, working like a current beneath ice, the fear that if the flowers were wrong, something else was wrong, and if something else was wrong, then perhaps the machine itself, the black cube sitting on the stage behind a curtain of black cloth, was not yet what it needed to be. He turned to the nearest member of his staff. "Fix it," he said, and walked back to his dressing room without further explanation. The flowers were not fixed. There was not time. By 7 o'clock, Davies Symphony Hall was filled with 3,000 people. Journalists, academics, computing professionals, venture capitalists, and the merely curious. And the effect of that crowd, its noise and heat and collective anticipation, was something that even Jobs's iron capacity for tunnel vision could not entirely block out. He could hear them through the wall. He stood very still and listened. The autumn of 1988 was a particular kind of American moment. A moment of extravagant confidence held in uneasy tension with a gathering awareness that confidence alone was not sufficient collateral. Ronald Reagan was in the final weeks of his presidency, and the country he was preparing to hand to George H.W. Bush was prosperous in its surface statistics and complicated in its actualities. The savings and loan crisis was metastasizing beneath the waterline of the financial system. The first tremors of what would eventually become a significant recession were registering in the bond markets, and Silicon Valley, which had spent the middle years of the decade in a state of something close to euphoria, was beginning to feel the specific anxiety of an industry that had promised more than it had yet delivered. The personal computer revolution, so loudly heralded, had produced remarkable tools and enormous wealth, but it had not yet produced the thing that its most visionary advocates had promised: a genuinely new relationship between human intelligence and machine capability, a symbiosis rather than a transaction. The Valley needed a prophet. It always needed a prophet. And it needed one in October of 1988, with particular urgency, because the last several years had produced mostly iteration. Jobs understood this. He understood it the way he understood most things about the culture of technology, intuitively, physically, as a kind of atmospheric pressure he could feel against his skin. He also understood that he was, himself, a complicated figure in this moment, not the hero of an ongoing story but the hero of a story that had been interrupted, perhaps permanently. He had been gone from Apple for 3 years. 3 years in which John Scully had continued to sell Macintoshes in respectable numbers while doing nothing, in Jobs' estimation, that approached genuine vision. 3 years in which Microsoft had advanced its position in enterprise computing through a combination of business acumen and a quality Jobs could only describe in private as shamelessness, a willingness to ship software that was adequate rather than excellent and to let the market's inertia do the rest. 3 years in which Jobs had been building, in relative obscurity, the machine he believed would make everything that had come before it look like a rehearsal. Tonight was not a rehearsal. The core conflict of the next launch was not technical. The hardware was finished. The cube, machined to tolerances that the manufacturing team described with quiet disbelief, sitting on stage in its matte black perfection. The software, next step, was functional, even if functional in this context meant something closer to astonishing than to the ordinary meaning of the word. The conflict was one of perception, and perception in the technology industry of 1988 was a form of physics. It had mass and momentum, it bent around objects of sufficient gravity, and it was almost impossible to reverse once it had achieved velocity in a particular direction. The narrative that had attached itself to Jobs in the years since his departure from Apple was not flattering. He was brilliant, the narrative allowed, no one seriously disputed that, but he was also impossible, erratic, a man whose perfectionism had curdled into something that destroyed teams and missed markets and produced, in the Macintosh, a computer so concerned with its own beauty that it had shipped without enough memory to fully realize its own interface. The narrative said, Jobs is a visionary who cannot execute. The narrative said, Next is a vanity project, a monument to a wounded ego, a machine that will be gorgeous and unsellable. The narrative had been building for 3 years, and it had the particular authority of things said behind closed doors by people who had worked with Jobs and survived the experience and needed, in the aftermath, to make sense of what had happened to them. Jobs intended to kill the narrative tonight. He intended to kill it not by addressing it. He would not address it, would not acknowledge its existence, would treat the skepticism of the industry press with the serene indifference of a man who has already seen the future and finds arguments about the past tedious. But by rendering it irrelevant, he would show them the machine. He would show them what the machine could do. And they would understand, as he understood, that the conversation they had been having for 3 years was simply over. The lights went down at 7:15. Jobs walked out from the wings into a single white spotlight, and the audience's response was not quite applause and not quite silence but something in between. A collective intake of breath, the sound of 3,000 people recalibrating their expectations in real time. He stood at the center of the stage and he smiled, and the smile was the one he reserved for moments when he knew something his audience did not yet know, a smile that was less an expression of happiness than of anticipation, the look of a man about to show a card. What I'd like to do today, he said, his voice entirely level, is show you what the next 5 years of computing are going to look like. He did not say next. He said next. The ambiguity was not accidental. What followed over the next 90 minutes was, by the consensus of nearly everyone who was present, among the finest product demonstrations in the history of the technology industry. A performance so carefully constructed, so precisely paced, so calibrated in its sequencing of revelation that it functioned not as a product launch but as a kind of argument, each feature building on the last in a logical progression that moved the audience from surprise to comprehension to something approaching genuine wonder. He demonstrated the optical disk drive, which stored 256 megabytes, an almost incomprehensible figure in an era when most personal computers shipped with 20 megabyte hard drives, by playing a recording of a symphony orchestra, the sound filling Davies Hall with a richness that was itself a kind of demonstration, the medium proving the medium. He demonstrated the object-oriented development environment by showing how an application that would have taken months to build in a conventional programming environment could be assembled in weeks, perhaps days, using next steps tools. He demonstrated the display PostScript rendering by zooming into text on screen, zooming past the point at which any contemporary computer's fonts would have dissolved into pixels, and showing letters that remained crisp and perfectly formed at any magnification, smooth curves holding their geometry against the cruelest scrutiny. And then he played the music. It was the specific anecdote that those who were present would return to most often in the years that followed. The detail that cut through the technical specifics and the marketing polish and revealed something essential about what Jobs was doing and why. He had arranged for the Cube to demonstrate its sound capabilities by playing a passage from a CD. This was itself remarkable, since the Next was among the first personal computers to include a CD-quality sound system as standard hardware. And the piece he chose was not a pop song or a demonstration track but the third movement of Beethoven's Symphony No. 3, the Eroica, a piece written in a white heat of creative ambition by a composer who had originally dedicated it to Napoleon Bonaparte. Before tearing out the dedication page in fury when Napoleon declared himself emperor, before deciding that the work's real subject was not a man but an idea, the idea of heroic human striving in the face of circumstance. Whether Jobs had chosen it with this specific meaning in mind, no one could say with certainty. What could be said was that he let it play for longer than any demonstration of audio hardware required. He let it play until the room was genuinely quiet, until even the journalists who had arrived in a state of professional skepticism had stopped taking notes and were simply listening, and that when he finally faded it down, he looked out at the audience with an expression that was, for once, uncalculated. "I think we can all agree," he said quietly, "that that's why you build computers." Ross Perot was seated in the fourth row, and he was standing before anyone else in the room. Perot had come to Next not as a passive investor but as something closer to a believer, a man who had built his own fortune through an absolute conviction in his own judgment and who recognized, in Jobs, a version of that conviction operating at a frequency he found genuinely exciting. Their relationship had been, across the 3 years of Next's development, one of the stranger partnerships in the recent history of American business. Perot, the Texas billionaire with the blunt effect and the almost comical directness, and Jobs, the California aesthete with the Zen wardrobe and the opinions about window animation. They had in common the one thing that mattered, which was the belief that standards existed to be exceeded and that anyone who disagreed was simply someone who had already given up. Perot had watched the demonstration from his seat with an expression of undisguised satisfaction, the look of a man whose bet has come in. After the event, in the reception held in the symphony's lobby, champagne, the right flowers finally arranged on the right tables, the black cube displayed behind glass like a piece of sculpture. He made his way to Jobs and gripped his hand and said, in the carrying voice of a man who had never learned to be quiet in crowds, "Kid, I knew you had something. I didn't know you had this." It was, from Perot, the highest form of praise available, and Jobs received it with a nod that was almost but not quite modest. A nod that suggested he had known all along and was simply glad the evidence had caught up with his knowledge. The reviews the next morning were extraordinary. "A machine from the future," the Chronicle called it. The Wall Street Journal noted the price, $6,500, with the careful neutrality of a publication that understood its readers would need to hold both facts in their minds simultaneously, that this was the most impressive personal computer ever demonstrated, and that almost no one could afford it. The tension between these two facts was not lost on Jobs, who read the reviews in his car on the way back to Redwood City and said nothing for a long time, watching the bay glitter beyond the window, gray and silver in the morning light. The demonstration had been perfect. The machine had performed without error. The audience had responded beyond what even his most optimistic internal projections had allowed for. And yet, driving south through the autumn morning, Jobs sat with the awareness, not quite a thought, more a physical sensation, a coolness in the chest, that a perfect demonstration and a viable business were not the same thing, that 3,000 people applauding in Davies Symphony Hall was not the same thing as 3,000 universities writing purchase orders, and that the gap between the world as he had shown it last night and the world as it actually existed in its purchasing habits, and its institutional inertia and its fundamental resistance to paying $6,500 for any personal computer, no matter how astonishing, was a gap that no amount of showmanship could fully bridge. He had shown them the future. He had shown them with a clarity and a force that left no serious room for argument. The question that the morning raised, quietly and without mercy, was whether the future, his future, the one he had spent 3 years and the better part of his personal fortune constructing, would wait for the present to catch up, or whether the distance between them was simply too great, and the machine he had built in the image of his own perfectionism would stand, beautiful and uncompromised and largely unsold, as a monument to the precise distance between what Steve Jobs could imagine and what the world was prepared to receive. The first purchase orders arrived 2 weeks later. They were fewer than anyone at Next had projected, and the projections had already been conservative, and somewhere in Redmond, Washington, a man named Bill Gates read the sales figures with an expression that those around him would later describe as something very close to relief. Chapter 48. Market Reality, a beautiful machine that nobody could afford. The spreadsheet was a single page and Jobs would not look at it. It sat on the conference table in Redwood City in the early weeks of 1989, positioned precisely in front of the chair where he always sat, and it had been placed there by his chief financial officer with the quiet deliberateness of a man who has rehearsed the gesture, who has decided that the only way to make Steve Jobs confront a number is to put it somewhere he cannot avoid seeing it without physically turning away. The number at the bottom of the page, the cumulative figure representing Next's burn rate against its revenue projections for the first full quarter of commercial sales, was not a catastrophic number in the abstract. In the abstract, for a startup company in only its third year of operation, selling a product at the highest price point in its category into a market that was still learning to understand what it was buying, the number was perhaps defensible. But the number was not being considered in the abstract. It was being considered against the promises Jobs had made to his investors, against the projections he had presented to Ross Perot with the confidence of a man who has done the arithmetic and found it sound, and against the internal sales forecast that Next's own team had produced in the weeks following the Davies Symphony Hall launch, forecasts built on the assumption that the reception at that event, the standing ovation, the extraordinary reviews, the genuine sense that the industry had witnessed something categorically new, would translate into purchase orders at a rate that the numbers on the page made clear it had not. Jobs sat down, pulled the legal pad that he always carried in front of him, and began to write. Not the spreadsheet. The legal pad. After a moment, the CFO understood that the meeting was, in the way that Jobs defined meetings, already over. To understand the specific quality of the crisis that descended on Next in the months following the launch, it is necessary to understand the particular geography of the technology market in early 1989, its contours, its loyalties, its institutional inertias, because the Next Cube's commercial failure was not a failure of the machine itself but a failure of fit between the machine and the world it had been built to inhabit. The higher education market, which Jobs had identified as Next's primary constituency, was in a state of considerable financial constraint. The federal funding that had sustained university computing programs through the early 1980s had been tightening steadily under the Reagan administration's approach to discretionary spending, and the institutions that might have been most naturally drawn to the Next Cube, research universities with sophisticated computing needs and a genuine appetite for technical innovation, were precisely the institutions most dependent on that federal funding and therefore most sensitive to price. $6,500 for a single workstation, in an environment where departments were managing budgets that required them to justify every expenditure to a committee, was not merely expensive. It was, for most purchasing officers, simply outside the category of things that could be approved without a conversation that Jobs was not equipped, by temperament or inclination, to have. The conversation that the market wanted to have with Next was a negotiation. The market wanted discounts. The market wanted volume pricing. The market wanted site licenses and maintenance contracts and the assurance that if something went wrong with the machine, there was a support infrastructure that would make it right within a time frame compatible with the rhythms of academic life. The market wanted, in other words, to be sold to in the manner that technology companies had developed over the previous decade, with field sales representatives and customer success teams and the elaborate apparatus of enterprise relationship management that companies like IBM and Digital Equipment Corporation had perfected and that Jobs regarded with a contempt so thorough it had become reflexive. He had built the most advanced personal computer in the world. He was not going to negotiate its price. This was the core conflict of Next's commercial existence, and it was a conflict that existed, in its deepest form, not between Jobs and his customers but between Jobs and himself, between the part of him that understood, with genuine intellectual clarity, that a product's commercial success was the mechanism by which its ideas propagated through the world, and the part of him that could not, at a cellular level, Accommodate the idea of making the machine cheaper by making it less. Every reduction in price required a reduction somewhere in the product. A less precise enclosure, a less capable processor, a sacrifice in the optical drive or the sound system or the display quality, and every such reduction was, to Jobs, not a business decision but a kind of confession, an admission that the vision had been wrong, that the gap between what he had imagined and what the world would pay for was a gap that existed in the vision rather than in the world. He could not make that admission. He would not make it. The machine was correct. The market was mistaken. This was not arrogance performing as strategy. This was, for Jobs, simply the way he understood the relationship between quality and compromise, as a one-way door that, once opened, could not be closed. The revealing action came in the form of a meeting that Jobs requested with the academic computing directors of 10 major research universities, the same constituency he had courted since Next's founding, the institutions that had attended the Davies Hall launch and sent back admiring letters and then, in the subsequent weeks, sent back purchasing officers who had looked at the price and gone quiet. Jobs flew in the early spring of 1989 to a conference in Chicago where many of these directors had gathered, and he arrived not with a revised pricing sheet or a proposal for volume discounts but with a demonstration unit and the serene confidence of a man who believes that if he can simply show the thing clearly enough, the objections will dissolve. He set up the cube in a conference room. He ran through the demonstration he had refined over months of repetition until it was as close to perfect as a live demonstration could be. He showed them Interface Builder. He showed them the sound system. He showed them the optical drive and the display PostScript rendering and the multitasking stability that allowed the machine to run multiple applications simultaneously without the crashes and the memory conflicts that plagued every competing system. When he finished, the director of academic computing from a large Midwestern state university raised his hand. His institution, he explained, had a standardized computing environment built around machines that cost between $1,200 and $1,800 apiece. His department supported 3,000 students. He had a budget that required him to purchase in lots of 50 or more. Could Jobs discuss what a volume arrangement might look like? Jobs looked at the man for a moment with the expression he reserved for questions that he considered beside the point. What you're describing, he said carefully, is a decision to give your students an inferior experience because it's cheaper to do so. I understand that's a real constraint. But I'm not able to help you with that constraint. What I can show you is what computing should feel like, and you can decide whether that's something your institution wants to offer. The room went quiet. Several of the directors looked at their hands. The man from the Midwestern State University nodded once, with the patient diplomacy of someone who has received an answer that is not an answer, and wrote something in his notebook, and the meeting continued and no purchase orders resulted from it. The story made its way through the academic computing community with the speed that only stories about magnificent intransigence can achieve, accumulating in the telling a quality of legend, the tale of the man who had built the perfect machine and could not bring himself to sell it in the manner that selling required. It was told, depending on the teller, as evidence of Jobs's genius or his blindness, and the most honest accounting recognized that it was evidence of both simultaneously, that the quality which made him incapable of compromising the machine was the same quality that had made the machine worth not compromising in the first place. This was the central paradox of Steve Jobs as a commercial actor. His greatest strength and his most disabling limitation were not separate traits but the same trait, operating at different registers of the same frequency. It was in this period of commercial frustration that Jobs's relationship with Ross Perot underwent its most significant transformation. Perot had invested in Next with the enthusiasm of a man who believed he was backing a winner, and he had sustained that enthusiasm through the development years and through the launch and through the extraordinary reviews that followed it. But Perot was, beneath the theatrical directness and the patriotic rhetoric, a businessman of considerable discipline, and discipline required that he look at the sales figures from the first and second quarters of commercial operation and draw from them the conclusions that the figures supported. He began making calls to Redwood City more frequently. He began asking questions that had not previously been necessary to ask, about the sales pipeline, about the conversations with university purchasing departments, about whether Next had considered adjusting its pricing strategy for the institutional market. Jobs received these calls with a patience that cost him something, that was visible to the people around him as a form of effort. The patience of a man exercising a muscle he does not naturally possess. He understood that Perot's concerns were legitimate. He understood that an investor who had committed $20 million to a venture had both the right and the responsibility to ask about the venture's commercial health. He answered Perot's questions with the care of someone who knows that the answers are insufficient but has no other answers to offer. Yes, the sales pipeline was developing more slowly than projected. Yes, the pricing had proven to be an obstacle in the institutional market. No, he was not prepared to reduce the price by adjusting the specifications. The machine was the machine. The price was the price. The market would come. Perot, to his considerable credit, did not withdraw his support. He continued to believe, or continued at minimum to act as though he believed, that Jobs's conviction was a form of information, that a man who had created the Macintosh and then created Next Step had earned the right to be trusted when he insisted that the market's resistance was temporary. But the nature of Perot's belief shifted in this period, from the uncomplicated enthusiasm of a man backing a sure thing to the more complex and more costly faith of a man who has committed to a position and is determined to honor the commitment even as the evidence becomes more complicated. It was, in its way, a more genuine form of support than what had come before, belief not in the certainty of success but in the importance of continuing, and Jobs understood this, and the understanding created between the two men a bond of a different quality than the one that had existed at the beginning, heavier and more serious, freighted with the shared knowledge of difficulty. By the summer of 1989, Next had sold approximately 400 computers. The projection for the year had been 10,000. The optical disk drive, which Jobs had presented at Davies Hall as one of the machine's signature innovations, was proving to be a source of compatibility problems. The format was proprietary, the disks were expensive, and the software available for the platform remained thin, because independent developers, watching the sales figures, were making the rational calculation that the installed base was too small to justify the investment of building for it. The manufacturing facility in Fremont, a facility that Jobs had designed with the same obsessive attention to aesthetics that he brought to the product itself, its walls painted in specific colors, its machines positioned according to principles of visual harmony that had struck his operations team as eccentric and that had cost significantly more than a conventional factory layout would have, was operating at a small fraction of its capacity. The overhead was enormous. The revenue was not. Jobs drove to Fremont one morning in June and walked the factory floor alone, which was not something he typically did. He was not a man who found comfort in solitude with machines, who could stand among manufacturing equipment and feel the reassurance that some executives feel in the physical reality of production. He walked the floor and he looked at the robots, pristine, expensive, largely idle, and he looked at the small number of cubes moving through the assembly process at the far end of the line, each one being built with a precision and a care that added cost to every unit without adding a single customer, and he stood there for a long time in the particular silence of a factory running below capacity, which is one of the more dispiriting silences in commercial life, a silence that is also an accusation. He left without speaking to anyone and drove back to Redwood City, and on the way he made a decision that he would not announce for several more months but that had formed, in its essential outline, somewhere between Fremont and the Bay. The hardware was not going to save Next. The hardware was perfect and the hardware was not going to save it. The thing that would save Next, if anything would save it, was the software, the operating system, the development environment, the layered and luminous architecture of Next Step, which was not simply a better way to run a computer but a better way to build software for any computer, a platform whose value was not contingent on the black cube that currently housed it. The realization did not bring him comfort. It brought him something colder and more clarifying, the recognition that the machine he had sacrificed 3 years and $30 million and the patience of every person who had worked for him to build was perhaps not the point, had perhaps never been the point, and that the point was something less visible and more durable, something that lived not in the magnesium chassis or the optical drive or the precisely machined corners of the enclosure but in the code, in the architecture, in the invisible structure of an operating system that was waiting, with a patience its creator did not possess, for the world to find a reason to need it. He was not yet aware that across the Atlantic Ocean, in a suburb of Geneva, a 33-year-old British physicist named Tim Berners-Lee had recently submitted a proposal to his supervisors at CERN that they had returned to him with the handwritten annotation vague but exciting. A proposal for a system of linked information that he intended to build, when he got around to it, on a next cube, because it was the only machine powerful enough and flexible enough to do what he had in mind. Chapter 49. Tim Berners-Lee, The World Wide Web is Born on a Next. The sticker on the machine read in red capital letters, "This machine is a server. Do not power it down." It had been placed there by Tim Berners-Lee himself, affixed to the casing of a next cube that sat on a desk in Building 31 at CERN, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, on the outskirts of Geneva, Switzerland, in the autumn of 1990. The sticker was handwritten, slightly crooked, and it was the most important label ever placed on any computer in history. Berners-Lee had written it not with any awareness of its significance. He was not a man given to historic self-consciousness, was in fact almost constitutionally incapable of the kind of grandiosity that the moment, in retrospect, might seem to have demanded, but with the practical urgency of someone who has built something fragile and necessary and is worried that a well-meaning colleague will walk past at 2 in the afternoon and flip the wrong switch. He taped the sticker to the cube and went back to his keyboard, and outside the window the Jura Mountains stood white and indifferent against the winter sky, and the world continued for a little while longer, not to know what had just happened inside it. The next cube on that desk, serial number unknown, its precise provenance unrecorded in any document that has survived, was running the first web server in human history. It was also running the first web browser. The two programs which Berners-Lee had written in the development environment that Steve Jobs and his team had spent 5 years constructing in Redwood City, communicated with each other across CERN's internal network using a protocol that Berners-Lee had invented and named HTTP, serving documents written in a markup language he had invented and named HTML, addressable through a system of locators he had invented and named URLs. The conceptual architecture of the thing, its elegance, its simplicity, its radical assumption that information should be linked rather than siloed, that the structure of knowledge should reflect the structure of thought rather than the structure of filing cabinets, had come entirely from Berners-Lee. But the tools with which he had built it, the environment that had made it possible for one man working alone to construct, in a matter of months, a system of sufficient sophistication and stability to run as a live server on a production network, had come from Jobs. Neither man knew the other existed. This fact, in its combination of historical irony and human ordinariness, contains perhaps the clearest possible illustration of how the future actually arrives, not through the coordinated efforts of visionaries who recognize each other across the distance of their respective geniuses, but through the quiet, unannounced collision of independent obsessions in the specific medium of a particular tool at a particular moment in time. To understand how Berners-Lee came to be sitting in front of a next cube in Geneva in 1990, it is necessary to go back to 1989, and to the specific texture of CERN as an institution and an environment. CERN was, in the late 1980s, the largest scientific instrument on Earth, a particle physics laboratory that straddled the French-Swiss border and employed several thousand scientists, engineers, and support staff from across the member nations of the European scientific community. Its purpose was the investigation of fundamental questions about the nature of matter and energy, which it pursued by accelerating subatomic particles to velocities approaching the speed of light and then colliding them, studying the debris of these collisions for evidence of particles and forces that existing theory predicted but had not yet observed. This was, by any measure, among the most ambitious intellectual enterprises in human history, and it generated, as a byproduct of its ambition, a specific and acute organizational problem. The people doing this work were spread across dozens of laboratories and research groups and national institutions, and they needed to share information, experimental results, technical documentation, software code, procedural knowledge, with a speed and flexibility that the existing infrastructure of computing and communication could not provide. The problem was not that CERN lacked computers. It had many computers running many different operating systems, organized into many different networks that communicated with each other poorly or not at all. The problem was that information stored on any one of these systems was, in practice, invisible to researchers working on any other system unless someone physically carried it across the institutional boundaries in the form of printed documents or magnetic tapes. Knowledge at CERN in 1989 moved the way knowledge had moved in medieval universities, slowly, physically, dependent on the initiative of individual people who happened to know where things were and were willing to go and get them. For an institution devoted to operating at the frontier of human understanding, this was a condition of almost comic inadequacy. Berners-Lee had been thinking about the problem for years. He had worked at CERN briefly in 1980 as a consulting software engineer, and had spent his spare time during that first tenure writing a program for his own use that he called Inquire, a simple system for storing information about people and projects in a linked structure, each node connected to other nodes by typed relationships, navigable by following the connections rather than by searching a hierarchy. Inquire was never released, never formally presented, never developed beyond the personal tool that Berners-Lee had built for his own organizational convenience. But it contained, in embryonic form, the conceptual DNA of everything that would follow, the insight that information became more useful when it was connected, that the connections themselves were a form of knowledge, and that a system designed around connections rather than categories would be, in some fundamental sense, a better model of how minds actually worked. He returned to CERN permanently in 1984, and by 1989 the problem of institutional information management had grown severe enough that he felt justified in writing a formal proposal, a document of modest length and extraordinary implication titled Information Management, a proposal, which he submitted to his supervisor, Mike Sendall, in March of that year. Sendall read it and wrote in the margin, in the understated manner of British scientific culture, vague but exciting, and returned it to Berners-Lee without further instruction. This was neither approval nor rejection. It was, in the custom of large research institutions, an invitation to continue thinking. The core conflict of what followed was not conceptual. Berners-Lee knew what he wanted to build, a distributed information system based on hypertext accessible across the heterogeneous network of computers at CERN and, eventually, beyond it. The conflict was instrumental. He needed a machine capable of running the server software and the development tools simultaneously, capable of the multitasking stability that writing and testing a complex networked application required, and capable of providing a programming environment sophisticated enough that one person, working alone, could construct something of sufficient complexity in a reasonable amount of time. The machines available to most researchers at CERN in 1989 could not do this. The personal computers of the era, the IBM compatibles running DOS, the various Unix workstations from Sun and DEC, were either too limited in their capabilities or too hostile in their development environments to make the project tractable for a single researcher without dedicated institutional support. Berners-Lee needed something that did not quite exist in the commercial market as most researchers understood it. And then CERN acquired several Next Cubes. The machines had arrived as part of an institutional computing evaluation. CERN, as a scientific organization, maintained a practice of assessing new hardware platforms for potential adoption, and the Next had attracted sufficient attention following its 1988 launch that it merited consideration. Berners-Lee encountered one in late 1989 and sat down with it in the manner of someone who has been looking for a specific tool and suddenly finds it in an unexpected drawer. The object-oriented development environment, Objective-C Interface Builder, the integrated suite of frameworks that Next Step provided, was precisely what he had needed without knowing until this moment that it existed. He could build the web server. He could build the browser. He could build both on one machine, in an environment that made the construction of networked applications not merely possible but, by the standards of the era, almost straightforward. He wrote the first web server software in the final weeks of 1990. He named it, with the provisional modesty that characterized everything he did, HTTPD, HTTP daemon, a functional description rather than a product name, the label of a man who was building a tool rather than a brand. He wrote it in Objective-C using the frameworks that Avi Tevanian and his colleagues had constructed in Redwood City, and the process was, by his own later account, remarkably fluid, the environment yielding to his intentions with a responsiveness that he had not experienced in other development contexts. The next step frameworks handled the low-level networking operations, the memory management, the threading model that allowed the server to handle multiple simultaneous connections without collapsing under the load. Berners-Lee built the architecture on top of these foundations, constructing the HTTP protocol implementation, the HTML parser, the hypertext navigation system that allowed a user to follow a link from one document to another document stored on a different machine anywhere on the network. The revealing action, the moment that, in retrospect, illuminates everything about the contingent and accidental nature of how the future is made, occurred in December of 1990, when Berners-Lee demonstrated the working system to a small group of colleagues at CERN. He sat at the next cube and opened the browser, which he had named World Wide Web, and navigated to the first web page, which was also hosted on the same machine, because the infrastructure of the web at this precise moment consisted of exactly one server and exactly one browser, both running on the same black cube in Building 31. The page contained information about the World Wide Web project itself, a description of what it was and how it worked and how other researchers might begin to use it. It was, in its way, the first act of web publishing. A page about the web, existing on the web, readable through the web, the system demonstrating itself to itself. The colleagues who watched this demonstration were interested but not overwhelmed. They were physicists and engineers, people whose professional lives were organized around the expectation that good ideas required years of development before they became useful, and what they saw on the screen of the next cube was, to their eyes, a promising prototype of a useful tool for sharing documents within a research institution. None of them described it, afterward, as the moment they witnessed the invention of the modern world. Berners-Lee himself did not describe it this way. He went back to his keyboard, fixed a bug he had noticed during the demonstration, and wrote a note to a colleague about the possibility of setting up a second server. Mike Sendall was the figure who, in this period, played the role that such figures always play in the histories of transformative inventions. Not the visionary, not the inventor, but the enabler, the person in the institutional structure who has the authority to say yes and the judgment to exercise it correctly. When Berners-Lee had submitted his 1989 proposal, Sendall's annotation, vague but exciting, had been the permission that kept the idea alive through the institutional inertia that kills most ideas at research organizations. In the months that followed, as Berners-Lee developed the system on the next cube, Sendall continued to provide the one thing that was hardest to obtain in a large scientific institution: protected time. He arranged that Berners-Lee's work on the web project would be recognized as legitimate CERN research rather than a personal side project. He navigated the bureaucratic currents of a large international organization with the patient skill of someone who understood that the most important thing he could do for this particular researcher was to ensure that no one stopped him. Their relationship was not one of intellectual collaboration. Sendall was a computing professional, not a physicist or a systems architect, and his contribution was organizational rather than conceptual. But organizational support, at the moment when Berners-Lee needed it, was worth more than almost any intellectual contribution could have been. The web did not require a more brilliant idea. It required the space and the time and the tool to be built. Sendall provided two of these things. The next cube provided the third. In Redwood City, Steve Jobs knew none of this. He was, in the autumn and winter of 1990, occupied with the gathering commercial crisis of Next, the sales figures that continued to disappoint, the manufacturing overhead that continued to accumulate, the investors whose patience was admirable but not infinite. He had begun to consider, with the focused pragmatism that he could bring to bear when the evidence became impossible to argue with, whether the company's future lay in hardware or in software, whether the black cube itself was the point or whether the point was the system running inside it. He was moving, slowly and against the grain of his deepest instincts, toward the recognition that the machine might need to be abandoned in order to save what the machine had made possible. He did not know that in a suburb of Geneva, a quiet Englishman with a handwritten sticker and a working system was in the process of demonstrating, more powerfully than any sales figure or investor presentation could have done, that what Next had built was not a failed computer company's primary product but the foundation of the information age, That the development environment Jobs had poured his exile's fury and his perfectionist obsession into constructing had proven itself not in the market he had aimed at but in a physics laboratory he had never visited, in the hands of a researcher he had never met, for a purpose so far beyond anything he had imagined that it would take years, and the collapse of everything he thought he was building, before he would begin to understand what he had actually made. The sticker remained on the cube. The server stayed on. And in the spring of 1991, Tim Berners-Lee would release his software to the wider internet, and the thing that had been born in Building 31 on a machine from Redwood City would begin, with a quietness entirely inconsistent with its eventual scale, to become the architecture of modern life, just as the company that had made it possible was preparing, with no awareness of the gift it had given the world, to make the most desperate pivot in the history of Silicon Valley. Chapter 50. The Pivot, from Hardware Company to Software Niche. He walked the factory floor one last time before giving the order. It was February of 1993, and the Fremont manufacturing facility that Jobs had built with the care and expense of a man constructing a cathedral was running at approximately 4% of its design capacity. The robots, white and articulated, positioned along the assembly line with a geometric precision that had once struck visiting journalists as the physical expression of Jobs's philosophy, automation as aesthetics, stood largely motionless, their indicator lights blinking in the slow rhythm of machines waiting for work that was not coming. The walls were still the specific shade of gray that Jobs had selected from a paint manufacturer's custom palette after rejecting 11 other shades as insufficiently neutral. The floor was still clean enough to eat from. The overhead lighting still fell at the angle that the facility's designer had specified to minimize shadow and maximize the visual clarity of the assembly process. Everything was exactly as Jobs had designed it, and it was, in its idling perfection, one of the most expensive still lives in the history of American manufacturing. Jobs walked the length of the line without speaking. The facility manager walked 2 paces behind him, holding a clipboard he did not consult. At the far end of the building, Jobs stopped and stood for a moment looking back at the length of the floor, the robots, the empty assembly stations, the small number of next cubes moving through the final stages of production with the unhurried pace of objects that know they are not urgently needed. He put his hands in the pockets of his jeans. He looked at the floor. Then he looked up. "Close it," he said. He walked out without elaborating, and the facility manager understood that elaboration was not required, that the word had cost Jobs something considerable, and that the appropriate response was silence. The decision to abandon hardware manufacturing, to shutter the Fremont factory, to discontinue the next cube as a physical product, to reconstitute the company as a software operation selling Next Step to run on industry-standard hardware platforms, was the most significant strategic decision Jobs had made since founding Next, and it was a decision that arrived not as a revelation but as an exhaustion. The slow collapse of a position that had been defended past the point that the defense was rational. By early 1993, Next had sold approximately 50,000 computers in 4 years of commercial operation. The company had burned through the better part of its investor capital. Ross Perot, whose faith had sustained the operation through its most difficult years, had grown quiet in a way that communicated more than words would have. Canon, the Japanese camera and office equipment manufacturer that had invested $100 million in Next in 1989, an investment that had seemed, at the time of its announcement, to validate everything Jobs had claimed about the machine's commercial potential, was asking questions in the measured, courteous manner of a large corporation that has decided to ask questions rather than make accusations, which is the most alarming manner in which large corporations ask questions. The world into which Next was attempting to sell its hardware had changed in ways that made the challenge not merely commercial but structural. The early 1990s were the years in which the personal computer market completed its consolidation around the Wintel architecture. Intel processors running Microsoft Windows, with a thoroughness and a velocity that foreclosed most alternatives. Windows 3.0, released in 1990, had been followed by Windows 3.1 in 1992. And while neither version approached Next Step in sophistication or stability, both were good enough. That fatal phrase, good enough, to satisfy the institutional buyers who were now standardizing their computing environments around a single platform and were therefore, by definition, not available as customers for anything else. The network effects that Microsoft had cultivated across a decade of patient enterprise sales were now operating as a nearly impassable barrier to entry. Software developers wrote for Windows because that was where the users were, users stayed on Windows because that was where the software was, and the cycle reinforced itself with every passing quarter. Apple's Macintosh held its position in creative and educational markets but was losing ground in the enterprise. Every other alternative, OS/2 from IBM, various Unix workstations, next, was being squeezed into niches of diminishing commercial viability. Jobs understood the architecture of this problem with perfect clarity. He had understood it, if he was honest with himself, for longer than he had been willing to acknowledge. The decision to close Fremont was not a response to new information. It was the final acceptance of information that had been accumulating for 3 years, information that his capacity for conviction, his ability to hold a vision against the evidence with a force that others found either inspiring or delusional depending on their relationship to the vision, had allowed him to defer but could no longer allow him to deny. The market had spoken. It had spoken consistently, at volume, over an extended period. Jobs had listened to it the way a man listens to a doctor delivering an unwelcome diagnosis, with the initial instinct toward disbelief, followed by the search for alternative interpretations, followed eventually by the grim and clarifying acceptance that the diagnosis is correct and the only remaining question is what to do next. What to do next was, in this instance, a question that had an answer, and the answer was next step. The software was extraordinary. This was not a consolation or a rationalization. It was an objective assessment that had been confirmed by every developer who had worked with it seriously, by the academic researchers who had built complex applications on it, by Tim Berners-Lee in Geneva, who had used it to construct the architecture of the World Wide Web with a speed and fluency that no other development environment of the period would have made possible. Next step was, by the consensus of the technically sophisticated, the most advanced operating system commercially available, more stable than the Macintosh system software, more elegant than any Unix variant, more developer-friendly than anything Microsoft had produced or was likely to produce in the near term. The problem had never been the software. The problem had been that the software ran only on the hardware, and the hardware had not found its market. The pivot, the reconstitution of Next as a software company, selling Next Step for installation on Intel-based hardware running alongside or instead of Windows, required Jobs to do something that did not come naturally. It required him to decouple the software from the physical object, to separate the operating system from the machine, to accept that the integration of hardware and software that he had always believed was the source of computing's highest possibilities would need, in this specific instance, to be dissolved in the interest of survival. It was, in its way, a philosophical concession as much as a business one. Jobs had never believed that software divorced from hardware could achieve its full potential. He believed that the best computing experiences were the product of a single mind or a single organization controlling every layer of the stack, from the silicon to the screen. He was not wrong in this belief. He would eventually prove it right in a context of far greater consequence on a far larger stage. But in 1993, the belief was a luxury that the balance sheet could not support. The revealing action came in a series of meetings that Jobs conducted with his senior leadership team in the weeks following the Fremont decision. Meetings to plan the software transition, to design the new product strategy, to determine how Next Step would be packaged and priced and positioned for the Intel hardware market. These were, by the standards of Next's internal culture, unusually practical meetings. The questions on the table were commercial rather than aesthetic. What was the target customer? What was the competitive differentiation against Windows NT? What was the pricing model? What was the sales strategy? Jobs engaged with these questions with a focus and a fluency that surprised some of the people in the room, who had come to associate his intensity with the physical properties of products and were unprepared for the same intensity applied to market segmentation and distribution strategy. But at one point in one of these meetings, a marketing executive, a careful, well-prepared man who had joined Next from a conventional enterprise software company and who brought to his work the systematic practicality of someone trained in traditional product marketing, presented a positioning document that proposed describing Next Step as an enterprise operating system platform, emphasizing its Unix foundations and its stability characteristics, targeting the corporate IT departments that were the primary buyers of such products. The document was sensible. The document was well-researched. The document made no mention of the user interface, the object-oriented development environment, the visual depth of the display, or any of the qualities that made Next Step not merely a good enterprise operating system but a categorically different experience of computing. Jobs read it twice. He set it down on the table. He looked at the marketing executive with an expression that was not anger but something more considered. The look of a man who has found an error in reasoning that he intends to correct at its root rather than its surface. "You're describing a utility," Jobs said. "You're describing something people buy because they have to. We're not selling a utility." He picked up the document and tapped it against the table. "We're selling the best development environment ever built. We're selling the thing that lets one person do what used to require a team. That's not an enterprise operating system story. That's a developer story. And developers are the people who decide what everybody else uses." He was right. He was, as he had been at the Davies Hall demonstration and at the Chicago meeting with the university computing directors, identifiably and demonstrably right in his analysis. And the distinction he was drawing would prove, over the subsequent decade, to be one of the most consequential strategic insights in the history of platform computing. Developers were not merely users of operating systems. They were the mechanism by which operating systems acquired value. They were the people who built the applications that made platforms worth inhabiting, and a platform that won developers won everything that developers subsequently built for it. Jobs had understood this as an abstraction since the earliest days of the Macintosh. What was new in this meeting was that he was applying the understanding not to a platform he was building from the ground up but to a platform he was trying to rescue from the consequences of a hardware strategy that had failed to achieve the scale necessary to attract developers in the first place. A platform that needed to prove its value to developers in order to acquire the users it needed in order to attract developers, a circular problem that required breaking the circle at exactly the right point. He broke it with characteristic impatience by finding the developers himself. Avi Tevanian, whose presence at Next had been the most consistent source of technical confidence through the hardware years, became in the pivot period something even more essential. The person responsible for making Next Step viable on Intel hardware, for managing the technical transition from a software system designed to run on Motorola processors to one that could run on the architecture that the rest of the industry had adopted. This was not a trivial undertaking. The porting work required significant engineering resources at a moment when Next's engineering team had been reduced by the layoffs that accompanied the hardware shutdown. Tevanian managed it with the quiet effectiveness that had characterized his entire tenure, identifying the critical path, protecting the engineers who were doing the hardest work, translating Jobs' demands for speed and quality into specific technical priorities that could be sequenced and tracked and delivered. Their relationship in this period took on a quality that it had not fully possessed before. Tevanian was no longer simply the most technically capable person in the building. He was the person on whom Jobs most depended for the execution of the company's survival strategy, and Jobs' dependence, when he acknowledged it, which he did not always acknowledge and never in language that might be mistaken for sentiment, created between them a professional intimacy of unusual depth. In a meeting late in 1993, after a particularly successful technical review of the Intel port, Jobs stopped on his way out the door and turned back to Tevanian in the manner of a man who has decided to say something he has been carrying for a while. "You know what we built here," Jobs said. It was not a question. Tevanian said he thought so. "Make sure we don't lose it," Jobs said and left. It was the most complete expression of trust that Jobs was capable of extending, in the vocabulary available to him, not gratitude, not praise, but the assignment of custodianship, the transfer of responsibility for something that mattered more than the balance sheet or the quarterly projections or the question of whether Next would survive its pivot as an independent company. What mattered, what had always mattered, was the software, the architecture, the development environment, the specific quality of what Tevanian and his team had built in the years when Jobs had been standing at the factory door demanding perfection from the hardware. The hardware was gone. The software remained. And the software, Jobs believed, with the same conviction he had brought to the black cube and the calla lilies and the specific shade of gray on the factory walls, was correct, was not a failed product but a displaced one, waiting for the context in which its correctness would become visible. By the end of 1993, Next had laid off half its workforce. The Fremont factory was empty, its robots crated and sold, its precisely painted walls reverting to the indifferent property of a commercial real estate market that did not know or care about the philosophy behind their color. The company had approximately 300 employees and a software product that was technically superb and commercially marginal, selling to a niche of sophisticated developers and specialized institutions that understood what they had but were too few in number to constitute a viable long-term business. What Jobs did not know, could not have calculated from the information available to him in the closing months of 1993, was that 40 miles north in Cupertino, California, the company that had exiled him was in the process of destroying itself with a thoroughness that would have seemed impossible in the years of the Macintosh's ascendancy, and that the board of directors that had once told him his services were no longer required was moving, with the desperate urgency of an institution that has run out of alternatives, toward a decision that would make everything he had built in his years of exile, the software, the architecture, the operating system that Tim Berners-Lee had used to invent the web, the most valuable asset in the history of Apple Computer. Part 6. Pixar and the Toy Story Gamble, 1986 to 1995. Chapter 51. Buying the Graphics Group, taking it off George Lucas's hands. The demo lasted 11 minutes, and Jobs did not move for any of them. This was notable. Jobs in a meeting was rarely still. He shifted, interrupted, leaned forward to tap a point on whatever surface was nearest, stood up and walked to a window and came back, deployed his restlessness as a kind of conversational weather that other people in the room learned to read and navigate. But in a conference room at Lucasfilm's facility in San Rafael, California, in the late autumn of 1985, watching a demonstration of computer-generated imagery produced by a small division that George Lucas was trying to sell, Jobs sat with his hands in his lap and his eyes on the screen and said nothing for 11 minutes. The people in the room, Ed Catmull, the division's soft-spoken technical director, and Alvy Ray Smith, his voluble co-founder, both of whom had been through enough investor meetings to have developed a professional relationship with rejection, watched him watching the screen and tried to read the stillness. They had seen enthusiasm before, had seen the performance of enthusiasm from buyers who subsequently did not buy, had seen the careful neutrality of people who were interested but unwilling to reveal the degree of their interest. What they had not often seen was this: a man who appeared to have temporarily forgotten that there were other people in the room. The images on screen were not, by the standards of what computer animation would eventually become, remarkable. They were the products of a technology in its early and effortful adolescence, geometric forms rendered with light and shadow, a short film called The Adventures of Andre and Wally B. that had been shown at the SIGGRAPH Computer Graphics Conference the previous year and had produced in its audience the specific excitement of people witnessing the earliest demonstrations of a capability whose ultimate implications they can sense but not yet articulate. The motion blur was imperfect. The character designs were simple. By the measure of what Catmull and his team knew they were moving toward, what they had produced was a rough draft of a possibility. But the light, the way the software handled light, the way it fell across surfaces and created shadow and suggested depth and volume and the physical presence of objects in space, was something that Jobs, who had spent his adult life thinking about the relationship between objects and their visual representation, recognized as categorically new. When the demo ended, Jobs was quiet for another moment. Then he turned to Catmull and said, "How much does Lucas want?" The transaction that would create Pixar, the purchase of Lucasfilm's computer graphics division by Steve Jobs for $5 million in February of 1986, was in its origins an accident of biography rather than a calculated strategic move. Jobs had not been looking for a computer animation company. He had not identified computer-generated imagery as a field he wished to enter or an industry he wished to transform. He had been, in the autumn of 1985, a man in free fall, ousted from Apple 6 months earlier, in the process of assembling the team and raising the capital that would become Next, living in a state of creative and professional emergency that left little room for opportunistic acquisitions in adjacent industries. He was 30 years old. He had more money than he had ever expected to have, and less certainty about what to do with his life than he had experienced since the years before the Macintosh had given his restlessness a direction. The world he was navigating in late 1985 was, for someone of his temperament and his specific history, an unusually demanding environment. The technology industry was in a period of rapid consolidation and redefinition. IBM's dominance was already beginning to fragment under the pressure of the clone market. Microsoft was extending its reach into the operating system layer of the PC ecosystem with a methodical effectiveness that Jobs found both impressive and morally objectionable. And Apple, the company he had built and been expelled from, was entering the slow decline that would characterize most of the following decade. The culture at large was in the middle of the Reagan years, prosperous in its aggregate statistics, anxious in its private registers, in love with a vision of American technological supremacy that the actual conditions of the technology industry only partially supported. Silicon Valley was flush with venture capital and crowded with startups, and the noise of all that activity made it both easier and harder for any individual signal to be heard. Jobs, who had been the loudest signal in the valley for the better part of a decade, was, for the first time in his professional life, a man without a platform. He needed something to do. This is not a trivial observation about a man of Jobs's constitution. Need, for him, was not a psychological state but a physical one, a pressure that built in the absence of creative engagement until it became unsustainable. He had Next, which was consuming his organizational energy but had not yet produced anything he could show the world. He had his money, which he was deploying into Next with a speed that alarmed his financial advisors. And he had, from a conversation at an industry event earlier that year, the knowledge that George Lucas was looking to sell his computer graphics division at a price that reflected not the division's potential value but Lucas's immediate need for liquidity following his divorce settlement and the expensive restructuring of Lucasfilm in the aftermath of the Star Wars franchise's commercial peak. The core conflict in the acquisition was not financial. $5 million was significant but manageable, nor was it conceptual. It was structural, and it revealed itself fully only in the negotiations that preceded the purchase. Catmull and Smith had been trying to sell the division for nearly 2 years, and in that time they had conducted discussions with a range of potential buyers, among them General Motors, Philips Electronics, and Microsoft, each of which had seen in the division's technology a specific utility that they wished to acquire and a broader mission that they wished to contain. GM wanted computer visualization tools for automotive design. Philips wanted the division folded into its consumer electronics research operation. Microsoft, characteristically, wanted everything it could get for as little as it could pay. Each of these conversations had ended in the same place. The potential buyer wanted to purchase the technology and redirect the people, and Catmull, who had spent a decade building the division into something that was as much a creative culture as a technical organization, was not willing to sell on those terms. He would not dissolve what he had built in order to service someone else's narrower vision of what the technology was for. He had his own vision, which was the production of the first computer-animated feature film, and he had been carrying it long enough that it had become not a goal but an identity. Jobs understood this immediately, and his understanding of it, his recognition that what Catmull was protecting was not a business asset but a creative culture, and that this culture was precisely what gave the technology its deepest value, was the insight that made the acquisition possible. In one of the early negotiating sessions, Catmull had explained to Jobs that the division's mission was not to sell software or to provide visualization services to corporate clients but to make movies. This was, on its face, a statement that any rational technology investor in 1985 would have received with polite skepticism. Computer animation capable of sustaining a feature film did not exist. The costs of producing it would be extraordinary, the commercial infrastructure for distributing an animated film that was not produced by Disney was uncertain at best, and the timeline from the current state of the technology to a finished theatrical release was measured not in months but in years, perhaps decades. A reasonable investor would have noted these facts and adjusted the acquisition price downward to reflect the speculative nature of the mission. Jobs did not adjust the price downward. He increased it. The revealing action of the entire Pixar chapter, the keyhole through which everything that followed can be understood, was the moment in the final negotiation when Jobs not only agreed to fund the division at the level Catmull had requested to pursue the feature film mission but insisted on a provision that gave the new company's creative leadership structural protection from the kind of investor interference that had, in Jobs' own experience at Apple, produced the conditions for exactly the sort of creative compromise he found intolerable. He was, in this negotiation, drawing on the wound of his own expulsion, using the pain of having been overruled by a board he had assembled to construct, for another creative organization, the protections he had not thought to build for himself. "I'm not buying a software company," Jobs told Catmull in their final meeting before the papers were signed. "I'm buying the future of storytelling." He paused. "But I need to know you'll actually make the movie." Catmull said they would make the movie. Jobs said he believed him. This was not, in the context of a Jobs negotiation, a small thing. Jobs did not believe people easily, and when he said he believed someone, it functioned as a kind of investiture, a transfer of confidence that carried with it the implicit corollary that disconfirmation would be expensive. The relationship that formed between Jobs and Catmull in the months following the acquisition was unlike any professional relationship Jobs had previously sustained, and its unlikeness was the source of both its productivity and its difficulty. Catmull was, in almost every superficial respect, Jobs' opposite. Quiet where Jobs was loud, collaborative where Jobs was directive, patient where Jobs was congenitally incapable of patience, content to work in obscurity toward a distant goal where Jobs required the oxygen of external recognition to function at full capacity. He was also, and this was the quality that made him genuinely Jobs' equal in the specific domain of their partnership, absolutely clear about what he was trying to build and absolutely unwilling to be deflected from it by anyone, including his new owner. He had a vision for Pixar that was as complete and as deeply held as Jobs' vision for any product he had ever made, and he had the rarest of qualities in anyone who worked in Jobs' proximity. He could explain his vision in terms that Jobs found intellectually satisfying, which meant that Jobs could argue with it without dismissing it, could push against it without destroying it, could engage with it as a peer rather than as a superior correcting a subordinate. Their early period was not without friction. Jobs, whose instinct in any organization he controlled was to understand every layer of the operation and to have opinions about all of them, found computer animation a domain in which his usual methods of rapid mastery, listening intensely, asking pointed questions, forming strong views from incomplete information and holding them with sufficient conviction that the organization bent toward them, were less effective than they were in hardware or software. Animation was a craft discipline as much as a technical one, and craft disciplines resist the kind of top-down aesthetic authority that Jobs exercised with such effectiveness in product design. The animators who were beginning to join Pixar's small team in the years after the acquisition were not engineers who could be told that their code was wrong. They were artists who had developed their capabilities over years of practice, and they received Jobs' opinions about their work with the careful resistance of people who know more about their subject than the person addressing them. Jobs learned, in this environment, a form of restraint that did not come naturally to him. He learned, not without cost, not without the occasional meeting that left animators shaken and Catmull performing the diplomatic labor of repair, that the appropriate exercise of his authority in this context was financial and strategic rather than creative. He would fund the work. He would protect the culture from the commercial pressures that had compromised every other animation studio in the industry. He would make the business decisions that Catmull found uncongenial, the negotiations with distributors, the management of investor relations, the hard conversations about timeline and budget that required a willingness to deliver unwelcome information without apology. And he would leave the films themselves, their stories and their characters and their visual language, to the people he had hired to make them, trusting, in an act of delegation that was, for Jobs, almost heroic, that their judgment in their domain was as reliable as his in his own. This arrangement was imperfect and frequently renegotiated. Jobs never fully accepted that there was a creative domain in which his instincts were not authoritative. But he accepted it enough and often enough, and in the right moments, that Pixar survived its first decade as a functioning creative organization rather than as another casualty of his particular genius. By the end of 1986, Pixar had 17 employees, a software product called the Pixar Image Computer that it was attempting to sell to the medical imaging and intelligence communities for $135,000 per unit, and a feature film that existed entirely as an aspiration in the minds of Ed Catmull and a young animator named John Lasseter who had arrived from Disney with the evangelical energy of someone who has been shown a vision of what animation could become and cannot rest until he has made it visible to everyone else. Jobs had invested $5 million in the acquisition and was preparing to invest considerably more in total, than he had initially told himself he would, more than his financial advisors considered prudent, more than any reasonable analysis of the Pixar Image Computer's commercial prospects would have justified. He was not, at this point, investing in a computer company. He was investing in Catmull's certainty and Lasseter's energy and his own intuition that the convergence of computing power and human imagination was approaching a threshold beyond which something genuinely new would become possible, something that would change not merely the technology industry but the culture's relationship to the stories it told itself about what it meant to be alive. What he did not yet understand, what the first several years of Pixar's operation would teach him, at considerable expense and in the specific classroom of repeated commercial failure, was that the distance between a vision and its realization, in the domain of animated feature filmmaking, was measured not in inspiration but in the grinding, decade-long accumulation of technical capability and storytelling craft that no amount of money could accelerate beyond the pace at which human beings could actually learn to do something they had never done before. The Pixar Image Computer would fail in the market with a thoroughness that would require Jobs to make a choice, in the early 1990s, between writing one final check and walking away from everything he had built here, and the choice he made in that moment would reveal something about him that even the people who knew him best had not fully understood, something about the relationship between his stubbornness and his judgment that would define the remaining arc of his life. Chapter 52. The Pixar Image Computer, another hardware failure. The rendering was still running. It had been running for 11 hours and the image on the monitor, a glass sphere refracting light with a mathematical precision that no camera could have captured, floating above a checkered surface in a space that did not exist, was perhaps 60% complete, its upper hemisphere resolved into something that looked less like a computer graphic than like a photograph of a dream. Jobs stood in the doorway of the computer graphics laboratory at the Point Richmond facility, hands in the pockets of his jeans, and watched the image build itself pixel by pixel with an expression that the researchers in the room had not seen on him before. It was not the evaluative expression, the one he used when measuring a product against his internal standard. It was something quieter and less certain, the expression of a man who has just encountered a form of beauty that his existing categories cannot quite accommodate, and who is deciding in real time what to do about that. He stood there for a long time. Nobody spoke. The rendering continued its patient, incremental revelation, and Jobs watched it the way you watch something that is in the process of changing what you think is possible. The year was 1986, and Jobs had purchased the computer graphics division of Lucasfilm for $10 million in February of that year, renaming it Pixar and establishing it in a converted warehouse across the bay from San Francisco. The purchase had been, on its surface, a characteristically audacious act of acquisition. Jobs moving into a new domain with the confidence of a man who has decided that his judgment about excellence is portable across industries. But the circumstances of the purchase were more complicated than the clean narrative of visionary investment would suggest. Jobs was, in the spring of 1986, running two companies simultaneously. Next, which was consuming his primary attention and a substantial portion of his personal capital, and Pixar, which he had bought partly because Ed Catmull and Alvy Ray Smith, the technical leaders of the Lucasfilm division, had made a compelling case for the commercial potential of their rendering technology, and partly because the images their computers produced had done to Jobs what great design always did to him, had reached past his analytical defenses and spoken directly to whatever part of him had been formed by the calligraphy course and the Zen gardens and the years of looking carefully at things that were made with absolute seriousness. The broader context of 1986 was one in which the American technology industry was engaged in a complex and not entirely coherent argument about what computers were for. The IBM PC and its clones had answered the question for the corporate market. Computers were for productivity, for spreadsheets and word processing, for the rationalization of information flow in organizations that had grown too large to manage on paper. Apple had offered a different answer. Computers were for individuals, for creativity, for the democratization of tools that had previously required institutional resources. Jobs believed both answers were partial, symptoms of an imagination failure in an industry that kept building for the uses it could already see rather than the uses that didn't exist yet. The Pixar image computer represented, in his initial understanding of it, a third answer. Computers were for the creation of new realities, for the generation of images that could not be produced by any other means, for an expansion of the visual vocabulary available to scientists, medical professionals, and eventually, he was already thinking this, though the word, eventually, was doing considerable work, storytellers. The Pixar image computer itself was a remarkable piece of hardware. It could perform calculations necessary for high-quality image rendering at speeds that no competing system could approach, could handle the floating-point mathematics of ray tracing and radiosity with an efficiency that made it genuinely revolutionary for its intended applications. Its primary market, as Catmull and Smith had identified it, was not entertainment but medicine and government. Hospitals needed it for processing MRI and CT scan data, the intelligence community needed it for analyzing satellite imagery, oil companies needed it for processing seismic data. These were real markets with real budgets, and the Pixar image computer specifications positioned it to serve them with a credibility that required no exaggeration. The machine cost $135,000, which was not unreasonable for specialized scientific hardware in 1986, and its early sales to medical institutions and government contractors validated the commercial thesis at a modest but encouraging scale. The core conflict, and it was a conflict that Jobs took longer than he should have to fully recognize, because it wore the costume of a solvable engineering and marketing problem rather than announcing itself as the structural impossibility it actually was that the Pixar image computer existed at the intersection of two markets that were both too small to sustain a company of Pixar's ambitions and cost structure. The medical and government markets were real, but they were limited. There were only so many hospitals and intelligence agencies, they procured on long cycles, and they required levels of post-sale support that ate into the margins. The entertainment market, Hollywood, the advertising industry, the emerging field of computer-generated imagery for film and television, was potentially enormous, but in 1986 it was not yet ready to pay $135,000 per workstation for effects that audiences had not yet learned to desire. The chicken and egg problem was acute. The market for photorealistic computer graphics and entertainment would not exist at scale until audiences had seen what photorealistic computer graphics could do, and demonstrating what they could do required producing content that required the kind of investment that the market's current scale could not justify. Jobs grasped the sales problem before he grasped the structural problem, which was characteristic. He believed, with the conviction of someone who had built Apple's early business through the force of demonstration, that the Pixar image computer was not selling at the volume it deserved because it was not being sold correctly, because the sales process was being run by engineers who understood the technology but did not understand the art of making someone want something they had not previously imagined wanting. He brought in a VP of sales. He reworked the marketing materials. He pushed for demonstrations at trade shows and medical conferences with the same insistence that he had brought to the Macintosh Road shows, understanding that the product needed to be experienced rather than described. These were not unreasonable interventions. They were the right responses to a sales problem. They were the wrong responses to a structural problem wearing a sales problem's clothes. The anecdote that illuminates his character most sharply during this period involves a board meeting in late 1987 at which Alvy Ray Smith, one of Pixar's co-founders and its creative and technical conscience during these years, presented a financial analysis that made the structural problem explicit. Smith had done the arithmetic with the rigor of a computer scientist. He had modeled the addressable market for the Pixar image computer across its most plausible verticals, applied realistic sales cycle assumptions, accounted for support costs and manufacturing overhead, and arrived at a number that was honest and devastating. Even in the optimistic scenario, hardware sales alone could not support Pixar's operating costs. The company needed either to dramatically reduce its expenses, find a strategic partner with deeper pockets, or identify a new revenue stream that the current business model did not include. Smith presented this with the directness of a man who believed that accurate information, however unwelcome, was the foundation of any rational decision. Jobs listened to the entire presentation. Then he rejected the analysis, not the arithmetic, which was difficult to dispute, but the conclusion, which he characterized as a failure of imagination. "You're modeling the market that exists," he told Smith, with the particular impatience he reserved for thinking he considered insufficiently ambitious. "I'm interested in the market we're going to create." Smith looked at him across the conference table with the expression of a man who has just realized that the conversation he is having is not the conversation he prepared for. This exchange encoded, in miniature, the central tension of Jobs' relationship with Alvy Ray Smith throughout the Pixar years. A tension that was also a collaboration of genuine productiveness, because Smith was one of the very few people in Jobs' orbit who combined technical mastery at the highest level with the aesthetic conviction and the personal toughness to hold his ground in Jobs' presence. Smith was not intimidated by Jobs in the way that most people were intimidated by Jobs. He had his own authority, derived from his own expertise, and he exercised it with a candor that Jobs found simultaneously irritating and, at some level, he did not always acknowledge valuable. They argued constantly and productively, the way two people argue when each is secure enough in their own position to genuinely engage with the others, and their arguments were the generative friction that kept Pixar honest. Smith insisting on the financial reality that Jobs kept trying to vision his way past, Jobs insisting on the creative and technical ambition that Smith's financial realism kept threatening to constrain. What Smith understood about the Pixar image computer, and what Jobs was slower to absorb, was that the machine's most important function might not be commercial at all, that the real value of the hardware was as a tool for developing the software and the talent that would eventually make Pixar something entirely different from a hardware company. The rendering software that Catmull's team had developed, which they called RenderMan, was in some ways more significant than the hardware it ran on. It was a software architecture for describing three-dimensional scenes and computing their visual appearance with a generality and power that no competing system matched. The short films that Pixar's animators were producing as demonstrations of the hardware's capabilities, Luxo Jr., Red's Dream, Tin Toy, were not sales tools, though they were used as such. They were, in retrospect, the first chapter of a story that Jobs could not yet read but was funding nonetheless. The early episodes of a creative tradition that would eventually become the most successful animation studio in the world. Jobs invested more than $50 million of his personal fortune in Pixar between 1986 and the early 1990s, a figure that accumulated gradually, infusion by infusion, each one authorized by the same combination of genuine belief in what he was seeing and the particular psychological difficulty he had always experienced in acknowledging that a venture he had committed to was not going to succeed on the terms he had originally envisioned. He was not stupid about Pixar. He was not, as some later accounts have suggested, simply a rich man throwing money at something he didn't understand. He understood a great deal about what Pixar was. What he was slower to understand was what it was not. And the distinction between those two things was costing him, by the late 1980s, a sum of money that would have alarmed him in anyone else's hands. The Pixar image computer was quietly discontinued in 1990, after approximately 300 units had been sold, a number that vindicated Smith's arithmetic and did not vindicate Jobs' faith in the market they were going to create, at least not in the hardware form he had originally imagined. Jobs restructured the company, laying off a significant portion of the staff, a process that combined the financial logic of an investor who has run out of patience for a failing product line with the human cost of an employer eliminating people who had given years to a vision that had not resolved in the direction everyone had hoped. He was not cruel in these layoffs by the standards of the era, but he was not sentimental either. The hardware was over. Something else needed to begin. What remained after the hardware was stripped away was the thing that had been there all along, if anyone had been looking at the right level. The software, the talent, the short films, and a Disney executive named Jeffrey Katzenberg who had seen Tin Toy win an Academy Award in 1989 and placed a call to Catmull that would, in time, become the most consequential partnership in the history of animated film. Jobs was not in the room for that initial call. He was in Palo Alto, managing the ongoing pressures of Next, recalibrating his understanding of what Pixar was and what it might become, slowly and with characteristic reluctance adjusting the vision to accommodate the evidence. The hardware chapter was closed. The story chapter was about to open. And the terms on which it opened, the contract that Pixar would eventually sign with Disney, the terms that Jobs would negotiate with the fierce protectiveness of a man who had been taken advantage of before and had learned his lesson at considerable cost, would determine not just the future of Pixar but the future of Jobs himself, in ways that none of them, not Jobs, not Catmull, not the Disney executive who had admired a small film about a lamp, could yet fully see. Chapter 53. John Lasseter, Finding the Creative Soul of the Company. The lamp moved like it was alive. That was the only way to describe it, and the inadequacy of the description was itself the point. Language kept failing in the presence of what was on the screen, kept reaching for metaphors that landed slightly short of the experience because the experience was genuinely new. The lamp in the film was a desk lamp, the kind found in a million student apartments and studio offices, and it bounced across a white ground plane with a physical specificity, the compression of its spring on landing, the slight overshoot of its shade, the recovery, that communicated not merely movement but interiority, not merely animation but personality. It had a character. It had something that, if you were willing to use the word carefully, you might call a soul. John Lasseter had directed it, had designed every beat of its performance with the meticulous attention of someone who understood that the difference between a thing that moves and a thing that lives is measured in fractions of a second, in the precise timing of an anticipation beat or the exact arc of a follow-through. Jobs watched the film in the small screening room at Point Richmond and said nothing for the length of the silence that followed it. Then he looked at Lasseter the way he looked at objects that had met his standard, not with enthusiasm, which was a social response, but with the focused recognition of someone who has found what he was looking for in a place he hadn't known to look. To place John Lasseter in Jobs' life properly, one must first understand the condition of American animation in 1986, because that condition was the context that had produced Lasseter and the injustice that had driven him to Pixar. The Disney studio that had defined theatrical animation for 5 decades was, by the mid-1980s, a company in institutional crisis, its creative division populated by aging veterans of an earlier era and younger animators who had been trained to replicate the studio's established vocabulary rather than extend it. The films Disney was producing, The Black Cauldron had arrived in 1985 to critical indifference and commercial disappointment, reflected an organization that had lost its ability to take the kinds of risks that had made Snow White and Fantasia and Bambi the defining works of their medium. Into this environment, Lasseter had arrived as a young animator of obvious and unusual talent, a CalArts graduate who had absorbed the principles of the Disney masters and was already beginning to imagine how those principles might be applied to computer-generated imagery, which he had glimpsed in a computer graphics demonstration and immediately understood, with the instinctive recognition of a technician who is also an artist, as a new instrument capable of producing effects no hand-drawn line could achieve. Disney had fired him. The official reason was budgetary. The actual reason, as best as anyone could reconstruct it afterward, was that his enthusiasm for computer graphics had made the studio's leadership uncomfortable, had implied a criticism of their methods, a suggestion that the future they were responsible for guarding required tools they had not yet acquired. They let him go. He landed at Lucasfilm's computer graphics division, which became Pixar, and the studio that fired him would spend the next decade trying to replicate what he built there. Jobs' relationship with Lasseter between 1986 and the mid-1990s represents one of the most instructive of his career, precisely because it inverted the dynamic that characterized almost every other significant relationship he had with a creative person. With the Macintosh team, with the Next engineers, with the designers and programmers who populated his professional life, Jobs was the authority, the eye that judged, the voice that approved or condemned, the intelligence that organized everyone else's work around his own aesthetic standard. He was the one whose conviction drove the enterprise, whose vision defined the target, whose restlessness set the pace. With Lasseter, none of this applied. Lasseter was operating in a domain, character animation, the grammar of screen performance, the specific craft of making a drawn or rendered figure communicate emotion through movement, in which Jobs had no training and no established intuition. He could respond to Lasseter's work. He could recognize its quality, could feel the difference between animation that was alive and animation that was merely competent, the way anyone with a reasonably cultivated eye can feel it. But he could not produce it, could not evaluate the creative decisions that generated it, could not tell Lasseter what to do differently when something wasn't working, because he did not know what was wrong or how to fix it. For perhaps the first time in his professional life, Jobs was in the presence of a form of genius that his own genius could not encompass or direct. The core conflict this created was not the obvious one, not a clash of egos or a competition for authority, though those tensions existed at the margins. The deeper conflict was financial and structural, and it put Jobs in the position of being responsible for an enterprise whose most important resource he could not evaluate by his own judgment and could not afford to lose. Lasseter was not a commodity. He was not the kind of talent that could be replaced by identifying the next person with comparable credentials, because his credentials were inseparable from a specific combination of technical knowledge, aesthetic sensibility, and narrative intelligence that had taken 30 years to develop and that no hiring process could reliably replicate. If Lasseter left Pixar, and during the lean years of the late 1980s and early 1990s, when the company was restructuring and the hardware business was failing and the layoffs were reducing the staff to a fraction of its earlier size, leaving was a rational option that the market would have rewarded. The creative capability that Jobs was funding would leave with him. Jobs understood this. The understanding made him, in this specific relationship, more careful than he was anywhere else. There is an account from 1989, after Tin Toy had won the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film, that illuminates the nature of their relationship with unusual precision. The award was significant beyond its symbolic value. It was the first computer-animated film to win an Oscar, a fact that attracted the attention of Hollywood in general and Jeffrey Katzenberg at Disney in particular, and that changed the industry's understanding of what computer graphics could do in narrative service. Lasseter attended the ceremony and accepted the award, and when he returned to Point Richmond, Jobs organized what passed for a celebration in the Pixar environment. Small, a little awkward, the kind of event that a company of engineers holds for an achievement that the engineers recognize as important but are not entirely sure how to perform happiness about. Jobs stood with Lasseter after the others had dispersed and said something that several people who witnessed it remembered for years afterward. He did not congratulate Lasseter on the award exactly. He said, "This is what I bought. When I bought this company, I didn't fully understand what I was buying, but this is it. Don't let anyone take this away from what we're building." It was a complicated sentence, an acknowledgement of his own earlier incomprehension, an expression of possessive investment, and a kind of promise all at once. Lasseter received it as it was intended, which was as the closest thing to a declaration of artistic partnership that Jobs's particular emotional vocabulary could produce. What made the sentence revealing, what makes it the keyhole through which his larger character becomes briefly, fully visible, was the admission embedded in it, "I didn't fully understand what I was buying." Jobs almost never said things like this. His public and private persona was organized around the performance, and to a significant degree the genuine enactment, of total conviction, around the posture that he had known what he was doing and why at every significant moment of his career, that his decisions were not lucky or instinctive or partially blind but the expressions of a vision so comprehensive that it could accommodate any outcome as part of a larger design. The admission that he had bought Pixar without fully understanding it was, for him, an extraordinary form of candor, made possible only by the fact that what he hadn't understood had turned out to be more valuable than what he had. The incomprehension had resolved in his favor. He could acknowledge it retroactively because it had not, in the end, cost him anything. What it cost him in the moment of acknowledgement was a small piece of the invulnerability he spent most of his life maintaining, and the fact that he paid that cost in Lasseter's presence for Lasseter's benefit, was itself a measure of how much the relationship meant to him. Ed Catmull, who had been the technical and organizational heart of the Lucasfilm graphics division and who remained at Pixar as its president throughout this period, occupied a different position in Jobs' orbit than Lasseter did, less the object of Jobs' admiration than the container that made Lasseter's work possible. Catmull was a man of exceptional intelligence and exceptional calm, someone who had spent his career building environments in which creative and technical people could work together without the friction that typically attends their collaboration, and who had developed, through long experience, a very precise understanding of what Jobs could usefully contribute to Pixar and what Jobs needed to be kept away from. He managed the relationship between Jobs and the creative staff with the diplomatic skill of a man who understood that his most important function was not technical but protective, protecting the animators and directors from Jobs' interventionist instincts while keeping Jobs engaged enough to continue funding the enterprise. It was a delicate calibration, and Catmull performed it with a consistency that Jobs appreciated without always acknowledging, because appreciating it would have required acknowledging that he needed to be managed. The short films that Lasseter directed during this period, Luxo Jr. in 1986, Red's Dream in 1987, Tin Toy in 1988, Knick Knack in 1989, were understood at the time as demonstrations of the Pixar image computer's capabilities, as marketing tools and technical showcases, as entries in film festivals that might generate goodwill for the hardware business. This understanding was not wrong exactly, but it was radically incomplete, in the way that describing the Sistine Chapel ceiling as a demonstration of fresco technique is not wrong but misses something essential about what it is. What Lasseter was doing in those films was developing a grammar, a set of principles about how computer-animated characters could communicate emotion, about the relationship between physical movement and psychological state, about the specific ways in which the new medium both inherited and departed from the traditions of hand-drawn animation. He was building, film by film, the foundation of an entirely new form of cinematic storytelling. Jobs was funding this construction without a complete blueprint for what it was going to become, sustained by the combination of genuine aesthetic response and investors' faith that had always characterized his best decisions. Luxo Jr. was nominated for the Academy Award in 1987. The nomination alone changed how Hollywood talked about computer graphics, shifted the conversation from interesting technology to possible art, which were two very different conversations with very different commercial implications. Jobs attended screenings, attended festivals where the films were shown, sat in darkened rooms and watched audiences respond to Lasseter's work with the particular quality of attention he always gave to the moment when a product he had backed encountered the people it had been made for. He watched people laugh at the small lamp's behavior. He watched them feel something for a rendered object that had no voice, no face in any conventional sense, nothing but movement and timing and the intelligence of a director who understood that audiences will believe in anything if it moves with sufficient truth. He filed these observations. He was learning something about storytelling that his years in technology had not taught him, something about the relationship between craft and emotion, about the way that extraordinary technical execution in service of a human narrative could produce an experience that transcended the sum of its components. By the early 1990s, the conversation between Pixar and Disney had progressed from Jeffrey Katzenberg's initial interest to serious discussions about a feature film, a full-length computer-animated movie that would be, if it succeeded, a historic first, and that would require a production commitment and a financial structure that neither company had yet fully worked out. Lasseter was the creative engine of these discussions, Catmull was their organizational architect, and Jobs was their strategic negotiator, the man who would ultimately sit across the table from Disney's executives and determine the terms on which Pixar's most important work would reach the world. He had spent years watching Lasseter build something extraordinary. He was about to spend years ensuring that the ownership of that something remained, to the maximum extent his leverage could achieve, in the hands of the people who had built it, which was also, not incidentally, in his own hands. The deal he was preparing to negotiate was not merely a production agreement. It was a bet on everything he had learned since the day he stood in a doorway in Point Richmond and watched a glass sphere refract imaginary light, and understood, before he had the words for it, that he was in the presence of people who could make things that the world did not yet know it needed. What Jobs had not yet fully calculated, What would arrive with the force of a structural revelation once the Disney negotiations began in earnest, was that the leverage he believed he possessed was considerably more complicated than it appeared, and that the contract Pixar was about to sign would bind the company to terms that his future self, the one who would return to Apple and rebuild an empire, would look back on with the cold clarity of a man reading a document he signed when he didn't yet know what he had. Chapter 54. Tin Toy, winning the Oscar and seeing the future. The baby was terrifying. That was the intention, and the execution was precise enough to produce in the viewer the specific discomfort of something that exists at the boundary between the familiar and the wrong, what the Japanese would later codify as the uncanny valley, though in 1988 the term was not yet in wide circulation and the phenomenon itself had not been widely demonstrated with the fidelity that Lasseter's film achieved. The infant in Tin Toy was rendered with technical ambition that slightly exceeded the technology's ability to fully resolve it. The skin had a plasticity, the eyes a fixed brightness, that communicated the biological fact of a baby while simultaneously communicating something subtly off about it, something that made the viewer's nervous system register both recognition and unease in the same moment. Jobs watched the film in the screening room and understood immediately that this was not a technical problem to be solved but an artistic condition to be exploited, that Lasseter had found, whether by design or intuition or some combination of the two that serious artists cannot always distinguish from each other, the precise register of visual strangeness that made a film about a one-man band toy fleeing across a hardwood floor from a crawling infant into something that was genuinely, surprisingly funny. He watched the baby lurch toward the camera. He watched the toy scramble for cover. He laughed, not the polite laugh of an investor watching a product demonstration, but the involuntary laugh of someone who has been caught off guard by something that worked. The year was 1988, and Jobs was managing the specific psychological complexity of a man running two companies in simultaneous crisis, each demanding the kind of total commitment that his temperament could not subdivide. Next was consuming money and engineering talent at a rate that the $20 million Perot infusion had slowed but not stabilized, and the pressure to ship a product. A real product, a product that universities could buy and deploy and build curricula around, was increasing with each month of delay. The next Cube existed in prototype form, was extraordinary in prototype form, and was nowhere near ready for the kind of production volume that would validate the company's existence as a commercial enterprise. Jobs was spending his days in Palo Alto managing the hardware obsessions and the software architecture debates and the personality frictions of a team of brilliant people who had been selected partly for their willingness to push back against him, which meant he was spending his days in a state of continuous productive conflict that he had chosen and could not always control. Pixar, in this context, was not a relief exactly. It had its own financial distress, its own personnel complications, its own unanswered questions about what kind of company it actually was, but it provided a different kind of engagement, a contact with creative work that operated by different rules than the engineering work at Next, that surprised him in ways the engineering work, for all its difficulty, did not. The American film industry in 1988 was not, on its surface, paying close attention to what a small technology company in Point Richmond was doing with rendering software and a team of animators who had mostly come from places that had not valued what they were trying to do. Hollywood's relationship to computer graphics was still largely instrumental. Digital effects were being used to augment live action, to create environments and creatures that practical effects could not produce, but the idea of a fully computer-generated narrative film, a film in which every pixel of every frame had been calculated rather than photographed, was still theoretical, still the kind of idea that studio executives mentioned with the vague interest they reserved for technologies they expected to become relevant sometime after the current production cycle. The shorts that Pixar was producing, Luxo Jr., Red's Dream, now Tin Toy, were being seen at film festivals and in technical circles and by the specific population of people in the industry who paid attention to the annual SIGGRAPH conference on computer graphics, but they were not yet part of the mainstream conversation about what cinema could do or where it was going. What Tin Toy did, in the compressed span of 5 minutes, was make that conversation unavoidable. The film told a story, a simple story, A story with a clear protagonist whose goal was clear and whose obstacles were clear and whose final emotional state the viewer could identify with despite the protagonist being an inanimate object and the threat being a baby rather than a villain. And it told that story with a timing and an emotional intelligence that had nothing to do with the technology that produced it and everything to do with Lasseter's understanding of character and performance. The rendering was impressive. The animation was more impressive. But what was most impressive, and what distinguished Tin Toy from the previous Pixar shorts and from every other computer-generated film that had existed before it, was that it worked as a piece of storytelling, that a viewer who knew nothing about ray tracing or rendering algorithms or the computational cost of simulating the behavior of light on a curved metallic surface would watch it and feel something, would invest in the fate of a small toy, would find the resolution satisfying in the way that good narrative resolutions are satisfying, because the emotional logic had been honored. The core conflict that Tin Toy's success introduced into Jobs' understanding of Pixar was not the conflict between his two companies, though that conflict was real and ongoing. It was an internal conflict, a recalibration of his own model of what Pixar was and what it could become, and the recalibration was uncomfortable because it required him to revise a position he had held with considerable investment. He had bought Pixar as a hardware company. He had continued to fund it as a hardware company whose most interesting asset happened to be a group of animators producing technically impressive short films as demonstrations of the hardware's capabilities. He had understood the animation as instrumentally valuable insofar as it showcased the Pixar image computer and generated the kind of attention that hardware sales required. The possibility that the animation was not instrumental but primary, not the demonstration but the thing itself, was a possibility that had costs attached to it, because a company whose primary asset was animation talent and narrative capability was a very different company from a hardware manufacturer, with different capital requirements and different competitive dynamics and a different relationship to the Hollywood ecosystem that Jobs had not, as of 1988, spent much time thinking about. The Oscar ceremony in March 1989 at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles was the moment at which the recalibration became impossible to defer. Tin Toy won the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film, the first computer-animated film ever to win an Oscar in any category, and the award was not merely a trophy. It was a signal transmitted at the highest possible volume to everyone in the film industry who received signals, that computer animation was no longer a technology demonstration. It was an art form. It had been judged by the Academy's members, who included the most respected practitioners of the craft it was competing in, and had been found superior to the hand-drawn and stop-motion and cutout animations that had defined the category for decades. The signal reached Jeffrey Katzenberg at Disney within days. It reached the development executives at every major studio that was paying attention to where the next generation of audience appetite was forming. It reached journalists and critics and the broader cultural apparatus that decides which technologies are interesting and which are transformative. And it reached Jobs, who was not at the ceremony. He was in Palo Alto, managing a Next hardware review, through a phone call from Lasseter that he took standing in the parking lot outside the Next offices, and which he received with the quiet that he reserved for information that was in the process of changing something important. The anecdote that serves as the keyhole into his character during this period involves not the Oscar itself but the conversation that followed it, the first extended conversation Jobs had with Lasseter after the award, which took place at the Point Richmond facility a week after the ceremony. Jobs arrived with the focused energy of a man who has been thinking hard about something and has arrived at a position he wants to communicate. He walked through the facility with Lasseter, not in the evaluative way he typically walked through spaces, measuring, judging, finding the wrong angle, but in the listening way, asking Lasseter questions about the production of Tin Toy, about the specific decisions that had been made in the animation of the baby, about what the next short would require and what it would try to do. Lasseter talked with the fluid enthusiasm of someone who has spent their career waiting for someone to ask exactly these questions and take the answers seriously, and Jobs listened with the quality of attention he gave to technical explanations of things he was genuinely trying to understand. Then Jobs stopped walking and said, "We should be making feature films. Not we could, or we might consider, or at some point it would be worth exploring. We should be making feature films." The declarative tense. The present obligation. Lasseter looked at him and felt, he would later say, that the company had just changed shape around him, had reorganized itself in a single sentence into something larger than it had been when they began the walk. It was a characteristic Jobs moment, the compression of a strategic inflection point into a single declarative statement, delivered without qualification, as though the decision had already been made and the announcement was merely administrative. The decision had not already been made. The capital was not available. The relationship with a distribution partner that a feature film would require did not exist. The technology, which could render 5 minutes of animation with a team of 30 people over the course of a year, had not been demonstrated capable of sustaining the 70 or 80 minutes that a feature film required. None of these facts were unknown to Jobs. He was not a man who confused aspiration with logistics. But he had a theory, which he had developed and tested over 15 years of building products, that the declaration of an intention was itself productive, that saying we should be making feature films was not a prediction but an act, the first act in a sequence that would eventually close the gap between the declaration and the reality if the declaration was made with sufficient conviction and not subsequently retracted. Ed Catmull, who had been managing the relationship between Jobs' ambitions and Pixar's operational reality throughout this period, heard the feature film declaration with the complex response of a man who agreed with it entirely and was deeply uncertain about the path to it. Catmull had spent his career thinking about what computer animation could eventually become, had written, in his doctoral dissertation, about the theoretical possibilities of computer-generated imagery at a time when those possibilities were visible only to people willing to extrapolate aggressively from early and limited demonstrations. He believed in the feature film future. He had believed in it longer than Jobs had. What he understood that Jobs was still in the process of learning was that the path to it ran through a studio partnership, and that the studio partnership would require Pixar to negotiate from a position of dependence that Jobs' negotiating instincts were not naturally configured to accept. Pixar needed Disney, needed its distribution infrastructure, its marketing apparatus, its relationships with theaters, its credibility with the audience that animated films required. Disney did not need Pixar, or did not yet need it urgently enough to negotiate on terms that Pixar would find comfortable. The power asymmetry was real, and Catmull was the person in the organization most clear-eyed about its implications. Jobs was not clear-eyed about it yet. He was in the phase of conviction that precedes the encounter with constraint, the phase in which the vision is fully formed and the obstacles are acknowledged intellectually without being fully inhabited emotionally. He had been here before, with the Macintosh, with Next, with the Pixar hardware. In each case, the vision had been sound and the obstacles had been real, and the question that history kept asking about him was not whether he could see the destination but whether he could navigate the territory between where he was and where he intended to go without destroying so many things in the process that the arrival cost more than the journey was worth. The Oscar had told him where to go. The contract negotiations with Disney, which were beginning to take shape in the conversations between Catmull and Katzenberg, would tell him something about who he was when the leverage ran in someone else's direction. What nobody in that Point Richmond facility, not Lasseter with his Oscar and his feature film ambitions, not Catmull with his long strategic view, not Jobs with his conviction and his capital and his newly reorganized understanding of what he owned, what none of them fully grasped in the spring of 1989 was that the contract they were about to sign with Disney would assign the distribution rights and the sequel rights and the character rights to Pixar's work in a configuration that Jobs would one day describe with the retrospective bitterness of a man reviewing a document signed before he understood the full value of what he was selling, as the worst deal he ever made, and that the renegotiation of that deal, when it finally came, would require a leverage that Pixar did not yet have and would not have until a film about toys reminded the world that the future of cinema had been built, one rendered pixel at a time in a converted warehouse across the bay. Chapter 55. The Disney Deal, A Contract with the Devil, Jeffrey Katzenberg. The contract was 78 pages long, and Jobs had read every one of them. He sat at the long table in the conference room of the Pixar offices in Point Richmond, the document before him, a glass of water untouched to his right, and the expression on his face was one that his negotiating counterparts across multiple industries had learned to interpret carefully, Not the open anger, which was easier to read and in some ways easier to manage, but the still, compressed look of a man who has understood something he does not want to understand and is deciding whether the thing he wants is worth accepting the terms required to get it. The Disney lawyers sat across from him. They had been sitting across from him, in various configurations over various sessions, for the better part of a year. They were not uncomfortable. They had negotiated from positions of superior leverage before. They were comfortable with the silence, with the studied patience of people who know that time runs in their favor. Jobs looked at the contract. He looked at the page that specified the sequel rights. He looked at it for a long time. Then he picked up the pen. To understand what Jobs was agreeing to in that room, one must understand what Disney was in 1991 and what Pixar was, and more precisely what the distance between those two things meant in the specific grammar of Hollywood deal-making. Disney under Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg had completed one of the most remarkable institutional revivals in the history of the entertainment industry, had taken a studio that was creatively exhausted and financially troubled in the early 1980s and rebuilt it, through the combined force of Eisner's commercial ambition and Katzenberg's relentless production drive, into the dominant force in theatrical animation. The Little Mermaid in 1989 had announced the revival. Beauty and the Beast in 1991 had confirmed it, becoming the first animated film nominated for the Academy Award for Best Picture and grossing $425 million worldwide. Aladdin was in production. The Lion King was in development. Disney Animation was not merely successful, it was culturally ascendant, the beneficiary of a convergence of nostalgia and genuine artistic achievement that had returned the studio to the position it had occupied in Walt's era as the unquestioned authority on what animated films were and what they could be. Pixar was a company of fewer than 100 people that had spent the previous 5 years losing money, had discontinued its primary hardware product, had survived on Jobs' personal capital and a small commercial software business built around RenderMan, and had produced a body of short films that were critically celebrated and commercially irrelevant. It had John Lasseter, who was, as Katzenberg had recognized after Tin Toy's Oscar, perhaps the most gifted animation director working anywhere in the world. It had Ed Catmull and a technical team whose understanding of computer graphics was unmatched. It had an approach to character animation, grounded in the Disney classical tradition but extended through the specific capabilities of computer rendering, that was new enough to be genuinely exciting and technically developed enough to be practically deployable. What it did not have was money, a distribution network, a marketing apparatus, a relationship with theater chains, a brand with consumers, or any realistic path to making a feature film without a partner who possessed all of these things. The negotiation was not between equals. It was between a studio that held most of the cards and a company that held one extraordinary card, Lasseter's talent, and needed to decide how much of everything else it would surrender in exchange for the chance to play it. Jobs entered the negotiation having spent his career in a different industry, one in which the terms of creative and commercial engagement operated by different rules. Technology companies sold products and retained the intellectual property embedded in them. The software Jobs had built at Apple, the hardware he was building at Next, the operating system he was funding at Pixar, these were assets whose ownership was uncomplicated, whose value accrued to the company that created them and could be leveraged, licensed, sold, or built upon in whatever way the company's strategy required. Hollywood operated on a different logic, a logic that Jobs understood intellectually but had not yet fully inhabited emotionally. The logic of distribution leverage in which the company that controlled the pipeline to the audience controlled, to an extraordinary degree, the terms on which creative work reached that audience and the economic structure of the rewards it generated. Disney controlled the pipeline. Pixar had the creative work. In that transaction, the pipeline owned the work. The deal that emerged from those extended negotiations, the agreement signed in 1991 that committed Pixar to produce 3 computer-animated feature films for Disney, was structured in a way that reflected the leverage asymmetry with the precision of a legal document that had been drafted to maximize it. Disney would co-finance the films and own them. Disney would control marketing and distribution. Disney would own the sequel rights to any characters or stories the films produced. Meaning that if Pixar created a character who became a cultural phenomenon, The sequels and spin-offs and merchandise empires that character could generate would belong to Disney, not to the people who had invented the character. Pixar would receive approximately 15% of the profits, after Disney had recouped its costs and applied the accounting conventions of a studio that had spent decades refining its ability to define profit, in ways that limited the obligations attached to the word. Jobs negotiated hard on the specific terms. He pushed on the profit participation, on the credit provisions, on the conditions under which the deal could be terminated, but he could not negotiate around the fundamental structure because the fundamental structure was the deal. Disney would not offer different terms. They did not need to. The core conflict this created was not immediately visible in the document itself. Contracts obscure as much as they reveal. They specify the terms of the relationship while leaving implicit the assumptions those terms encode about who the parties are and what they are worth to each other. The implicit assumption of the Disney-Pixar agreement was that Pixar was a vendor, a supplier of creative product to a studio that would take that product and do what studios do: market it, distribute it, extract the maximum commercial value from it across all available channels. The assumption was reasonable given the facts of 1991. What it failed to account for was the possibility that the vendor might produce something so successful that the assumption would become untenable, that the product might turn out to be worth more than the studio had paid for it, by an order of magnitude, and that the contract would then be read not as a reasonable agreement between unequal parties but as a document that had transferred the value of Pixar's most important work to an entity that had not created it. Jobs understood this possibility, though he did not know it would be realized. He mentioned the sequel rights provision to Catmull and Lasseter in the weeks after the agreement was signed, not with the resignation of someone who has accepted a bad outcome but with the particular quality of unease of a man who has made a decision he cannot unmake and needs to know whether the unease is prophetic or merely habitual. "We gave away too much," he said in one of those conversations. It was not a question. Catmull acknowledged it. Lasseter was focused on the film. The unease was filed. The production began. The anecdote that opens the widest view into Jobs's character during this period involves not the negotiation itself but his behavior in the months immediately following the signing, which revealed the specific coping mechanism he deployed when he had committed to a course of action that carried visible risks he had been unable to eliminate. He became intensely, almost aggressively focused on the quality of the work, on the film that would now be made under the terms he had accepted, as though the terms could be retroactively improved by ensuring that what was produced under them was extraordinary enough to create leverage for the renegotiation that he was already, consciously or not, planning. He attended story meetings at Pixar with a frequency and intensity that he had not previously maintained, sitting in sessions where Lasseter and his team were working through the narrative problems of what would become Toy Story with the engaged presence of someone who had decided that the best response to a bad contract was a transformative product. He asked questions about character motivation and story structure that were sharper than the questions of a financial backer and less expert than the questions of a filmmaker, the questions of a man who understood narrative intuitively but had not trained in its specific craft, who was learning in real time what made a scene work and filing the lessons for future use. Jeffrey Katzenberg, who was Jobs's primary counterpart on the Disney side during this period, was a man whose energy and competitive drive Jobs recognized with the complex recognition of someone who finds in another person qualities that are simultaneously admirable and threatening. Katzenberg ran Disney's animation division with an intensity that his colleagues described using words that would not have been out of place in accounts of Jobs's management style: demanding, relentless, capable of the surgical dissection of work that did not meet his standard, in possession of an opinion about every creative decision and the authority to impose it. He had championed the Pixar deal internally at Disney, had argued for the partnership against colleagues who were skeptical about whether computer animation was ready for feature-length narrative, and had brought to the relationship the specific investment of a person who had put his credibility behind something and needed it to succeed. His relationship with Jobs was respectful, commercially productive, and operated at a careful distance. Two men who understood each other's capabilities well enough to be useful to each other and well enough to know that closeness would produce friction neither of them needed. The relationship shifted significantly after the production of Toy Story began in earnest, and the shift was initiated not by Jobs but by Katzenberg, who exercised Disney's contractual authority over the creative content in a way that nearly destroyed the film. In 1993, midway through production, Katzenberg reviewed the story and demanded changes that moved the film's lead character, Woody the cowboy toy, in a direction that the Pixar team considered a creative catastrophe. Katzenberg wanted Woody edgier, more sarcastic, the kind of abrasive anti-hero that had succeeded in some live-action comedies of the era. Lasseter and his team complied under protest, producing a version of the film that a Disney screening in late 1993 received with something close to horror. The character was unlikable in a way that destroyed the emotional architecture the story required. The screening was a disaster by any measure. Disney threatened to shut the production down entirely. Jobs' response to this crisis was the most instructive moment of his Pixar relationship. The episode that reveals, through its keyhole, the specific evolution that was occurring in him during these years. He did not intervene in the creative argument between Lasseter and Katzenberg. He did not attempt to manage the story notes or broker the creative dispute or impose his own aesthetic judgment on a domain he had been carefully observing but not directing. What he did was protect the production at the institutional level, argued against shutdown, made the financial case for continuation, bought Lasseter the room to rebuild the film from its damaged state. He separated his roles with a precision that was, for him, unusual. He was the company's protector, not its creative director, and the protection he provided was the space for the creative director to do what only the creative director could do. Lasseter rebuilt Woody. He rebuilt the story. He made it right. The film that eventually reached theaters in November 1995 bore almost no resemblance to the version that had nearly ended the production in 1993, and the distance between those two versions was the distance that Jobs' protection had made possible. By the time Toy Story entered post-production, Jobs had been living with the Disney contract for 4 years, had watched it operate, had watched Disney exercise its provisions, had watched Pixar produce extraordinary work under terms that would assign the long-term value of that work to a partner who had contributed capital and infrastructure but not the specific genius that made the work what it was. He had enough information now to understand, concretely rather than theoretically, what the contract meant. He was also, by 1994 and 1995, a different negotiator than he had been in 1991, more patient, more precise about leverage, more capable of the long strategic patience that his earlier career had not always demonstrated. He was planning, in the way that he planned things best, obliquely and in advance of the moment, for the conversation that would eventually need to happen with Disney about what Pixar was actually worth and what the terms of the relationship should be when the current agreement expired. What he could not have predicted, what no financial model or strategic plan could have accommodated, was the specific magnitude of what Toy Story was about to do to the culture, and therefore to his leverage, and therefore to everything he was planning. The film was good. He knew it was good. He had sat in screenings and watched it work on audiences with the precision of something that had been built correctly, that honored the emotional logic of its story at every level, that delivered what Lasseter had promised it would deliver when he first described a film about the secret life of toys to a room of Disney executives who were trying to imagine what computer animation could do with a feature-length narrative. But good was a category that the marketplace calibrated in numbers, and the numbers that Toy Story was about to produce would recalibrate not just the marketplace but the entire conversation about what Pixar was, what it was worth, and who, in the relationship between the company that had created it and the studio that had financed it, actually held the power, a conversation whose opening move Jobs had already made, months before the film opened, by quietly beginning to prepare Pixar for the initial public offering that would change every assumption the Disney contract had been built upon. Chapter 56. The Story Crisis, the Black Friday Script Reading. The screening room at Disney's Burbank studio held perhaps 40 people, and by the time the lights came up it felt like it held none. The silence that followed the reel was not the contemplative silence of an audience processing something complex, not the held-breath silence of people waiting to be sure of what they felt before they expressed it. It was the silence of a verdict already reached, of people in a room who all understood what had just happened and were waiting for someone with the authority to say it first. Jeffrey Katzenberg had the authority. He had been sitting in the fourth row with the stillness of a man suppressing a strong reaction, and when the lights came up he turned to face the room and the suppression ended. The version of Toy Story that Pixar had just screened, the version that represented nearly 18 months of production work, that had consumed the creative energy of Lasseter's entire team, that had been built to satisfy the notes Katzenberg had delivered months earlier about making the lead character more acerbic, more contemporary, more reflective of the ironic register that Disney's executives had decided audiences wanted, was, he said, unwatchable. The word landed in the room and did not bounce. It was absorbed. John Lasseter sat 3 rows back and did not speak. He had known before the lights came up. The date was November 19, 1993, and the event would be referred to ever after within Pixar as Black Friday, a name chosen for the specific quality of darkness it conveyed, the sense of a door closing in a space that had not previously felt enclosed. Jobs was not in Burbank for the screening. He was in Palo Alto at Next, managing the ongoing pressures of a hardware company that had still not found the commercial traction its ambitions required, and the call that reached him that afternoon from Ed Catmull carried the compressed urgency of a man delivering information whose implications he had not yet fully calculated. Disney had seen the reel. Disney was not satisfied. Disney was, Catmull told him with the careful precision of someone who understood that the next words would determine the shape of the next several months, considering shutting down the production entirely. Jobs listened to this without interrupting, which was itself notable because interrupting was his default mode when receiving information that required a response. And when Catmull finished, the silence on the line lasted long enough that Catmull was not certain the call had maintained its connection. Then Jobs said, "Tell me exactly what they said." Not what it meant. Not what to do. What they said. He needed the primary material before he constructed the analysis. To understand the specific danger of that November afternoon, one must understand the convergence of pressures that had been building around Jobs for the preceding 2 years, pressures that made the potential loss of the Toy Story production not merely a creative setback but an existential threat to his financial position and his sense of himself. Next had shipped its computer in 1988 to reviews that were as admiring of its technical ambition as they were honest about its commercial limitations. The machine was expensive, slow to boot, incompatible with the software ecosystem that university departments actually used, and available in quantities that its manufacturing process, optimized for perfection rather than volume, could not rapidly expand. Sales had been deeply disappointing. The company had pivoted painfully and not entirely successfully from hardware toward software, toward licensing the next step operating system to other manufacturers and to corporate clients who needed its technical architecture without its magnesium enclosure. The pivot was strategically coherent and commercially insufficient. Jobs had invested the majority of his liquid wealth in Next across 8 years and the returns were not arriving. He had also invested more than $50 million in Pixar, a figure that had accumulated across dozens of transfusions, each one authorized against a future that kept receding. The combined weight of these 2 financial commitments, neither of which had yet produced a positive return, had brought him to a position that people who knew only his public reputation as a wealthy visionary would not have credited. He was, by 1993, genuinely concerned about money in a way that he had not been since before Apple's IPO. And the Toy Story production was the asset that was supposed to begin the resolution of that concern. The condition of the film that had produced the Black Friday verdict was the direct consequence of the creative interference that the Disney deal had licensed. Katzenberg's notes, delivered to Lasseter months earlier with the authority of a studio head who controlled the financing and owned the distribution, had pushed Woody, the cowboy toy who was the film's protagonist, into a characterological territory that made him, as several of the Disney executives who watched the reel would describe it afterward, actively unpleasant. The Woody of the Black Friday reel was sarcastic in a way that felt mean rather than charming, competitive in a way that read as petty rather than sympathetic, the kind of character whose flaws were visible without being redeemed by any quality that asked the audience to stay with him through the story. The emotional architecture that Lasseter had originally designed, in which Woody's insecurity about being replaced by the new toy Buzz Lightyear was recognizable and human even in its least flattering expressions, had been dismantled by the accumulated weight of notes that were individually defensible and collectively catastrophic. The film had been made worse by the people who were paying for it to be made, which was not an unprecedented situation in the history of Hollywood but was, for Pixar, a first encounter with one of the industry's most durable pathologies. The core conflict Jobs faced after the Black Friday call was not the creative problem. That was Lasseter's to solve, and Jobs understood, with the clarity of someone who had spent 7 years watching Lasseter work, that if anyone could rebuild the film it was him. The conflict was structural and temporal. Disney's threat to shut down the production was not an aesthetic judgment but a contractual mechanism, an exercise of the leverage that the 1991 agreement had assigned to the studio, and the path to preserving the production ran not through the story department but through the boardroom. Jobs needed to keep Disney in the partnership long enough for Lasseter to fix what the partnership had broken. That required him to advocate, to the people who had just watched an unwatchable reel, for the proposition that the people responsible for the unwatchable reel were nonetheless capable of producing something worth finishing, that the failure was not a failure of fundamental capability but of creative direction, and that the correction of creative direction was the specific thing that Lasseter and his team could be trusted to accomplish if given the time and the autonomy to do it. Jobs made this case in a series of conversations with Katzenberg in the weeks following Black Friday that represented, by the accounts of people who were adjacent to them, some of the most sustained and disciplined negotiating of his career. He was not the Jobs of the hardware reviews, the Jobs who found the wrong angle and said this isn't right yet without raising his voice. He was a different Jobs, strategic, patient, willing to absorb Katzenberg's criticisms of the film without deflecting them, conceding the quality problem in explicit terms that his pride would normally not have permitted, because conceding the quality problem was the necessary precondition for making the argument that the quality problem was solvable. He told Katzenberg that Lasseter understood what had gone wrong. He told him that the notes that had generated the Black Friday version had pushed the character in a direction that the story couldn't support. He told him, with the specific confidence of someone who has watched a person work for 7 years and has constructed a precise model of that person's capabilities, that Lasseter would fix it. He was asking Disney to continue funding a production whose most recent result had been described as unwatchable, on the basis of his personal confidence in a director's ability to rebuild it from its foundations. Katzenberg listened. He was not fully persuaded. He gave them more time. The anecdote that functions as the keyhole into Jobs's character during this specific period, the window through which his largest qualities and his evolving nature become most visible, occurred not in the Katzenberg negotiations but in a conversation with Lasseter at Point Richmond in the days after Black Friday, before the Disney conversations had resolved into a decision. Jobs drove to the Pixar facility, which was itself notable. He did not often appear at Pixar without a specific agenda, and the unscheduled quality of the visit communicated to the staff who saw him walk in that something significant was happening. He found Lasseter in his office, surrounded by storyboards for a version of the film that he had already begun reconceiving in the 48 hours since the screening, the visual evidence of a man who processes catastrophe by working. Jobs sat down. He looked at the boards. He asked Lasseter what Woody needed to be. Not what had gone wrong. Lasseter knew what had gone wrong. What did Woody need to be? Lasseter talked for 20 minutes about a character whose flaws were the expression of genuine fear rather than casual cruelty, whose competitiveness came from love of the child who owned him rather than from ego, whose journey through the film was a journey toward the specific generosity that insecure people find most difficult. Jobs listened to all of it. Then he said, "That's the movie. Make that movie." No notes. No suggestions. No application of his own aesthetic judgment to a problem that required a different kind of intelligence than his. Just the permission and the instruction and the confidence delivered in 4 words that cost him whatever was left of his habitual need to direct. Lasseter looked at him and nodded once. The rebuilding began. Ed Catmull, who had watched the Jobs-Lasseter relationship develop across 7 years and who had spent a considerable portion of those years managing the boundary between Jobs's authority and the creative team's autonomy, observed this interaction with the private recognition of someone who has been watching a person change and has just seen the change confirmed. The early Jobs, the Jobs of the Mac team of Next Hardware Reviews, of the factory painted white because ugly factories were a moral failure, would not have said make that movie and step back. That Jobs would have had opinions about the character, would have framed the problem in aesthetic terms that reflected his own sensibilities rather than Lasseter's, would have been constitutionally incapable of the pure act of trust that 4 words represented. The Jobs who sat in Lasseter's office in November 1993 had been changed by 7 years of watching a form of genius he could not encompass, had been educated, slowly and against the grain of his temperament, in the specific humility that creative partnership requires. He had not been softened. He was not less demanding. He had become more precise about where his demands were productive and where they were not, which was a different and more useful form of intelligence. The rebuilding of Toy Story took approximately 9 months. Lasseter and his team, Andrew Stanton, Pete Docter, Joe Ranft, the writers and animators who had built the broken version and now had the authority to repair it, worked with the concentrated urgency of people who understand that they have been given a second chance of the kind that the industry does not typically offer. They rebuilt Woody from the character outward, restored the emotional architecture that the Katzenberg notes had dismantled, found in the story the specific human truth about obsolescence and friendship and the love between a child and an object that had been there in the original conception and had been obscured rather than replaced by the revision. They made it right. By the summer of 1994, a new reel was screened for Disney executives and the response was, by multiple accounts, as different from Black Friday as it was possible for a response to be. Katzenberg, who had been prepared to end the production 6 months earlier, was now prepared to commit to a release date. The film was going to be finished. It was going to be released. It was, he told people in the weeks after the summer screening, going to be something. Jobs received this news at Next, where things were not going well, had not been going well for several years, and were entering the specific phase of not going well that precedes either a transformation or an ending. He was managing, simultaneously, the recovery of Pixar's flagship production and the slow-motion crisis of a hardware company that had failed to find its market, and the contrast between the trajectories was not lost on him. Pixar was moving towards something. Next was moving away from something. The man who had founded both was in his late 30s, richer in wisdom than in liquid capital, and was beginning to develop the long-range strategic vision that would eventually resolve both situations in ways that 1993 would have seemed to make impossible. He had learned things at Pixar that he could not have learned at Next, things about creative trust, about the specific conditions under which extraordinary work becomes possible, about the difference between directing and protecting. The lessons were not yet fully integrated. They would not be fully integrated until he had a second chance of his own, of the kind that the industry does not typically offer, at the company that had originally formed him. What nobody was yet watching closely enough to see was that Pixar's recovery, and the specific nature of the film it was about to release, was generating a market valuation story that Jobs was already beginning to construct. That the rebuilt Toy Story was not just a film but a financial instrument, the centerpiece of an IPO narrative that he was preparing to take to Wall Street at precisely the moment the film would make the narrative irresistible, in a sequence of events timed with a precision that would look, in retrospect, either like extraordinary strategic foresight or the most consequential coincidence of his career. Chapter 57. The production, learning the value of a brain trust. The room smelled of cold coffee and dry erase markers, and the storyboards covered 3 walls from eye level to ceiling, hundreds of hand-drawn panels arranged in narrative sequence, a film told in thumbnail sketches, each one representing a moment that would require months of rendering time to realize and might be discarded before it ever reached a frame of finished animation. Andrew Stanton was standing at the far wall with a marker in his hand, talking quickly, tracing the emotional arc of a scene that wasn't working with the focused energy of a man who has identified a problem and cannot rest until he has held it up to the light from every angle. Pete Docter sat cross-legged on the floor with a legal pad, writing without looking up, catching Stanton's ideas before they could escape. Joe Ranft was in the corner, laughing at something, not dismissively but with the specific laugh of someone who has just seen the absurdity in a story problem and whose laughter is itself a form of analysis. John Lasseter stood in the center of the room and listened to all of it simultaneously, the way a conductor listens to an orchestra during a difficult passage, tracking each instrument while holding the shape of the whole. Jobs appeared in the doorway. He stood there for perhaps 2 minutes, watching. Nobody acknowledged him. Nobody needed to. He was observing something that did not require his intervention, and the recognition of that fact, the ability to stand in a doorway and watch without entering, to resist the gravitational pull of his own authority, was, for him, a newer skill than any of the people in the room would have guessed. The year was 1994, and Toy Story was in the reconstruction phase that followed Black Friday's near-fatal verdict, and the particular human ecosystem that Jobs was observing from that doorway was a thing that had not been designed but had emerged, had grown organically from the specific combination of people Lasseter had assembled and the specific conditions under which they had been asked to work. Stanton, Doctor, Ranft, and Lasseter had developed, across the months of production, a creative practice that was entirely foreign to Jobs' experience of how organizations made things. In the technology world, the production of a complex artifact was organized hierarchically. Someone set the vision, someone else decomposed it into specifications, someone else executed the specifications, and the hierarchy was maintained by clear lines of authority that determined whose judgment prevailed when judgments conflicted. The creative process in that storyboard room operated on different principles entirely. It was collaborative without being democratic. Lasseter retained final authority, but he exercised that authority after a process of collective examination that was designed to find the truth in the story rather than to validate any individual's existing position. People said things were wrong. People argued for changes that contradicted their own previous positions. People protected the film from their own worst impulses by submitting those impulses to the scrutiny of colleagues who shared the commitment to the work without sharing the blind spots. The broader context of 1994 made this internal creative dynamic both more urgent and more precarious. Jobs was, during this period, entering the most financially stressed passage of his post-Apple career. Next, after years of attempting to find commercial traction as a hardware company and then as a software company, was consuming the last of the capital he could afford to assign to it without endangering his ability to fund Pixar's completion of Toy Story. The two companies that represented his entire professional and financial identity were simultaneously at critical inflection points. Next, moving toward a resolution that was not yet clear but was clearly not the resolution he had originally envisioned, Pixar moving toward the film release that was supposed to justify 9 years of investment and 4 years of production. The pressure on Toy Story to succeed was not merely artistic. It was existential in the most literal financial sense. If the film failed, commercially, critically, or in the production process itself, Jobs' position would be nearly untenable. He had spent too much on too many things for too long to survive another major failure without fundamentally restructuring his life. The core conflict that this pressure created was a conflict between two versions of Jobs. The version that had always responded to existential pressure by tightening his control, by increasing the frequency and intensity of his intervention in the processes that determine the outcome, by making himself the organizing intelligence of whatever situation threatened him, and the version that was being slowly educated by Pixar into a different relationship with creative authority. The education was not comfortable. It ran directly against the most deeply grooved patterns of his professional behavior, against the conviction that had served him well enough at Apple and not well enough at Next that his vision was the most reliable instrument available for distinguishing the right from the wrong in any domain where quality was the question. The storyboard room was offering him a counter-proposition, that in the specific domain of narrative, the most reliable instrument was not the single vision but the collective intelligence of people who loved the work enough to be honest with each other about it. He was watching that proposition be tested in real time. The film was getting better. The evidence was accumulating. What Jobs was observing in that room had a name, though it would not receive its name until later, until Catmull, reflecting on the principles that had made Pixar's creative culture distinctive, would codify it as the brain trust, the practice of subjecting work in progress to rigorous group critique conducted by people with creative authority and without managerial power over the work being critiqued. The brain trust was not a committee. It did not vote. It did not produce consensus documents or binding recommendations. It produced honest assessments, delivered with the specific candor that is only possible between people who trust each other enough to say what is wrong rather than what is politic, and it left the creative director free to take or leave whatever it had offered. The director was responsible. The brain trust was responsible for making the director's responsibility as informed as possible. The distinction between those two things, between accountability and input, between authority and intelligence, was the structural insight that made the process work, and it was an insight that Jobs had spent his career inadvertently suppressing in every organization he had led, by collapsing the distinction in his own person, by being simultaneously the source of creative input and the final authority, so that the two functions contaminated each other and the honest assessment became indistinguishable from the management decision. The anecdote that most precisely illuminates what Jobs absorbed from watching this process, and what it cost him to absorb it, involves a story meeting in the late summer of 1994 that he attended at Lasseter's invitation. The specific scene under discussion was a sequence in the middle of the film in which Woody and Buzz, having been separated from Andy and trapped in the toy-obsessed bedroom of the neighbor Sid, attempt to escape. The scene was not working, and the brain trust had been at it for 2 hours, cycling through the problem from multiple angles without arriving at a solution that satisfied anyone. Jobs listened to the discussion for 40 minutes without speaking, which was, for anyone who had attended a meeting with him at Next or Apple, a behavioral anomaly significant enough to be noted by the people in the room. Then he offered an observation. It was not a solution. It was not a directive. It was a question about the emotional logic of the scene, about what Woody was actually afraid of in that moment, and whether the staging was communicating that fear or concealing it. The question was perceptive. Stanton looked up from his legal pad. Lasseter considered it. The discussion shifted. The question had been useful. Jobs had offered it and then returned to listening, had not pursued it beyond the offering, had not attached to it the expectation that it would be recognized as the answer. It was the behavior of someone who was learning the difference between contributing to a creative process and controlling one, and the learning was visible to everyone in the room who knew him well enough to measure the distance he had traveled. It was through Ed Catmull that the significance of this evolution was most clearly articulated, and the articulation came not in a meeting or a memo but in a private conversation that Catmull had with Jobs sometime in late 1994, after a particularly productive series of story sessions had moved the rebuilt film to a state that both of them recognized as genuinely good. Catmull told Jobs what he had observed, told him that the process working in those rooms was the reason the film was recovering, that the specific culture of honest collective critique that Lasseter's team had developed was as important to the quality of what Pixar made as any individual talent or technical capability. He told Jobs that the protection of that culture was the most important thing Jobs could do for the company, more important than any financial decision, any strategic choice, any hardware or software investment. He told him that the culture was fragile in the specific way that all honest cultures are fragile. It required safety to function, and safety required that the people in those rooms believe their honesty would not be used against them by people with authority over their careers. Jobs listened to this with the careful attention he gave to Catmull's assessments, which he had learned over 9 years to treat as a different category of input than most of what he received, less emotionally charged than Lasseter, less financially constrained than Barnes, more structurally precise than almost anyone else in his orbit. He said after Catmull finished, "I've spent my whole career thinking I was the brain trust." He said it without self-pity, which was what made it remarkable. He said it as an observation, a piece of data about himself that he was integrating into his model. Catmull would remember it for the rest of his career. The practical consequence of this evolving understanding was visible in the way Jobs managed his relationship with the production in the months between the Black Friday disaster and the film's completion. He attended screenings of work in progress with increasing frequency as the production moved toward its conclusion, but his behavior in those screenings changed in ways that the Pixar staff noticed and discussed. He had opinions, he always had opinions, and his opinions about what was working and what wasn't were often, by the testimony of the people who worked with him, perceptive in ways that surprised them given his absence of formal animation training. But he delivered those opinions differently than he had earlier in the production, earlier in the Pixar relationship, earlier in his career. He offered them as inputs rather than verdicts. He asked whether the people in the room had considered this or noticed that, rather than announcing that this was wrong and that needed to be changed. He separated his response as an audience member, what he felt watching the film, what landed and what didn't, from his instructions as an executive, because he had begun to understand that the former was useful to the creative team and the latter was often not, and that conflating them had been one of the most expensive habits of his professional life. The film that emerged from this process, the completed Toy Story that was locked for release in the fall of 1995, was, by any measure available to the people who made it and the people who financed it, extraordinary. It was funny and moving and technically unprecedented and narratively coherent in a way that the Black Friday version had entirely failed to be, and the distance between those two versions was, at its root, the distance that the brain trust process had covered, the ground gained by submitting a broken story to honest collective scrutiny and then giving the creative director the authority and the space to act on what that scrutiny revealed. Jobs had not made the film. He had made it possible for the film to be made, which was a different and in some ways more difficult thing, and the difficulty of it had taught him something about his own nature that he would carry forward. The IPO that Jobs was preparing to take to Wall Street in the weeks surrounding the film's release was a financial instrument, a mechanism for converting Pixar's creative achievement into capital that would resolve 9 years of investment and create the leverage he needed to renegotiate the Disney relationship from a position of strength rather than dependency. The timing was deliberate. Jobs had synchronized the public offering with the film's release with the precision of a man who understood that story and finance were, in the market he was about to enter, the same thing. That the narrative Toy Story told about the future of animation was the same narrative that would make institutional investors willing to assign a valuation to Pixar that bore no relationship to its current revenue. He was right about this, as he had been right about the film's quality and wrong about the terms under which he had agreed to share it. The IPO would succeed beyond what most analysts projected. The success would create the leverage. The leverage would eventually force the renegotiation. It was all connected, all part of a sequence he had been constructing in his mind while he stood in doorways watching other people make something magnificent. What Jobs had not yet calculated, what the IPO success would make newly visible in the months after Toy Story opened to the largest debut in Pixar's history, was that the money and the leverage and the renegotiation he had been planning would arrive simultaneously with the news from Cupertino that the company he had co-founded and been expelled from was in a crisis so severe that its survival was no longer certain, and that the people responsible for managing that crisis were beginning, tentatively and without public acknowledgement, to consider whether the man they had once removed might be the only person capable of reversing what his removal had set in motion. Chapter 58. The IPO. Jobs becomes a billionaire overnight. The ticker moved at 9:47 in the morning and Jobs watched it the way he watched things that confirmed what he already knew, without surprise, but with a quality of satisfaction that was different from the satisfaction of being proven right about a product. This was something older, something more primal than vindication. The opening price had been set at $22 per share. Within the first hour of trading on November 29, 1995, 6 days after Toy Story had opened to numbers that redefined what an animated film could earn in a single weekend, Pixar stock had climbed past $39, then $43, then settled in the mid-40s with the specific authority of a market that has decided a thing is worth what it is worth and is not interested in debate. Jobs owned approximately 80% of the company. The arithmetic was not complicated. He had gone to sleep the night before a very wealthy man by the standards of most of the world and a financially stressed man by the standards of his own ambitions, and he was waking up. The metaphor was inexact but the sensation was precise, as something else entirely. He stood in the Point Richmond facility with a phone pressed to his ear, listening to his banker read him numbers, and the expression on his face was not the expression of a man celebrating. It was the expression of a man arriving somewhere he had always known he would arrive, and taking a moment to confirm that it was the place he had imagined. The 10 years between the 1985 expulsion from Apple and the November morning of Pixar's IPO had cost Jobs, by the most conservative accounting, somewhere north of $80 million in direct investment across Next and Pixar combined, capital deployed against visions that had both encountered, in their different ways, the resistance of markets that were not yet ready for what was being offered to them. The next cost had been the more visible and more painful. 8 years of building toward a standard of perfection that the commercial environment consistently declined to reward at the scale the standard required, 8 years of watching a technically extraordinary product find a technically appreciative but commercially insufficient audience. 8 years of the particular frustration that attends a man who is right about quality and wrong about timing and cannot always tell the difference between those two conditions in the moment he is living them. The Pixar cost had accumulated more quietly, fueled by a conviction about creative potential that had proven more reliable than the hardware thesis but had required far longer to validate than the financial projections had originally suggested. Combined, the two investments had consumed the substantial majority of the fortune that Apple's IPO had generated, had required Jobs to manage his personal finances with the careful attention of someone who understood that the runway was finite and the bets were large and the outcomes were not guaranteed. The culture of the mid-1990s technology market was experiencing its first full encounter with the phenomenon that would later be called irrational exuberance. The condition in which the anticipation of a technology's future value inflates present valuations beyond any relationship to current revenue, and in which the distinction between a company that has built something and a company that has imagined something becomes difficult to maintain against the pressure of investor enthusiasm. The Netscape IPO in August 1995, 3 months before Pixar's, had established the template. A company with minimal revenue and maximal narrative had gone public at a valuation that professional investors would have found absurd 6 months earlier and found entirely reasonable by the time the opening bell rang. The internet was the story, and the story was worth more than the business, and the market had decided to price the story. Jobs was not an internet entrepreneur, Pixar had nothing to do with the web, and the company he was taking public was in the business of making animated films rather than routing packets. But the market's appetite for technology narratives was indiscriminate in its enthusiasm, and Toy Story had provided Pixar with the most compelling technology narrative of the year. Proof that computer animation could produce not just technically impressive imagery but culturally transformative storytelling. The kind of storytelling that generated $39 million in its opening weekend and showed no sign of exhausting its audience's appetite. The conflict embedded in the IPO, the tension that gave the day its specific drama beneath the straightforward arithmetic of share prices and ownership percentages, was not financial. The money was going to be what it was going to be, and Jobs' skill as a financial negotiator and his ownership stake had combined to ensure that what it was going to be was extraordinary. The conflict was strategic, and it centered on a question that the IPO's success made suddenly urgent. What was the right relationship between Pixar's new independence, the independence that a billion-dollar public valuation and a replenished balance sheet made possible, and Disney, the studio that owned the films Pixar had made and controlled the distribution of the films Pixar would make under the existing contract? The 1991 agreement, signed when Pixar was a company that needed Disney far more than Disney needed Pixar, had encoded a power asymmetry that the IPO had inverted. Disney still owned the films. Disney still controlled the sequels. But Pixar was now a public company with a valuation that exceeded Disney's entire animation division, and the notion that this company was a vendor, a supplier, a production house for hire, was no longer tenable as a description of the economic reality. The contract said one thing. The market said another. Jobs' entire post-IPO strategy was organized around the project of making the contract say what the market was already saying. The specific sequence of events in the days surrounding the IPO revealed his character with the precision that extreme circumstances always reveal character. Not by creating new qualities but by concentrating existing ones into a form that the ordinary pace of events keeps diffuse. On the morning of the IPO before the markets opened, Jobs convened a small gathering at Pixar. Not a party, not a celebration in any conventional sense, but a meeting, organized with the purposeful sobriety of someone who understood that what was about to happen was a beginning rather than a conclusion. He spoke to the assembled staff about what the company had built, about Toy Story and what it represented, about the technical and creative achievement that the film had required. He did not speak about the stock price. He did not speak about his own financial transformation. He spoke about the work and the people who had done it, and the standard they had established for what Pixar would need to be going forward. Then he went to a phone to monitor the opening. The anecdote that functions as the keyhole into his character on this specific day, the gesture that opens the widest view into who he was at this moment of maximum personal vindication, involves not his own financial transformation but a decision he made about the people who had contributed to it. The Pixar staff, most of whom had been with the company through years of financial uncertainty, through the hardware failure and the layoffs and the Black Friday crisis and the long production slog that had preceded the film's release, held stock options that the IPO would make valuable. Jobs had been careful in structuring the equity arrangements to ensure that the people who had done the creative and technical work would participate meaningfully in the outcome. This was not universally true of technology company founders taking companies public. There were structures available and widely used that would have concentrated a larger share of the IPO proceeds in the founders' hands by limiting or delaying the vesting of employee options. Jobs had not used those structures. He called Ed Catmull on the morning of the IPO and told him to make sure the people who needed to know what their options were worth had been told. He wanted the people in the building to understand, before the day was out, that the work they had done had produced something for them as well as for him. Catmull did this. Several people cried. Jobs received the report without comment. The gesture was real. It was also, characteristically, organized around his own sense of what was just rather than around any emotional display of generosity, which made it more rather than less genuine. It was Laureen Powell Jobs, whom he had married in 1991 and who had become the stabilizing center of a personal life that his professional life had frequently destabilized, who provided the human context for the day's financial significance in a way that Jobs's own emotional vocabulary would not have readily produced. She was at home with their children, Reed, who was 3, and Aaron, who was 1, and Jobs called her from Point Richmond with the numbers, and she responded with a warmth and a grounding that the day required and that he, in the specific adrenaline of watching the ticker climb, could not have generated for himself. The marriage had been the steadiest relationship of his adult life, the one in which his need to be right was most consistently balanced by someone who loved him without being organized around that love's expression. Laureen had watched the Pixar investment accumulate with the anxiety of someone who had done the household financial accounting and understood what it meant when the number in the investment column kept growing and the number in the income column did not. She had not pressured him to stop. She had trusted the conviction that drove the investment, not because she shared his certainty about the outcome but because she understood that the conviction was not separable from the person she had married. The phone call on the morning of November 29th was, among other things, the resolution of 9 years of her trust. The broader significance of the day for Jobs's professional trajectory was not the money, though the money was transformative in ways that would compound over the following years. The significance was the leverage, the specific, contractually usable leverage that a billion-dollar market capitalization gave him in the renegotiation with Disney that he had been planning since the day he signed the 1991 agreement and understood what he had conceded. Michael Eisner and Jeffrey Katzenberg had been involved in a professional rupture of their own earlier in 1994, a falling out between the two most powerful figures in Disney's creative leadership that had ended with Katzenberg's departure and a legal dispute over compensation that was still unresolved. The Disney that Jobs would face across the renegotiation table was a Disney in the specific vulnerability of a studio whose animation chief had just left and whose next animated film after Toy Story, whatever it was going to be, would need to be made with a partner whose goodwill could no longer be assumed. The power had shifted. Jobs had spent a decade waiting for the power to shift. The question was no longer whether he could renegotiate but when and on what terms and with what ultimate goal. The goal, which he did not announce publicly and which he discussed with Catmull with the oblique precision of a man who has learned to hold his strategies close until the moment of deployment, was not merely better profit participation or adjusted sequel rights, though both of those were on the list. The goal was ownership, full, unambiguous, contractually secure ownership of the films that Pixar made and the characters that populated them, the kind of ownership that would make Pixar not a production partner to a distributor but a studio in its own right, a studio that happened to need a distribution relationship with Disney in the same way that any studio needs distribution rather than in the way that a dependent subsidiary needs the approval of a parent company. He wanted to be, in the relationship that had been defined by the 1991 contract as one of supplicant and patron, a peer. He had the market capitalization to make that argument. He had the film's success to make that argument. He had, for the first time since leaving Apple, both the financial resources and the demonstrated track record to sit across from one of the most powerful studios in the world and negotiate from a position that was not primarily a position of need. What Jobs did not yet fully account for, what the euphoria of the IPO and the validation of Toy Story's extraordinary opening and the visceral pleasure of the financial transformation had not yet allowed him to fully integrate, was that the renegotiation he was planning would take years, would involve a period of genuine rupture with Disney that would leave Pixar without a distribution partner for a portion of that time, and would require him to simultaneously manage the renegotiation and the production of new films and the operation of a public company and the slowly clarifying question of what was happening at Apple, which was entering a crisis whose depth and consequence none of the people monitoring it from outside had yet fully measured. The $1 billion was real. The leverage was real. The approaching complexity was equally real, and it was converging from multiple directions at once, and the man who had just become a billionaire was about to discover that the resources to manage complexity and the wisdom to manage complexity were not the same thing, and that the decade of education he had received at Pixar had prepared him for some of what was coming and left him entirely unprepared for the rest. Chapter 59. The release of Toy Story, changing cinema forever. The theater on the opening night of Toy Story held families, which was expected. It was a Wednesday before Thanksgiving and the audience skewed young and the children in the rows around Jobs were doing what children do in movie theaters, adjusting and whispering and asking questions that their parents answered in low voices while trying to watch the screen. Jobs sat in the dark and watched them instead of the film. He had seen the film. He had seen it in varying states of completion across 2 years of production, had watched it in the clinical light of screening rooms with story artists and technical directors and Disney executives, had seen it when it was broken and when it was being rebuilt and when it was finally, unmistakably right. He did not need to watch it again. What he needed to watch, and what he was watching with the focused attention of someone conducting a specific inquiry, was what the film did to the people in the room who were encountering it for the first time, what it did to the 7-year-old 3 rows ahead who had been fidgeting since the previews and went perfectly still when Buzz Lightyear first spoke, what it did to the father beside her who had come as an obligation and was, by the film's midpoint, leaning forward in his seat. Jobs watched the room absorb the film and something in his expression shifted, not toward satisfaction exactly, but toward a quality of recognition. The recognition of someone who had invested in a thesis for 9 years and was watching the thesis be confirmed not by a financial instrument or a critical review but by the oldest and most reliable test available. An audience of human beings in the dark, unable to pretend. The date was November 22, 1995, and the convergence of events surrounding it had the quality of a narrative that history occasionally produces, the kind of compression in which multiple threads of consequence, developed across years and across different domains, arrive at the same point simultaneously and reveal their connections. Toy Story was opening. The Pixar IPO was a week away. Next was in its final transformation, the hardware business fully abandoned, the operating system being shopped to potential acquirers and conversations whose most important destination was still unclear. Apple Computer, the company Jobs had co-founded and been expelled from a decade earlier, was reporting losses that its board and its current CEO, Gil Amelio, were finding increasingly difficult to explain to shareholders in terms that did not include the word crisis. Jobs was 40 years old. He had been in the wilderness for 10 years, which was, as he was beginning to understand, in the particular way that people understand things they have not allowed themselves to fully think, exactly long enough for the wilderness to teach him what he had needed to learn. The cultural moment into which Toy Story arrived was one of genuine anxiety about the future of cinema, though the anxiety wore different faces depending on who was expressing it. The independent film movement had spent the early 1990s arguing that Hollywood's commercial machinery was crowding out work of genuine artistic ambition. Digital technology was entering the production process in ways that practitioners were debating with the intensity that attends any fundamental change in a craft's tools. The blockbuster economy, the distribution logic in which a small number of films captured a disproportionate share of the audience and the resources, was concentrating creative risk-taking in the art houses while the mainstream multiplex served an increasingly narrow menu of spectacle. Into this environment, Toy Story arrived as something that refused the available categories. It was a studio film with independent ambition, a technically revolutionary work of genuine emotional intelligence, a children's movie that treated its audience's capacity for feeling with the seriousness that the best children's literature had always managed and the worst children's cinema had always betrayed. It did not fit the terms of the debate. It changed the terms. The critical response in the days before the opening had given Jobs a preliminary indication of what he was watching in that theater, but critical response and audience response are different instruments measuring different things, and Jobs had learned, at Apple, where market research had often failed to anticipate the response of people to products they had never previously imagined wanting, and at Pixar, where the brain trust's internal critique had consistently been more predictive than any external test, to weight the live audience signal more heavily than any secondary account of it. Roger Ebert had written that Toy Story announced the arrival of a new art form. The New York Times had used the word landmark. These were significant endorsements and Jobs had registered them, but what was happening in the row 3 ahead of him with the 7-year-old who had stopped fidgeting, was the endorsement he had come to the theater to collect. The core conflict that the film's release crystallized, the tension that had been building beneath the surface of the production for 2 years and that the opening weekend's commercial success would not resolve but would make newly urgent, was the conflict between what Toy Story proved about Pixar and what the Disney contract said about who owned the proof. The film was, by any measure, a Pixar achievement. Lasseter's direction, the brain trust story, Catmull's technical infrastructure, the animators and modelers and lighters whose collective expertise had produced something that no studio with a larger budget and a longer history had managed to produce before them. Disney had contributed financing and distribution. Disney would collect the majority of the financial return. Disney owned the sequel rights to Woody and Buzz and every character in the film, which meant that the cultural property Pixar had created, the specific imaginative universe that Toy Story had built and that audiences were already, in their opening weekend enthusiasm, demonstrating they wanted to inhabit again, belonged, contractually, to a studio in Burbank rather than to the people in Point Richmond who had invented it. Jobs sat in that theater watching an audience fall in love with characters that his company had made and his company did not own, and the satisfaction of watching the thesis confirmed existed alongside the precise, undiminished awareness of what the confirmation was worth under the current terms and what it would be worth under different ones. The specific action that reveals his character most sharply during this period, the keyhole through which the largest view becomes available, did not occur in the theater or in the financial conversations surrounding the IPO but in a press interview he gave in the week of the film's release, conducted by a journalist who asked him a question that most subjects in his position would have answered with the polished deflection of a man managing a public narrative. The journalist asked Jobs whether he considered Toy Story a vindication, whether the film's success, coming after the years of financial stress and professional uncertainty that had followed his departure from Apple, felt like a repudiation of the people who had written him off. The question was an invitation to grievance, to the kind of retrospective score settling that powerful people sometimes indulge when the score has moved in their favor. Jobs declined it. Not with the diplomatic non-answer of a politician, not with the false humility of a man performing modesty, but with a directness that was itself revealing. He said that the film was not about him, that the people who had made it were Lasseter and Catmull and a group of animators who had rebuilt something from the ground up after it had failed, and that the lesson he had taken from watching them do that was more valuable to him than any vindication. He said this quickly, without elaboration, and moved on to a different question. The journalist noted the brevity. The people who knew Jobs well enough to measure it noted the distance it represented from the man who, 10 years earlier, would not have been capable of the answer. John Lasseter, who had been the creative heart of everything the film represented, received the opening weekend numbers with the specific relief of someone who has been carrying a weight for so long that the weight has become a form of identity and its lifting is slightly disorienting. The film grossed $29 million in its opening weekend, first place at the box office, the largest opening in Pixar's history, the strongest debut for an animated film since The Lion King. Lasseter was in the Point Richmond facility when the numbers came in and Jobs called him. The conversation was brief. Jobs told him the numbers. Lasseter said something that was later reported as simple and genuine. Something about being glad people liked it, about being glad the toys had found their audience. Jobs said, they didn't just like it. They needed it. The distinction mattered to him. He had spent his career trying to build things people needed rather than things people merely liked, and he had spent 9 years at Pixar learning that need could be generated by emotional truth as surely as it could be generated by technological capability, that Lasseter's instinct about what audiences wanted from a story was a form of engineering as rigorous as anything that happened in the Pixar render farm. They had built different kinds of things and arrived at the same principle. The call lasted 4 minutes. Both men understood it was a conclusion and a beginning. Toy Story ultimately grossed $373 million worldwide on a production budget of $30 million, making it the highest-grossing film of 1995 and establishing a commercial template for computer-animated feature filmmaking that the industry would spend the next 2 decades extending. It received 3 Academy Award nominations, including a Special Achievement Award for John Lasseter recognizing the film as the first feature-length computer-animated film, a category that had not existed before Pixar created it. It generated the kind of critical consensus that forms around works which change what practitioners believe is possible in their medium, the consensus that says, after the fact, that a before and an after can be identified, that the art form moved and everyone who works in it now works in the aftermath of that movement. Film schools would teach it. Animators who saw it in 1995 would spend their careers either working at Pixar or trying to replicate what Pixar had done. The toys would become cultural symbols of a specific generational experience. Children who grew up with Woody and Buzz would grow up to make films of their own, and some of those films would exist because of what they had felt in a dark theater in the Thanksgiving week of 1995. Jobs understood all of this in the weeks following the release, with the clarity of someone who had watched it happen rather than merely read about it. He understood it as a financial fact. The IPO would confirm what the opening weekend had implied about Pixar's market value. He understood it as a strategic fact. The success of the film had fundamentally altered the terms of any future negotiation with Disney and with any other potential partner. And he understood it, more slowly and with more difficulty, as a personal fact, as evidence of something about himself that the decade in the wilderness had been in the process of teaching him and that the film's success now made difficult to avoid. He had spent his career believing that his own vision was the most reliable instrument available for distinguishing what was great from what was merely good. Pixar had educated him in the existence of other instruments that operated through collective intelligence rather than individual authority, through the specific honesty of people who loved work enough to be cruel to it in the service of making it right. He had funded those instruments. He had protected them, imperfectly and with considerable personal difficulty, from his own worst impulses. The film was the consequence. What was converging in the final weeks of 1995 was a set of circumstances that Jobs had not designed but that his decisions over the preceding decade had, in a real sense, made possible. The billion-dollar valuation. The renegotiation leverage. The decade of creative education at Pixar. The slowly clarifying situation at Apple, where Gil Amelio was presiding over a company that was losing market share and executive talent and strategic direction with an acceleration that the board was beginning to treat as an emergency rather than a manageable problem. The question of what operating system Apple would acquire to replace its aging and inadequate System 7 was an active discussion, and next operating system, the software that had survived when the hardware failed, the architectural achievement that a decade of engineering had produced at a cost that had nearly bankrupted its creator, was on the list of candidates under serious consideration. Jobs had not sought this conversation. He had been conducting it for months. And the film that had just changed cinema, and the IPO that had just changed his financial position, and the decade that had changed him, were all converging on a single question that someone in Cupertino was about to ask, with the urgency of a company that has run out of time for questions to which it cannot find an answer, about whether he was willing to come home. Chapter 60. The New Power Dynamics, Jobs as a Media Mogul. Michael Eisner was not a man who made supplicants comfortable, and he was not trying to make Jobs comfortable now. The meeting was in Eisner's office at the Disney studio in Burbank, a room that communicated institutional authority with the practiced confidence of an organization that had been making cultural objects for 70 years and was not uncertain about its place in the hierarchy of American entertainment. Eisner sat behind a desk that occupied the room the way a large ship occupies a harbor, and he had the manner of a man accustomed to receiving proposals rather than entertaining renegotiations, accustomed to defining the terms of the conversation rather than discovering them. He had agreed to meet because the Pixar IPO had produced a market capitalization, that made declining the meeting inadvisable. The number was over $1 billion. It was, by the specific grammar of corporate power, a credential that Eisner's own position obligated him to acknowledge, not because he was impressed by Jobs personally, though he was not unimpressed, but because the market had spoken in a language that Disney's board and Disney's shareholders and Disney's strategic planning apparatus all read fluently, and the language said that Pixar was no longer a vendor. Jobs arrived at the meeting without a presentation. He had one piece of paper. He placed it on Eisner's desk and let Eisner read it. It was a term sheet for a new distribution agreement. It was very short and very clear, and it was written in the specific register of someone who has decided that the time for indirection has passed. The weeks between Toy Story's opening and the conversation in Eisner's office had been among the most consequential of Jobs' life, and their consequence was not fully visible in any single event but in the cumulative shift in how the industry perceived him and how he perceived himself. The film had grossed $29 million in its first weekend and showed no signs of deceleration. The IPO had priced at $22 and opened above $39 and settled into a range that valued Pixar at a figure that made the $50 million Jobs had invested across 9 years look not like an expensive conviction but like the most precisely calibrated long-term investment in the history of the entertainment industry. He had spent the decade between 1985 and 1995 being described, in the trade press and in the business literature that processed Silicon Valley's winners and losers, as a cautionary figure, the visionary who had been rightly expelled from the company his vision had built, who had spent a decade in the wilderness building things the market didn't want at prices the market wouldn't pay. The narrative had been partially accurate and almost entirely missing the point, in the way that narratives constructed from observable failures often miss the point of what is being built beneath the surface of those failures. The billion-dollar valuation did not change the facts of the preceding decade. It changed the interpretation of them, which was, in the economy of reputation that governed the industries Jobs operated in, the same thing. The broader context of late 1995 was a media landscape undergoing a consolidation of a speed and scale that had no recent precedent. The merger of Time Warner and Turner Broadcasting had been announced in September. Disney itself had acquired ABC/Capital Cities for $19 billion, a transaction that made it, briefly, the largest media company in the world and that reflected Eisner's conviction that the future of entertainment required the integration of content creation, broadcast distribution and theme park experience into a single vertically integrated enterprise. Viacom had absorbed Paramount. News Corporation was expanding on multiple continents. The consolidation was driven by a thesis about the economics of content in a multi-channel world. The thesis that the companies that owned intellectual property at scale, that controlled characters and stories and franchises that could be deployed across films and television and merchandise and theme parks and home video, would capture a disproportionate share of the value that the expanding distribution landscape was creating. It was, in other words, a thesis about exactly what Pixar had produced in Toy Story, a franchise, a universe of characters, a cultural property that could be extended across every distribution channel that the consolidating media industry was fighting to control, and it was a thesis whose implications for the Disney-Pixar relationship were not subtle. The core conflict Jobs was navigating in this period was a conflict between two different kinds of power, and the navigation required him to develop a fluency in the language of the media industry that his background in technology had not provided. Technology power operated through product cycles, through the release of a new device or a new operating system that redefined the competitive landscape and required other players to respond on the schedule of the innovator's choosing. Media power operated through intellectual property, through the ownership of characters and stories and franchises that accumulated value over time, that could be leveraged across multiple formats simultaneously, that did not depreciate in the way that hardware depreciated and did not require the continuous reinvestment of manufacturing at scale. Jobs had spent his career building technology power. Toy Story had given him a first, concrete experience of media power, and the Disney contract had simultaneously demonstrated that experience and denied its full realization by assigning the ownership of Pixar's intellectual property to the studio that distributed rather than the studio that created it. The renegotiation he was pursuing was not merely about profit participation or production budgets. It was about which kind of power Pixar would be allowed to exercise and on whose behalf. The specific anecdote that opens the fullest window into his character during this transformation involves not the Eisner meeting but a conversation that preceded it by several weeks, with a Wall Street analyst who had covered Pixar's IPO roadshow and who requested a follow-up meeting to discuss the company's long-term strategic position. The analyst arrived at the Point Richmond office with a model, a detailed financial projection built on assumptions about the Disney relationship, the production pipeline, the cost structure of computer animation, and the competitive dynamics of the theatrical market, and he walked Jobs through it with the methodical confidence of someone whose professional authority rests in the precision of his models. The model was sophisticated. It was also, in Jobs' estimation, wrong in its fundamental assumptions, not about the numbers but about the nature of what Pixar was. The analyst's model treated Pixar as a production company, a business that created content whose value was determined by the box office performance of individual films and whose long-term trajectory was a function of production costs and distribution terms. Jobs listened to the entire presentation. Then he told the analyst that the model was using the wrong unit of analysis. Pixar was not a production company. It was a storytelling company, and the value of a storytelling company was not determined by the performance of individual productions but by the cumulative creative capital that its culture produced, by the quality of the people, the integrity of the process, and the institutional commitment to the standard that made extraordinary work possible. He said that no financial model that treated Toy Story as a production had captured what Toy Story actually was, which was a proof of concept for a creative methodology that would produce extraordinary work again and again as long as the methodology was protected. The analyst looked at him across the conference table. He updated his model. The conversation had lasted 90 minutes, and the analyst would later say it was the most useful 90 minutes of his professional education. Ed Catmull, who had been the organizational architect of everything Pixar had built across 9 years, occupied a specific and important position in the power dynamic that Jobs was now managing externally with Disney and internally with the company's newly public identity. Catmull was not a media mogul by temperament or ambition. He was a scientist and an engineer who had become, through the specific circumstances of institution building, one of the most thoughtful managers in the creative industry. His relationship with Jobs had always operated on the specific basis of complementary authority. Jobs controlled the financial and strategic decisions, Catmull controlled the organizational and creative culture decisions, and the boundary between those domains had been maintained through a mutual respect that both men had developed over years of working in close proximity without the friction that their different temperaments might have generated in a less deliberate arrangement. As Pixar became a public company, as its profile in the entertainment industry expanded from interesting technology story to dominant creative force, the maintenance of that boundary became more complex and more important. There were more external parties claiming the right to the conversation: investors, journalists, potential partners, Disney executives, and the management of those conversations required Jobs to be the face of Pixar in contexts where Catmull's instinct was organizational and internal rather than external and promotional. Jobs was, it turned out, suited for the role of media mogul in ways that surprised people who had categorized him primarily as a technology executive. He had always understood that the technology business was, at its root, a storytelling business, that the products Apple and Next had built were only partly about their technical specifications and mostly about the narrative of human possibility they represented, the story of what people could do with the right tools. The entertainment industry ran on the same principle, expressed through different means. The studios that succeeded were the studios whose stories reached people at the level of genuine feeling, whose characters became part of the imaginative life of their audiences, whose worlds people wanted to return to. He was, in this sense, more prepared for the entertainment industry than the entertainment industry was prepared for him, because he brought to it the specific combination of aesthetic seriousness and commercial strategic thinking that the industry's own executives often possessed separately but rarely together. He understood what made a story good. He also understood what made it worth money, and the relationship between those two things was, in his analysis, not a tension to be managed but a truth to be stated. Stories that were truly good were worth more money than stories that were merely profitable, because the truly good ones generated the kind of audience investment that compounded across sequels and merchandise and cultural longevity in ways that the merely profitable ones exhausted in a single transaction. This understanding was the conceptual foundation of the renegotiation he was pursuing with Disney, and it was the specific argument he made to Eisner across that desk in Burbank. The term sheet he had placed in front of Eisner proposed a co-financing arrangement in which both companies shared costs equally and split profits equally, a 50-50 partnership rather than the 15% participation the 1991 agreement had encoded. It proposed that Pixar retain ownership of the characters and stories it created, with Disney receiving a distribution fee rather than ownership rights. It proposed that if the partnership ended, the characters and stories Pixar had created would remain with Pixar. It was, in the language of the 1991 negotiation, an inversion of almost every major term, a document that read like a restatement of who had made what, and therefore who owned what, and therefore who should profit how much from the ongoing exploitation of what had been made. Eisner read it. He did not agree to it in that meeting. He would not agree to it for several years. But he did not dismiss it either, which was itself significant, did not deploy the leverage of the existing contract to end the conversation, did not remind Jobs that Disney owned the sequels and the characters and could proceed without Pixar's participation in the franchise they had jointly built. The billion-dollar market capitalization on the term sheet's other side of the table made dismissal inadvisable. The conversation continued. Jobs left Eisner's office in the late afternoon, walked to his car in the Disney studio parking lot, and sat for a moment before starting the engine. He had spent 10 years building toward a conversation that he had just had, and the conversation had gone as well as he could have reasonably expected. Not resolved, not concluded, but opened on terms that the 1991 agreement had made impossible. He had arrived in Burbank as a peer. He had been received as a peer. The decade of financial stress and professional uncertainty and the specific humiliation of watching Apple decline while he built things in the wilderness that the market consistently declined to reward at the scale he believed they deserved, all of it had compressed into the leverage that the billion-dollar number represented, and the leverage was real, and the conversation was real, and the outcome was not yet determined but was now genuinely uncertain rather than structurally predetermined. He started the car. He had a board call at Pixar in 2 hours. He had a next conversation with a potential acquirer the following morning. He had, in the space of 6 weeks, become a different kind of figure in the industry than he had been, and the figure he had become was not yet fully defined, was still being shaped by events that had not yet concluded, was still in the process of discovering what the new position meant for what he intended to build next. What Jobs did not yet know, driving back toward the Bay Bridge in the late afternoon light of a December day in 1995, was that the Apple board was meeting that week in conditions of escalating alarm about the company's trajectory, and that Gil Amelio had been given a mandate to find a solution to the operating system problem that was cleaner and faster than anything the company's internal development could provide, and that the solution the board was beginning to discuss with an urgency that had not been present 6 months earlier had a name that Jobs recognized as well as his own, and that the call inviting him back into the building he had been expelled from a decade ago was not weeks away but days, arriving with the specific timing of an event that history had been arranging for longer than any of its participants had understood, descending on a man who was, for the first time in 10 years, exactly ready to receive it.